Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. So... last episode was a lot. Last time on 14 was a lot. Just a non-stop barrage for several hours straight of the horrors. So much so that we've taken a 2-week break from the game. No, I've just no. Since doing Father Nair, I haven't streamed the last 2 weeks of this. So it's been 3 weeks since then. But I missed 2 weeks for various reasons due to health. But we're back. We're back. So we're taking a bit of time. We've decompressed a bit. Afterwards, I'll be honest, going back to that episode and just going back to moments of just like realizing how much shit really happened and how fucking quick it all happens. Like Marzia running with the baby is like 3 hours in. Going back and actually looking at it, it's not that far into the stream that a lot of shit really starts going down. Again, I'm pretty sure Marzia running with the baby is like 3 or 4 hours into that stream. Which, for a 14 stream, given these things often go for like 8 to 10 hours, is barely anything. But it felt like so much. Like, by that point, I was just like, this has felt like a relentless onslaught for an entire day. Please, I need some moment of reprieve. Which did come when you know, Sydney had helped the baby. And everything like that. And Vitra. Can't forget Vitra. Vitra was the main one who helps the baby. But yeah, so that was a lot. So we're gonna decompress even more. Yes, there was also the dungeon, the kids, the sky, full of them. Well, it was a lot. It was a lot. So, we're going to decompress even further. We're doing role quests. We are doing all the role quests now. From what people have said, at least with the combat ones, we unlocked the Craft the Gatherer ones because they're in Sharlayan. We unlocked those a while ago, but they were unlocked like at the beginning of like the Garlemald stream, I think. And there was no way we were going to do that the next stream after Garlemald. Considering everything. So we've got a point now. We're going to do basically all of them. From what I've been told, all of the combat ones, they unlock now and you can finish them all now. Which is like, yeah, given what we see that as, it's just like, hey, there's a role quest that goes to like all prior locations from before, like all pre-Endwalker locations. So yeah, it makes sense that we can finish them all next. We don't have to worry about unlocking more zones or anything like that to finish them all. So we're going to do that. We're also going to be doing the crafting and gathering ones. Obviously, no idea if we can finish those now. The gathering ones, I'm going to assume definitively we can't finish. Last time in Shadowbringers, we couldn't finish the gathering ones of either kind until we went to the Tempest, I believe. Or is the fishing one was in the Tempest, but the one before that... No, the one before that was still, like, second half of Collision. For the Botanist and Miner. So I'm going to assume that's going to be the same here, but we'll still do as many of them as we can. Crafters, honestly, can be anything. Because you don't have to, like, go to areas for them. You just stay, basically, there. And do all of that. That just may depend on story progression. Maybe we do have to go to some zones for it. No idea. So, the plan is this will take 3 streams. We're not going to be able to compress it into 2, and I've planned all of Endwalker around this being 3 streams for all the role quests. So, the plan is there'll be 2 streams that are 2 of the combat role quests, and at the end of those 2 combat role quests, there'll be one of the gatherers, either Botanist and Miner, or Fisher. Or the third one, not necessarily in that order, the other one will be 1 combat and then all 3 crafters. That is going to be the plan. Today is 2 combat and a gatherer, which we're going to go to Razatan for all those. So we're going to there. But hunting down Beansman Despair, what makes you think this is decompressing? I mean, we might be, like, gathering some grapes later today. Or fishing up, like, fish. Surely the Crafter-Gatherer role quests in Sharlayan will be a little more decompressed. Surely, right? Combat ones are probably still going to be a lot because, you know, it's still dealing with Final Day shit, but, you know, don't call me Shelly. How does fishing work in the Tempest? That was the final fishing role quest, wasn't it? It was like at the beneath the Ondo's place. There was a place where you caught eels. I think that was the final fishing role quest from Shadowbringers. That's what my memory's telling me. And as we all know, my memory is perfect. And never needs to be questioned in any capacity. Aren't eels freshwater fish? Maybe the Tempest is freshwater. I don't know. I don't know. So we're going to Razat Han, I believe. I believe it should all be in Razat Han. We're going to just start everything in Razat Han, which, Jesus Christ, is going to cost a lot of money to go there. Final Minor, Botanist, Topical-ish, final version in Under. See, I do remember. My memory is good. Just double checking, yeah. Sky's still bad. Double checking, Sky is indeed still bad. So we're going this way? How do I say it? Too many games, too many different maps. So we're going up this way. We're going up this way. Freshwater and saltwater eels. Oh, well, there's eels of both types, so there you go. No. There's also at some point, probably today or something, we're gonna do this. We're gonna actually unlock the Endwalker stuff for the House of Splendors. Because I still haven't done that, which means I've got nothing to spell my script on. Razat Han's somber theme. I assume there's a difference between like the day and the night theme, and just whichever one is more somber is just consistently playing now. I don't know if they would have like a Final Days exclusive version. I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. I have enough distance from the story that I use this on the fall asleep to sometimes. I can't remember if Razat Han had different music before the Final Day started. That I do not remember. So are we starting with... Oh god, tank is Gridania. Are we starting with Gridania? Is that what we're doing? We're doing tank and magic today. So we're starting with tank. We're starting with Gridania. Which that tank blows. Okay, so here is also the question I can ask. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my hair like I always am. What tank? I feel like I'm doing Gunbreaker for the story, so we don't need to still continue being Gunbreaker, and also I can't be Gunbreaker for all these other lads here. Do we, because, I mean, in Shadowbringers, it was very clear which one to do. It was just, we always went with whichever one lined up with, whichever the job was the, Cardinal Virtue. So, like, for Brendan, we went for, Paladin, we went for, like, Archer for Renda Ray, stuff like that. But here, I have no idea. Given how, like, this feels like it's gonna have less to do with the actual roles than Endwalkers, than Shadowbringers, because, again, of the characters that we're, like, directly copying. So, the tank that we like. I mean, I like Gunbreaker, but again, I feel like going for Gunbreaker for this and then off for the rest of it. Warrior fucker, hell yeah. I do have a very sexy warrior glam. Actually, I don't know if I've shown this off since beating Shadowbringers. Because warrior has been a glam that we've used as like our main glam twice in the story. We had the Dragon Axe during Shadowbringers, then we had the Demon Axe in post Stormblood. So now with all of that mental trauma about like everything about that, look, I have a new axe for Warrior. Look, Warrior, look, it's a callback. My Warrior Axe now is a callback to when I was Warrior main in Heavenswood. Because in Heavenswood, I had the axe where the whole thing was a dragon, and like the flame that the dragon was breathing was like the axe head. But canonically, that axe shattered against Xenos in Ralga's Reach. So we can't use that one anymore. So now I've got this axe. It's an axe that has a dragon on it. It's like a reference. It's a reference to Heaven's to when I was warrior in Heaven's. And also, it's the same glam as that, because this is just one of my best glams. Oh, the gloves are different now, because I can have better gloves than what I was using back then, but you know. Canonically, it's the gloves I was using back then, for sure. Could do done that because Gridania is identified as dressed as holy people. But I was just a Dark Knight for, like, all the Shadowbringers. I was a Dark Knight for all the Shadowbringers. Shrouded in peril. The Gridanian delegate is in urgent need of a stout defender to help combat a new threat to his homeland. I just don't like warrior. Whoa, warrior! I've come on behalf of the Twin Adders to enlist the aid of accomplished fighters. The small folk cower in their homes for fear of an unprecedented threat to the 12's wood. A blasphemy. It strikes quickly and with deadly precision before returning to the shadows once it came. Try as we might, we've yet to devise a means to track it, much less slay it. Several brave souls search for it even now, but their chances would improve greatly if they had a stout protector by their side. Judging by your reputation, I dare say you're precisely the one we seek. What say you? Will you serve as the shield that stands between Gridania and certain doom? Well, they're talking about shields now. I feel... they're talking about shields now. I will be your shield. That's an axe. I will be your shield. Protecting the realm is what I do. I'll take that as an enthusiastic yes. My case to the Adder's Nest and report to my superior. All Gridania shall pray for your success. But you see how my superior Adder's Nest, Lord you haste. Peace might restore to the sorcerer. You know what? I should probably use this. I should probably use my boss. I should probably use that. I should probably use that. Make these trips across the entire star slightly cheaper. Hold my axe like this, it kind of looks like a shield. So even the game wants you to run a different class. I don't like Paladin. Okay, to be fair, this is level 85. I would probably like level 85 Paladin. What have you got against Warrior? What have you got against Warrior? Warrior cool. Warrior giant axe. Warrior beat people. It's boring? And you'd rather me go Paladin? That makes sense. Our liaison at Rad's harness at word of your arrival, but I can still scarcely believe our luck. You truly here to help us bring this wicked blasphemy to heel? Then there is hope for us yet. I shall fetch the elder seeds here at once. She's leading the hunt, and I'm certain she'll be most eager to see you. Last Conti Magic Warrior has fuck all. Warrior has giant axe. Warrior has earth explosions. Also, I'm not level 90. I don't have Conti Magic with power. I don't have the sword combo yet. I don't have the I don't have that yet. For God, am I to welcome you in good health and good spirits, Manifest. On behalf of all Gridania, allow me to thank you for rising to our defense yet again. It's like a entirely steps in the cone AoE. It doesn't even have anymore. That was bothering me a lot back in Iron Reborn, yes. You'll forgive me for issuing further formalities, as time is of the essence. I shall share with you what little we know of this elusive scourge. Following the events in Fathernet, we received a report that an unidentified man has fallen into fits on the road before transforming into a beast most foul. A blasphemy, we soon determined. Eyewitnesses to subsequent attacks spoke of patterns on its skin reminiscent of heavy chains, and thus we have named it Gleipnir, for the creature of legend. Isn't Gleipnir one of the spells that Odin uses? Isn't that literally like the chain spell that it uses? It emerges from the brush without warning, bringing destruction and tragedy to those unfortunate enough to be near. Ere we can respond to its retreats, it retreats into hiding, leaving no trace for us to follow. The elementals cry out for us to rid the forest of this wicked presence. Yet even though attracted to its lair, I fear the beast would be no simple matter. Besting the beast would be no simple matter. Someone had to cast stone for 70 levels, earth explosion is piss and shit. Yeah, but these are like fiery rocks. I'm also wearing a shield shirt today. I probably should have gone Paladin, but oh well. I can do that for the next one. We can't, it's not, we're locked in for this quest because we've started it. We're not locked in for the others. I can go Paladin after this. The wounds of Gleipnir's victims are tainted by corruption. We can but conclude that the fiend's fangs, claws, and horns are all imbued with a powerful poison. Small scratch sends the afflicted into fits, and death soon follows. Haven't you know of the creeping death? The Vexaglypnia's foul poison bear more than a passing similarity to the symptoms of that deadly plague. It swept through the 12-wood many years ago. The sick found their skin covered in chain-like patterns and spent their final moments in excruciating pain. It was long before I came to Gridania, but people still speak of it with dread. Is it true that disease sped not a single here? Very nearly, yes. Before the remainder were taken, we were able to devise a cure for from the Glimshroom. Slow though it was, the scars of this tragedy could then begin to heal. Gridania threatens to reopen old wounds, I fear. Yet despite the similarities beneath the Laspi's corruption and the creeping death's marks, it is unclear how these two phenomena are related, if at all. Both conjuring and white magic have failed to abate the poison's spread. To confront Gridania now would place our soldiers at risk of grievous injury. Thinking of the elderly seats here, but this appears to be urgent. What? Again? Gridania struck once more in the North Strad. The whalers came too late to see the beast themselves, so the man attacked it yet lives. They're bringing in to pull gold floats as we speak. Then we must meet them there. Will you accompany us, Minor-Fist? I thought Maya should be able to apprise us of the details upon our arrival. Well, onwards to full good float. Just like a warrior also stems from being incredibly boring to heal. Warrior's healing is overtuned. Self-healing is overtuned. That is absolutely true. Gleipnir is the binding, keeping Fenrir in place until Ragnarok. More general Norse things. So yeah, and uses a move. Ah, okay. Oh, hey, Thunderwing. What's up, buddy? What are the attackers yet to spread among the populace? They remain calm for now. Cannot say for certain Gleipnir has quit this place. Stand your guard. It's keeping the door open for us, thank you. Thanks, Thunderwing. Let us see it here. You honor us with your presence. Cannot thank you enough for coming all this way. Given the dire circumstances, I'll not leave this to another. Where is the wounded man? Outside the bobbing cork, being attended to by one of our heroes. He's a capable healer, but I worry this is beyond his abilities. I shall do all my power to aid him. In turn, I may have need of assistance of as well. I'll see you stay close, both of you. Bird is unnaturally large. Broken in birds. Find the victim on the eaves of the bobbing cork. One of your heroes is doing what he can, but you're sure not begrudging help you can offer. Rogadins have larger chocobos because they're larger people, so they need a bigger bird to carry their weight. So Thunderwing is fucking massive. Thunderwing is also super adorable. Again, canonically, in canon, Thunderwing loves the corny nickname that he has. Thunderwing loves his corny-ass nickname and loves the fact that his gear is themed after thunder and he uses thunder magic a lot. And he finds it really cool. It makes him feel like he's badass. This is Thunderwing. If you've ever been wondering about Thunderwing canon, that's Thunderwing canon for you. Thunderwing as a bird loves being called Thunderwing because it makes him feel cool. Okay, I'll be honest, I have no idea where am I going? Wait. What opens it here? My dumbass thought that was pasta. Pasta? Are they outside? Oh, they're outside. Okay. Lil went to her bowl, grabbed 2 pieces of food, then ate them in front of me. She really wants the chicken. Oh, there's a picture in food chat. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see a chicken. I see a chicken. It does look very... What you're cooking does look very delicious. What you're cooking does look very good, Deku. I appreciate the amount of beans that I'm seeing. But he survived his encounter with the Gleipnir speaks to his fortitude. No, not if he can be saved, we can at least allay his suffering. We must. No one's spicy wrong. He clings to life, albeit barely. Let's try to ease his pain. He's a hardy soul, but I'm utterly at a loss. Well, I imagine healing his wounds, the poison lingers. I fear the worst is yet to come. When I remember his close to treatment, I recognize the chains. This is indeed the creeping death. Do not lose heart. I shall spare no effort. Rest for now. We have need of your talents again ere long. Chigos, man! Chigos! A bloody swarm of them! They came from the east gate! Chigos are known carriers of the creeping death. The villagers are on edge. They think the Valkyr harbingers of another plague. They may panic. Raise haste to the Chigos. I shall remain here with the victim. The quest is beginning us by killing bugs. Should I bring my power to save this man? Just a matter of the Chigos to you. This quest is literally starting with us killing bugs. So I imagine, again, given everything that we know about Akasha and the blasphemies and everything like that, given that everything that we know, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, it's because of the fear of the creeping death that it manifests the way that it does. The true start of the experience. That's what I felt as source of the early yelling. Do you see any Chigos nearby? Men were near Elder Springs. I'll swarm of them like an army getting ready for war. Bring on the creeping death like it's not. Bugs been dropping dead with no rhyme or reason. I'm not about to join them. No, sir. Came back where I'm past my legs could carry me. Were you bitten? I'll show you to a hero if so. Not a single hole that doesn't belong, you can be sure. You best do something about a swarm, though. Although we could be given the gate man is our priority, we have not the numbers to spare for a hunting party. By the time my reinforcements arrive, it may be too late. We'll deal with the Chigos. One who calls the great number owes the other a flag and a veil, eh? I commend your bravery. Godspeed and don't get bitten. Elder Springs, go. No, saying something the filthy veins. Why is Porksy King on my hotbar here? Why is the Porksy King on my hotbar for warrior? What? Of all the things I can... Why Porksy King? How's Mill Merchant? Chigos! Chigos! Oh, there's more Chigos! Any more Chigos? I have yet another Dawn Trail move I can use. Come closer to me, come on. Do it. Do it. Come here. Chigos! There we go. Ah, Dawn Trail. They're ladybugs. They're still bugs! The more adventure head out, the other adventure easily die in level 85 bugs. I would love, like, a very fresh sprout to run along as that quest started. That would be very entertaining. Tolf be praised! And you! I've come being a cure for the creeping death, but it's of little use against actual death. That's why I've come. Heard of man suffering from uncommon pains at full good floats. Sense an opportunity for philanthropy. And a touch of profit, I'll admit. That's not what philanthropy... If what you say is true, his condition demands a much swifter pair of feet than mine. Could drink the medicine to him in my stead. No name for payment this time, of course. You save my life, I'm on good terms to service another. I hope you all worked as well as purported. As for me, I'll be on my way. If you give any Valk, can I spy a wide berth? It's one of those aspects of this world where it's like, how dangerous it is to just walk from place to place. It's one of those things where it's just, we are so significantly stronger than the average person that, like, we fight sorcerers of Eld and everything like that, whereas your average person going from one place in the North Shroud to another place in the North Shroud has a risk of dying. I think let me mention that Chigos could spark such a panic. Creeping death casts a long shadow over these lands. I don't want to live in this god's... Go, to be fair, everywhere on this star is a god's forsaken place if you want to talk about, like, beasts in the wild that can kill you if you walk in the wrong place. Thank you for killing the Chicos. Alas, our patient's condition is yet to improve, and it's all we can do to keep him from succumbing to the poison. A medicine made from the Glimstream which cures the creeping death. Will this actually work? Even, like... I know this medicine. It was once used to treat the creeping death. Given any symptoms, it may well prove effective here as well. I mean, this is by blasphemy. Like, is it gonna... It works upon the body quite quickly, as I recall. Hold on just a while longer, my friends. The medicine will soon relieve your pain. It hurts! It hurts! Why? Why? The man shrieks, die in his throat as his body is racked by violent convulsions. He then falls still and quiet as his breath was snatched from his chest. It's not the creeping death. It's worse. 12 have mercy. At the very least, his suffering is over. Had we been quicker to deliver the medicine, would he have lived? Yeah, I think not. He was doomed from the moment the poison entered his blood. As will be others if we do not soon gain the understanding of our foe. Let this tragedy not be in vain, but serve as a lesson. Though the effects of Gleipnir's corruption resemble the creeping death, it is clear that the two share little else in common. Again, I think it's a fear of the creeping death that is manifested in the blasphemy. But given blasphemies and how fucked they are, it's not just a normal poison. The poison burns through the body more quickly than any disease. Too deadly is it to be borne by creatures so fragile as Chicos or any other besides. Then that is one less possibility that people need fear. It is a shame a life was lost, but this knowledge may help us ensure that others are not. Spread word, but do so with delicacy. In troubled times, fear and despair can drive even the goodliest of souls to desperate ends. And considering we're having an affliction spread across the world where giving in to despair can literally turn you into a monster, we don't want that to happen. Gleipnir is the only blasphemy known to us in Gridania, for now. We must do our utmost to stop him from sowing further discord. Understood, Elder Sincere. I'll give this man a proper burial before sharing what we've discovered. Ascertaining Gleipnir's whereabouts is still a primary concern. Let us return to the Adder's Nest, for information shall be our most reliable weapon in the days ahead. And there is no better place to acquire it. I shall speak with the people after this man receives proper burial. It's only a sacrifice, I must do what I can to complete it. It's like not creeping death, it's creepy death. What's up, bye? Well, I don't think of different expansions having higher levels is less these enemies are more dangerous than the ones you fought before, and more that you're learning how to better fight against them. Yeah, like it's not necessarily that every single monster on the first is stronger than every single monster in Ishgard. Level numbers are one of those things that, like, in the canon of the world, straight up aren't real. What delicacy kimchi? Don't imply kimchi gives you the creepy death. Kimchi doesn't deserve that. I'll be honest, it's been so long since I've been in the Twin Adders, like, tent without music kicking in because of a quest that I forgot what their fucking music sounded like. Workstation outfit's so flashy for no reason. I'm not even sure which one you're referring to. Is it the new one that people are mad about? Because it's like 3 separate outfits that are like way more expensive than like other things. The one with the wings? There's one with the wings. Is that a separate outfit? Because anytime I see someone with wings, I just assume like they've got the accessory on that is wings. Glad news has been cited in various locales, and though we are reviewing every report, we suspect most are erroneous. Fear is a way of making on jump at shadows. It takes some time before we have determined which reports merit more involved investigation. Till then, I ask you stay vigilant and keep your eyes peeled for any sign of the worst to me. Kimchi is all the Gridanians have. Gridanians don't have kimchi. Gridanians don't have kimchi, it's too spicy for them. Wings are part of a dress. Oh. Alright, we're going Paladin. Apparently everyone here hates Warrior, and also I am wearing a shirt today that literally has a shield on it. So I'm Paladin. I was about to say, Gridanian's not gonna eat kimchi. Oh, by the way, actually, I can show this off. My Paladin Glam is finished. Look, I got boots. I'll be honest, for a while, I wanted these boots for my Gunbreaker Glam. These are Lunar Envoy boots. I've been trying since, like, Stormblood, I think, to get these boots from a retainer. It took a very long time to get them. To the point where I realized that I prefer the knee boots with that. The main thing is that the bottom of these boots are gold-plated. And any shoes that you wear clip through the coat that I wear for Gunbreaker. So having shoes that have black on the bottom of them is less noticeable. Where if I was running around with these boots on Gunbreaker, the gold soles would constantly clip through the back of it, and it would look really weird. But given the gold on the pants and the shields and everything that I have for Paladin, it works very well. And then I've turned them red because all of my boots that I've had for Paladin have been red. To give it, because like everything else is so black that's like the boots are gonna be red. But I got this different shield. I had a shield that's the same design but different coloring, but then I found this one, which is a dyeable version, so it now dyes into the very nice red, gold, and silver. Because other parts of this outfit are also like, there's silver on the bracelets there, but there's like gold on the buttons. The sword has silver there, but also like gold on the handle. So it's like gold and silver highlights are specifically a part of like every bit of this outfit. So I've leaned into an outfit where most of it is gold and silver highlights. There's something that me and Crafts were getting annoyed at the other day of just like gold and silver highlights are so frequently mismatched on gear in this game, and it's really annoying. So I've had to lean into this outfit specifically being about combining the two of them. But I do have a Paladin Glam. And being that Paladin is meant to be Sultan Sworn, I also figured that making my Paladin Glam aggressively Maelstrom would be fitting and appropriate. So there's that. There's a Moxation outfit that comes with wings. The Angel and Devil outfits also have wings attached. If only they were separated. Really, so I could probably make kimchi. Yeah, but that would require making something with flavor. To give voice. The Keeper of Entwined Serpents is eager to resume the hunt. We followed up on every report concerning Gleipnir, even those that beg belief. Most promising suggest the blasphemy is currently stalking the South Shroud. We will proceed there at once, for there is no telling when it might strike again. Notice it is already en route to Roots Lake. Let us not keep her waiting. Is it that one? Is it this one? Is it normally, like, purple as hell? That is a lot. No, it's that one, okay. So that's what you're not understanding, Crofts. That's the secret. That's the secret. Gridania has kimchi, but they only eat the kimchi boiled. Gridania makes the kimchi, and then before they serve it, they boil it. That's the secret. Could have gone tranquil for this. Got here and I realized, oh, Roots Lake. Roots Lake is, you know, the lake filled with roots, like the mangrove area, you know, like where Camp Tranquil is. Whoops. I wish they wouldn't just go back and forth with the cast to healer for who gets gold silver. Again, yeah, there's so many times where I want to put outfits together in this game, and then the gold and silver highlights don't match because it turns out the other one has the gold or the silver, and then I just get mad. Or they make the Yue Yawada set have the red be on the healer, and then the blue be on the caster, even though it's a Dawn Trail bit of gear. So you can't even use it for Blue Mage, and they washed the kimchi. Jesus. No sign of the beast yet, thankfully. Soon comes the Gluttony might send the people running. It would be hard-pressed to restore order. The non-envoy healer had been pisses me off so bad. It's just, it's so constant. It's so constant that the highlights just keep changing, and it just makes outfit stuff so much more annoying than it does. Greetings, Manifest. As luck would have it, my sister Raya frequents Camp Tranquil. I've noticed I've done all of her healer quests here. Why is it red undiable? We would do well to meet with her first, for she may have knowledge of this threat that can aid us in our search. The fuck sound is happening behind me there? Someone killing Chigos back there? It has been too long, Raya-O. And it's only Raya-O, because the brother's currently in Garlemald. Kane! I was sorry the situation might force your arrival. Well, that this reunion was under more joyous circumstances. Gridania and Ishgard embassies are addicted to killing random mobs. It is heartening to hear Asio joined by the bearer of Ato as well. Unfortunately, Gluttony's poison cannot be cured by any healing force known to us, as I'm sure you've already learnt. Nevertheless, I have faith that together we'll find a way to defeat it. I'm now realizing we're put into a very interesting situation here, where I'm getting unique dialogue for being a white mage during a tank role quest. Yeah, you get unique dialogue during a tank quest if you've become a white mage, and it's just like, wait, what? But yeah, I'm not here to be a healer though. I'm not here to be a healer. Special white mage dialogue in the tank quest. I love it. Every moment is crucial. So let us dispense with further pleasantries. Second time she said that. Have you received word of Gluttony's whereabouts? I have. Recently ambushed a poor traveler who succumbed to his wounds soon thereafter. A tragic and increasingly common tale. No others in Camp Tranquil have come to harm, but some claim they feel a presence in the distant trees, staring at them with malicious intensity. They struggle to find the courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. While its victims exhibit symptoms reminiscent of the creeping death, Gluttony's corruption seems to only affect those who have been assaulted by the blasphemy itself. We've yet to confirm a single instance of it spreading from one individual to another. That's somewhat reassuring, but it will provide little comfort to the people here, I think. If Gluttony comes in, defensive mounts will come at great cost. Those who fall wounded will invariably die. I'm at a loss, and the people under my care can see it. They grow tense and bicker amongst themselves. Some even accuse me of standing idly by while this monster roams free, as if I'm not doing all that I can. I apologize. That I had come to you sooner, but that there were more I could offer you. That's every burden is yours to bear, Kane. Feels like an appropriate thing coming from Manifest, who recently thought the same of herself. She is right. It's the duty of all seers to face this threat. And so we should do so together, with the aid of the elementals as well. Turns out the cure was the elementals to stop being racist. Under different circumstances I would agree, but their strength has waned since the calamity, and I'm reluctant to impose upon them. Damn, we can't fix their racism during this quest. Indeed, when I open my thoughts to the elementals, I shudder to hear their distress. Once we've laid low the blasphemy, the elementals will be at peace, but still racist. Well then, how do you propose we go about that? First, allow me to speak with the people here and assure them that all will be well. That Gridania's resolve to weather this storm remains steadfast. No road is closed to those true of heart. Suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you begin with an earnest and heartfelt appeal. For my part, I shall reach out to Aaron. Perhaps together we can find a way to offer similar comfort to the elementals. I'm no doubt we'll require their assistance in the days ahead. Thank you, sister. May the 12 watch over and keep you both. May I trouble you to accompany me? The presence of a storied hero would surely lend credence to my claims people's difficulties will soon be at an end. While you attend to that, I shall give all information I can from the woodwhalers stationed here. Pray look for me at the camp proper when you have finished. We are like, it is an interesting situation that we're like, this is actually something that you can't just throw the warrior at. you can't just throw the Warrior of Light at this and fix it. Because for all the Warrior of Light's strength, if you get hit by a poison that's incurable and lethal, Warrior of Light's still gonna fucking die. So we've actually come across an enemy that is too strong for us to just be like, oh, we have found it, let's go and kill it. And the role quest to find the cardinal virtues in Shadowbringers, which now that was hunting down blasphemies, we're gonna have a very similar vibe here. Like some of them, it was a matter of finding them at all to try and work out what it was. For Lamit, it was about the fact that Lamit was reviving other Sin Eaters, and we had to work out like how to get around that. And then for what's the one I'm thinking of? For Nielbert, it was a case of, oh shit, for Nielbert, like he can suck you into a void and you're stuck there. And also we're trying to get someone out of that as well. So it's like, ugh. Very Shadowbringers cast a healer, yeah. Whereas it's like, this isn't just something that like, oh, if we find it, we can just kill it. And a suspense with titles reveal our true faces to one another. I am Robert. Hades have a slightly less impact if his name was just Robert. I'm not here to be a healer, that's why I switched off warrior. Please ignore clemency. See, there we go. Have you tried clemency on them? This will surely help. We gotta convince the people that they need not live in fear of Cleipnir, and my words alone may be insufficient. So I don't comport myself as an imposing figure, blessed with martial prowess, to say the least. You, on the other hand, are renowned as a peerless warrior. Say, now I should have been warrior! Who has triumphed in countless trials. Simply looking on your features fills me with confidence that this crisis too shall pass. Your tits make me think that everything will be okay. I pray you stand by my side, that those we speak with might be joyed by your presence. And she's telling us. Have we tried Essen? Well, if Kane Senna's like most of the healers I run into, she doesn't even have it on her fucking bar. So you know what? I don't think we've tried it. Thundering, you're a very important part of this conversation. Why ain't you getting a little closer? You two, you can go. Satyrs are sitting pretty with their guards and fine. Alright, what do they care if a beast is running amok? They'll be fine. That's why they're doing nothing while it hunts us. We bullshit our lives in those that don't care of it. I passed on we went south. Listen, I'll die there and pretend to look out for the common man. Elder Sincere! I was just, I promise you that we are sparing no effort to hunt for Gleipnir. However, it will take time, and more may suffer before the beast is laid low. Nevertheless, I ask that you place your faith in me, if only for a while longer. I love the tall sword and her people with all my heart, and I'll let our enemy torment us forever. I understand. Man's gotta give voice to his words from time to time, eh? Not that I want lesson or abandon my home. I'll stick around. For now. Oh, fucking no, goddammit. I need to hurry up and get it. I need to hurry up and get back into a free company. Oh, actually, that has happened since last stream. My free company has exploded. Now I should come break us around the next one. My free company has exploded since last stream. It's alright! I'm not gonna go into details about it. I am still in contact with most people in the FC. So it's not like they've all completely abandoned everything. We've all gone our separate ways. I now have to mute a link shell as opposed to a free company thing here. In this. We're just more so, as a group, we're not sure, like, if we want to do our own new FC, or, like, some people have joined an FC of one of their friends, and we don't know if we all want to join that FC. We haven't really decided, like, what the plan is or anything like that. I won't go into details about what happened with it. It's not appropriate for discussing here. But, unfortunately, now that I'm not currently in an FC, I'm gonna get these fucking messages again. God damn it. No, I'm gonna get these fucking messages again. Ugh, God damn it. Shit. I had avoided them for so long. A single scratch is enough to spell one's doom, they say. None of them wait for death to come. How can we face a beast like that? We're trying to get an orbital laser cannon up and running, I assure you. Do not give in to despair, my friends. Know that I should do all my power to see us through this crisis. Hold fast to hope and encourage others to do so as well. I'll try, Elder Seeds here, I'll try. I know you placed yourself at risk living the safety of the city and coming here. And that means a lot to me and mine. I'll stay close to the whales and pray news of your triumph reaches us soon. Thank you. I promise that it will not be long. It's also partially why teleport costs us so much right now, because I don't have the free company buff that makes them like 40% cheaper or whatever it was. I saw it! A gargantuan beast stalk in the woods with horns the size of my leg! What's the number I'm coming here to fill its belly? Gladney will do no such thing, I swear. He'll only poison you to death, he will not vor you. I shall see to it personally that the blasphemy does not come within a mile of this village. Keep heart, for brighter days lie ahead of us. Truly, all this is here. Perhaps my imagination get the better of me. You're a beacon these dark times. I pray you restore the peace soon. I shall. You can be certain. A lot of this at the moment is just allaying fears, because fears will make things worse. In several ways, given the final days. Once again, I remind you, the hunt vendor in Ishgard sells free teleport tickets. I once again remind you, that would require me going to Ishgard and remembering to do that. But instead, I have, like, 170 of these things. Will that be all for now, Elder Seeds? It will. I have done what I can to quell the unrest, but as long as Gladney lives, they may never be at peace. Sometimes ability does wonders. That must be the case with the elementals, yes. Hey, can we fix the elementals? Hey, can we fix the elementals? Indeed, you are correct. Today was a welcome reminder of that truth, an important step in our journey. Maybe I should visit these settlements more often. Doubtless some may think me as distant as the elementals, so rarely do they see me in the outer reaches. You have served me honorably as protector thus far, for which I am grateful. Yet until we have found and laid Gladney low, I must continue to impose upon your goodwill. Goodwill, you're like one of the personal gods. Poverty really is a choice. I have 22 million, what are you talking about? I pay for teleport costs because I can afford it. So that the system can run fine, knowing that other people can jump the turnstile of the Aetherite and not have to worry about it. You saved me in the killing fields of Cartano. My life is yours now and always. Your life is your own to command, but I thank you for your words and your conviction, which fills me with confidence that the path we walk is true. Even if that path takes us as far afield. Did I ever tell you that, when I was a young student, I would often steal into the woods with a dear friend of mine, much to the chagrin of our teacher? Deep down, I suppose there is still a part of me that yearns to wander where I should not. Company heroes guy. So one mountain suddenly have a monitorist. And I said, here, word from the border. Got ourselves a right bloody mess by the sound of it. What has happened? Per your early instructions, the whalers closed the roads to all travel while we scout the woods for signs of Gleipnir. But now a group of locals are demanding to be let through into Thanalan. They're terrified by the sound of it, screaming about the creep and death and gods know what else. Despair grips their hearts. If we consume some holy, we may have yet more blasphemies to contend with. I will speak with them. Wild rumors fuel their panic, and with truth and compassion will I convince them to see reason and return to their homes. If anyone can, it's you, Odysseus. Then I best to keep them calm for now, but my man's words painted a grim picture. Pray you make your way to the border as quickly as you can. Also, we also know that there's, like, still a blasphemy down in Thanalan to contend with. Because that'll be a quest we have to do later. So... Oh, sorry, Landonal. Hello, Landonal. I mean, doing what we can, but we're soldiers, not mediators. I have been stuck at like 22 mil for a while. Because I'm no longer using my daily maps to sell for extra cash. I'm using my daily maps to work towards getting all of the map achievements. So I have been stuck at 22 mil for a while. And my other methods of making money have also, like, I'm like leave quests. I'm just like, I'm using leave quests to also clear off achievements. So my two biggest money-making methods have not really done anything, and I've been pretty unlucky with my retainers lately of getting really good, like, dyes or furniture or anything to sell. It's good we arrived when we did. Any later might have been met with a bloodier sight. People here are indeed terrified. Must take care with my words. You don't do dailies, they're pretty good money. I usually don't have time. Running one daily takes like nearly an hour with wait queues. Let us through, damn you! We're standing here while the group of death nips at our heels. You're telling us to die! Those rumors are false. The Odysseus herself said whether the creeping death is not responsible for the recent incidents. You mustn't surrender to panic. Return to your homes while we deal with the threats and pay no heed to baseless stories. Stories? Stories? I've seen the dead with my own eyes. Don't tell me what isn't true. Hearken to me, my friends. I come before you now to assure you that the creeping death has not returned. Only those who have been wounded by Gleipnir are in danger, and so I beseech you to take shelter in your homes until the threat has passed. Gleipnir? The beast I saw in the wood? We have to run, it could have followed us! You saw him? Where? Not far from here. Those glistening hordes, those terrible chains, reaching out to drag you down to the seventh hell. We ran and never looked back. But don't worry, it didn't catch any of us. No one's smart, see? That means we're safe, right? But say we weren't quite fast enough. What then? Its horns and claws are where the poison resides, and even a scratch would be cause for concern. Even a little scratch? Then it's too late for me? Is that why my body feels like it's on fire? You told me the branches tripped you up! You said that's how it happened, you said! Oh, heavenly winds guide us to the font of strength. May we drink from it and be made whole. She's still trying again. I don't feel any better. Do it again! Do it again! It hurts. Help me. The concern is that I'm worried about him turning into a blasphemy if he falls into it too much. Conjuring has no effect. They can mean a mistake. This is Gleipnir's doing. Even so, I ask that you do not lose heart. Stay strong, for we surrender to fear. The beast has already won. No, I don't want to die. Please help me. Oh no. Oh no! Get back! No. You said it wasn't. Why? Liars, all of you! None of us are safe! None of us will! Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Despair made manifest. It's what for vent. So nothing can be done for these poor souls. We're just gonna go through what Father Note went through everywhere. Not to as much of a scale, but like every time I see this, every time I see it grip someone, it's that same just like pit in the stomach feeling. Oh God. Well, let's put one thing I know. We must lay them to rest. Contain the threat. Sword magic. Sword magic, very powerful. We did what we had to. We let the fiends live. The blood of many would have been on our hands. I can't take it! What kind of life is this, waiting to be hunted or to be turned into one of them? Should have mercy. What were those fiends? Gripping death seems a mercy compared to an end like that. It was not the poison which triggered their transformation, but despair. Overwhelming despair. They are at peace. But they did not come to this. I was powerless to prevent it. You did all you could, Odysseus. Is that what's going to happen to us? Is there no hope? What you witnessed was the fate of those who fall to the deepest despair. It feeds upon grief and anguish, and is more deadly than Gleipnir itself. But as I swore to you that we shall defeat the blasphemy that haunts our homeland, so too do I swear that despair will not be the end of us. Keep the faith and look to the horizon, for brighter days will come. As you say, Odysseus. As you say. Gleipnir is not here, and so you're free to return to your homes. But I urge you take care on the path back. We will, Odysseus. Good time for rain. The storm has passed. It literally just started. But a darker tempest roils in the distance. So long as the spectre of despair looms, the people will struggle to take any words of comfort to heart. We will see more tragedies like this. The elementals too cry out for a solution. The longer we struggle to resolve this crisis, the more innocent lives we put at risk. Ryo said we would need to turn to the elementals for assistance, and I know now that she was right. And so I'll seek audience with the Great One. However, there are preparations I must attend to first. I shall make the proper oblations at the Lotus Stand. For I return to the Adder's Nest and await my summons. I keep trying to make iced coffee. I don't like it. Because coffee's bad. No one likes coffee because coffee is bad. You know, I'm starting to worry that you were right. I'm starting to worry that you were right about how, these quests may not exactly be a reprieve from the horrors of the MSQ, and in fact may just continue it. Coffee's good, ice coffee's bad because the ice dilutes it ends up making it taste like nothing. Tasting like nothing's better than it tasting like coffee. Despite our best efforts, we've been unable to prevent further loss of life. I foresee even greater hardship ahead. As we press on, we mustn't forget the words of the older seeds here. We must strive to remain undaunted in the face of despair. She is preparing for a communion with the Great One. When the time is right, she'll call upon us both. Until then, my friend, stay strong. A gift undone. So then hundreds of coffees for the crafted gift. Well, coffee was what I was also turning in for my leave quest when I was making money. The tired eyes and slumped shoulders of the keeper of the entwined serpents bespeaks weariness. The situation has worsened since we last spoke. Gleipnir grows bolder in his attacks, and the Conjurers have spread thin their efforts to attend the victims. Moreover, we're no closer to finding a means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. With no choice but to wait until death claims them, some are overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts that lash out at their former countrymen. Such tragedies are all too easily begets further tragedy, as bereaved loved ones are in turn overcome and share the same horrid fate. People speak of these incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that any moment a monster might appear within their midst. So, I feel like across all these quests, we're gonna rapidly hit a point where, like all of these quests have been like, hey, we've spotted a blasphemy in these areas. Blasphemies are appearing even where the sky hasn't, turned red. But even here, they're just like, explicitly, it's just like, we are now at a point where we're dealing with multiple blasphemies. We are no longer just dealing with the fact that there's one main one that we've found. Multiple people are becoming blasphemies. We're still not at a point where the sky has turned, because I imagine the sky turning is specifically that ground crying out weakness of the celestial currents thing. I imagine that specifically needs to happen, and that once that starts happening, that's when the earth itself will start, like, the earth beneath you starts actually dying. Like, currently, the final days is affecting the people in the other areas, but for the final days to affect the very ground itself, it needs the sky to go crimson, and the sky going crimson has to do with the decay of the celestial currents more than anything. I imagine is what's going on. So it feels like by the time we go through all these quests, we're going to be at a point where it's just like, yeah, blasphemies are just like kind of everywhere. They're just kind of fucking everywhere. Half-naked cat girl, tiger girl, lion girl, in front of us, by the way. Must slake light me without further delay. Half-naked lion woman next to us, by the way. So, like, she's now looking at me. Are you in the audience? Are you in the audience, half-naked lion woman? You ran up to the camera to show off and then looked at me. Indeed. Let us hope that Elder Seed's efforts to enlist the aid of the elementals are successful, and that united may at last cleanse the 12's wood of this evil once and for all. Urgent news manifest. Gridania has ambushed a party of wood whalers. They're engaged with blasphemy near the guardian tree, where the Great One slumbers. This bodes well. Has it divined the Elder Seed's intent? Is it attempting to prevent our communing with the elementals? In any event, we cannot let Gridania harm the tree. Elder Seed's a better interview with her at Soren Haven. We leave at once. Surprise, the teacher is now half-naked lion woman. Oh, really? Clone's not in stream right now. So I like that. My immediate assumption would be that it's Val has now changed, but I don't see a Val in chat. Thing is, if I was to like, part of me is like, if I was to make an ult, I would go Hrothgar. Like, I've made all of my retainers look like, basically, if I was to have ults, all of my ults would be what the retainers, my retainers currently are. And one of them is the Hrothgar that I would make, but part of me is also just like, if I was to make an ult and go through the game again, if I'm ephemeral on one, do I really want to do the other as Hrothgar? Like, I could go for something very different instead. But there's a lot of similarity in terms of like size and shape and everything between those two. And also my Hrothgar retainer is also a gunbreaker main. But you know. It's fine, don't worry about it. The thing is, like, if the ults that I have that isn't a Hrothgar, that I'd probably be the one that I'd lean towards the most of, like, making an ult for would be my Lala retainer. Remomo. Comes to Viera reminds me we're all dressed subtly and casters. What am I do have a Viera. I do have a Viera retainer as well. Skyglow. Carolina is the Hrothgar one. So I was gonna ult Catboy or Catgirl, I don't know. I also do have a Catgirl retainer. It's Tulga. My last retainer is an Elzen male, Kian Meow. Kian Meow. 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 I don't know how to actually do the French pronunciation. North or South Carolina? Carolina. Karalynna. I do want to make her an ult, but I'm just like, again, do I want to make that my ult, or do I want to go for something a bit different? Well, Kiamao is like, because it's French, because it's Ellison. So it's Kiammeaux, and I'm not actually certain how to pronounce that. Battered arms and armor are strewn across the grounds, but there are no other trace of men or blasphemy. Correction, there are indeed traces of blasphemy. I don't know if I've actually shown this off on stream. Look! You no longer press the same button 3 times in a row and do the same attack 3 times in a row. They finally turned this into an actual combo! Let's go! They turned this one, the fucking, what's it called? Basically, when you do a 1-2-3 combo with Paladin, you get this. And before it was like, you use this attack 3 times in a row. And it looked the same. And that was one of my big complaints about Paladin. It's just like, you do the same attack animation 3 times in a row, it's a little boring. When now they've made it actually look like a combo. But I also don't know whether that was before Paladin became Gunbreaker Light, or whether it was different before. Paladin just feels in a weird spot in some ways, in terms of like what it does. Like finishing its 1-2-3 combo gives you both like another 3-hit physical combo and also an instant cast magic combo. The way that people were describing it before was basically you did a physical combo, then a magic combo, then a physical combo, then a magic combo, and that sounds a little more interesting than what it has right now. What Paladin has right now feels a little lost in its identity of just like, do a 1-2-3 combo. Oh, I guess you get both of these other things. And like the other things are just attached to like buffs, and none of it is attached to like a job meter, because its job meter is still only for defensives and only gaining on auto attacks. Which is, at least that part's unique. At least that part's unique, so. But yeah, it's kind of just like, it's Gunbreaker where it's like you finish a combo, then you get access to an extra attack, and then it has this like extra combo. It's odd. I see. I think I know what happened here. Though I pray I am wrong. No, I just fought some blasphemies. So sign of the Wood Whalers saved their arms and armor. Seasoned warriors would never cast aside their equipment. But here it lies, and I see not a single body. In the face of certain death, even the bravest among us can succumb to despair. Before the blasphemy's poison took them, they transformed. Gridania could not have gone far. He may be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. Would whalers come to a man, then we can expect a hard fight. Though I dread the thought of hurting our brave soldiers, we cannot allow the creatures they have become to run free. Let us form 2 groups and we'll quickly track down and cull the beasts. Once we are finished, we shall regroup under the boughs of the Guardian Tree. So what the fuck do we do about this? Like, is the solution going to be we find a cure for the poison? Or is the solution going to be we found a way to prevent the poison? Because I feel like that's more reasonable. Like the elementals will craft a shield that can prevent the poison rather than healing it. Just the entire way Arkasha works, I don't know, like, it's like these things are preying on despair more than anything. I don't know, like that. Like preying on despair feels like a way that would create an invincible poison. Our minions in the minion square random. We ran into a Zodiac one last time, so yes. I don't think that's happened on stream. I don't think on YouTube you've seen that. We did the Make It Rain event. We did a Make It Rain event. But that will go up in like the first post Endwalker video, because I felt like it was a little inappropriate to include it as part of like this MSQ section. And during that we ran into a Zodiac minion in the minion square, so yeah. It doesn't, so it can be any random minion it seems, even ones that you don't own, because I don't own it because I think someone said that that was like a CD or an art book one. Naked Hells and just ran past me, they do that sometimes. There's been this one Duskweight, half-naked Ellison woman constantly in Limsa lately, and every time I see her, I stare. I don't have a type in this game. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a type. Manifest doesn't have a type. I don't know what you're talking about. It is very funny that the 2 people that Manifest has ended up dating are the people who are further away from being what would typically be her type. Reminder that manifest type is just anyone that reminds her physically of herself. That's why SL was such a strong one. But then why does she like Graha? Red hair. Yes, I know she only has a little part of her hair that's red, but it's the red hair. It's that. That's the trigger, and then the rest of its personality. Our work is done then. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic. But now they are at peace, and the Guardian Tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. Actually, that's the guy because he's irresistible. Easy mistake. How the fuck... Okay, so, like... I'm going out on a bold prediction here in this, fantasy story in this video game. I'm going to go out on a bold prediction here and say that we, put a stop to the final days by the end of 6.0. Bold prediction, I know. Especially because it's an MMO that has another expansion after it. Bold prediction, the final days does come to an end at some point in this. But, like... The star is good, like... I feel like with how bad it's getting... this is going to be a case of... It's going to be harder to recover. Like, for, like, everyone to recover from this than what the 7th Umbral Calamity was. Like, by the time we get to the end of this, we'll, like... I mean, the 7th Umbral Calamity also affected the land a lot, which, depending on how long the final days goes for, it will do that. But also, the 7th Umbral Calamity mainly affected mainland Eorzea and Vilbrand. But it didn't really stretch to other places, but, like, this is everywhere. This is everywhere. Like, for somewhere like Farthenir, even if we put an end to the final days, like, it's gonna be rough for Farthenir to recover from this. Like, even getting through this successfully, it's going to be a rough time for the star. Wearing an, I'll die with an underskirt is an interesting choice. I have definitely seen people, like, either who are, like, in China or have, like, Chinese, heritage, talk about just, like, the way that people dress in this game using the Chinese dresses that are in this game is very, very obviously just like, wow, you have no idea how these outfits are actually used in Chinese culture, do you? You're just wearing it because you're just like, ooh, exotic, and I'm just gonna dress like that, and you've got no idea how these outfits are actually, like, used and when they're worn and viewed in China, do you? Which, to be fair, is possibly also the devs themselves who are like that. Fantasy China in this game is Fantasy Japan too. So, they may not be the most familiar with Chinese customs for their outfits, possible. So it's very confusing to me. Like, there's part of me that's just like, I don't want every area in the game to just be fantasy insert country here. It's part of my issues that I have with Hingashi in general, is that I feel like Hingashi is just too much fantasy Japan. Like, it's hard to look at Hingashi and not just be like, oh, that's just Japan. It feels less fitting in this world because it's so directly just Japan in so many ways. Like, even somewhere like Ishgard has its very obvious, like, medieval Europe vibes, but, like, the design of Ishgard and the look of Ishgard, it has a lot of its own unique stuff about it that isn't just directly from medieval Europe and everything like that. Like, it's a giant castle that's, like, on a narrow thing. That's, like, isolated from, like, the land around it with this giant bridge that's connecting to it. It's snowing all of the time. They have dragoons as, like, their big fighting force. Very, like, unique stuff like that. Hingashi is just Japan. And their soldiers are just samurai. And the part of it we see is just a harbor town. A thing that's common in Japan because it's an islands country that has a lot of coastline to it. Because, like size, it's not that big. So Hingashi is just fantasy Japan, and it's too much just fantasy Japan for me to find it as interesting. In terms of, oh, what does Hingashi say about the world of Eorzea? What inspirations have they taken, and how have they used those inspirations to create a unique place? It just feels like Japan. So part of me is just like, I don't think Doma should be held to, it should just be fantasy China. I don't want Doma to just feel like it's fantasy China and it's not like they've just taken a period of China and just plopped it into the game. But it is also very bizarre that Doma is more Japanese than Chinese, considering, like, its place in the story. I guess it's I don't know. I understand, like, it's something that I see people when they talk about, like, Mericidia. Of just like, oh, I'd like to see Mericidia in the game because I want to see Fantasy Australia. And just like, I don't want to go to Mericidia and it just be Australia. I want to go to Mericidia and it be Mericidia. But it's also one of those things where it is like an obvious, very delicate balance of, like, if we're going to a place in the fantasy video game that's taking a lot of inspiration from, like, real life places and real life culture, what you include, what you don't include, whether you mean it or not, can say something about that place. If you're just like, especially if it's not your own culture, like, they're a Japanese dev team, so, like, them making Fantasy Japan, I mean, even that says something about them, where they're just like, it's the one part of Stormblood where it's like, Revolution in Doma? Good! Revolution in Alamigo? Good! Revolution in Hingashi? No. We can't have Revolution in Hingashi. That's a bad revolution, actually. Which is also saying something. So, yeah, but there is a delicate balance of just being like, if you want to take inspiration from a real-life place, how do you take that inspiration from a real-life place, put it into a video game world, and make a fantasy world out of it that doesn't just feel like you're plopping insert real-life Earth place into world, and there it is, but also how do you turn it into its own fantasy place in a way that still respects the real-life inspiration? And obviously, as this, I have no basis in terms of saying whether any of it's right or wrong or anything like that. I am not the person to judge or anything like that. But I look at something like Ishgard, I can be like, I can very much see where the inspiration from Ishgard comes from. But I can also see a lot that they've done with Ishgard to make it feel like it is its own place. It isn't just ripped from the real world. Whereas I can't see that in Hingashi at all. So in terms of, like, how do you do Doma? That's like fantasy China that isn't just fantasy Japan too. How do you do that where it isn't just China, but in a video game? How do you do that where it's like a fantasy version of China, but still is respectful to China? I have no idea. Well, it's all because it's also similar with the Azim Steppe, because the Azim Steppe is fantasy Mongolia, and like I go to the Azim Steppe in this game, and I can see that the Azim Steppe and the culture there of the Xyla feels very unique and very distinct to me. It feels like a place that feels like it belongs in this world. It feels like a part of this world that isn't just ripped from real life. But also, I'm significantly less familiar with Mongolian culture and Mongolian history, so maybe there is a lot more in the Azim Steppe that is just ripped from that is there. Maybe it's possible, given what Doma is and Hingashi is, it's possible that there are people who are more familiar with Mongolian history and culture and present day aspects where they have a look at the Azim Steppe and it's just like, what do you mean that your like fantasy version of Mongolia is like a bunch of people who have, like, progressed civilization-wise less than their nearby counterparts. What do you mean that, like, the closest thing that they have to a culture in Fantasy Mongolia is that they're a bunch of nomadic tribes who have, like, a yearly tournament to kill each other? And that might be drawing on, like, super offensive, like, tropes and everything like that. I have no idea. I'm not from there. And I have very little, like, learning history from that and everything like that. So I don't know. Because it's something that I've seen people, like, say that it's, like, it's a problem that Doma isn't more Chinese. And I do agree with that. Because it's too Japanese. But also, if you want to make Doma fantasy China, to what extent do you do it where it's just like, how similar to China does it need to be respectful to China without just, like, characterizing it, and how much similar to China do you make it where it loses it being its own thing in this game and they're just taking China and putting into it? I have no idea if they know what's of that. But that's just, like, that's not just a Final Fantasy XIV thing, that's a fantasy in general. Like, I do see people talk about some other fantasy genres or things or anything like that, where it's just like, I want this fantasy place to just be real life place. And if it's any different to real life place in this fantasy version of place, then therefore it is bad. And then to me that's just like, then why are we doing it fantasy? If you want to have a fantasy version of a place, why does changing any of it from how it is in our world bad? How do you make it fantasy if you don't change parts of it? To make it, like, its own unique thing. Again. Yeah. This is the real reason to have Mercedes, if I could say if it's truly Australia or not. Well, no, because I'm not even the person who can judge that. Because if they're going to make Mericidia in this game, how much of it are they going to make it white Australia? And how much are they going to make Mericidia based on Indigenous Australia? And if they're making it based on white Australia, then my response would just be, it feels a bit mean to make Mericidia based on white Australia and not Indigenous Australia. And if they're making Mericidia based on Indigenous Australia, then I have no way of telling you whether it's, like, accurate or offensive or misguided or anything like that, because I'm not Indigenous Australian. So, yeah, there is also that. I but pray that the Great One will hear my plea. What is it, are you hurt? The Great One is filled with fear. An all-consuming fear unlike any I have ever felt. Question! Can elementals succumb to Akasha / Final Days-ness? With how elementals exist as beings, I don't know whether they can succumb to it. It spoke unto me, and its words were clarion. Drive the evil away. Drive the evil away. I can think of naught else, and so will not receive the aid we seek. Nor until we dispel the dread that claws at the forest's very heart. No. This was our last hope. Do you want me to go get some guns from Ishgard? Do you want me to go get some guns from Ishgard so we can shoot it from a distance? We are not alone. Is this gonna be it? Yeah, it seems like it's it! That's it! It's a little bigger than I thought it would be. It could be no mistake. To be fair, Kozal was huge. This is the profane beast. The blasphemy that is mine, the 12s wouldn't despair. Gleipnir. Stay back! It makes for the guardian tree, we must stop it! The poison! You mustn't let it touch you! Such fearsome strength. What is our plan? It can stand up. Not the time! Not the time! We're gonna wake up and be dead! Isimion, in accordance with our covenants, we Pajal have been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are the honored Ascites. It is their duty to guide Gridania through times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy. In my estimation, you both have the potential to become Ascites. Of that, I've become more certain by the day. Is it one of them? I mean, I'd say kids, but they're also Pajal. They look like that forever. But I don't want to be a Ascite. I never wanted to be a Pajal either. I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live like a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with these ugly horns? I like them. I mean, we didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes us that different from everyone else. It's a rare gift, a blessing even. If we can use it to help others, then we should. Don't give up on becoming a Ascite, Kane. Oh. It'll be worse for it. Oh, this is Kane. A blessing? I never thought of it that way. Suppose I just hated not having a choice. But maybe you're right. Could that be Artoa, then? Or is that the one who became this? The horns make it feel like this is a Pajal who's turned into this. Yeah, this is the... yeah. Kane. Just jumped. Forget how longer Arto was for it to actually be like time-wise matchup. But also, I don't know how old Kane actually is either. Pajal timelines are hard. Like, Arto is not from the pouring times, right? Arto is relatively recent. The matron is merciful. The other seeds here has fallen unconscious, but is otherwise unharmed. Plus may not have touched her, for I do not see the telltale mark of poison. So I'm no healer, and she should be looked after by those who are. I shall carry her back to Gridania. Mostly before Gleipnir returns. Await me at Adder's Nest. I mean, the worrying thing is that it's just like it's his friend who's turned into this. Allow me to thank you again for your assistance. The Odyssey has been delivered into the care of Isimion, and by the grace of the elementals will she make a full recovery. But she has already regained consciousness, but is not yet allowed to receive visitors. We can but wait for now. God damn it, I was useless. I could do nothing while the Odyssey face Gleipnir alone. It's a thing that poisons anyone who touches it, and that poison kills you guaranteed. Was to be her shield that I sent before you while she lies abed is proof of my failure. No. She wouldn't have wanted you to throw your life away. You know this. Surely are the hero of whom the bards sing, aren't you? You've suffered terrible trials, yet still you stand tall and resolute. By virtue of the people around me. That's what you need to be for Kane. Thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting the lessons of my past. I've spoken of it to few. Truth be told, it brings me shame to recall it. I believe what he's about to tell us is something that we heard in the side story. He's from Golemalt. Yes. Yes. We heard about it. This is one of the Lodestone stories. I think it's one of the Lodestone stories. Where you learn that this guy was actually a Garlean conscript. Yeah. It might be one of the 2.0 ones, I think. It might be one of the 2.0, because in the 2.0 ones, like, Ralbarn, Merwib, and Kane all have a story focused on them. It might be that. This might be 2.0 lore. Which makes sense, because it's, you know, Cartano. Very end of 1.0. I fought at Cartano, not as a soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, but as a conscript in the Garlean Imperial Army. Light in armor and magitech, another drop in a sea of pitiless metal. You grow numb to the violence and the killing and necessity. Becomes routine. Work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered and the dragon emerged. When the dust has settled, there was another body clinging to life amongst the fallen. Yeah, between 1.0 and 2.0 stories. Yeah, so this is lore from a long ass time ago that's like exactly relevant. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat or an Eorzean's blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by the Odysseitsu. She deigned to save a man who once bared steel against her people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my wounds had healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she ever make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see the wisdom in that distinction, and pledged my remaining years to her service. This would have accomplished nothing to throw myself against Glatnir in vain. And if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not want to bite it. Your words serve to remind me of this. We will defeat the blasphemy, aye. We will do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. This I swear. I'm always a sucker for when Lodestone stories come to play in the actual game. I'm always a sucker for when that happens. As someone who went through the effort to read them all, I'm always a sucker for when it turns out that, yay, I had a reason to do all of that. A pact proven. The Keeper of the Entwined Serpents has good news to share. Manifest, the Odysseitsu has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillglade Fane at once. I feel I'm just having like a mental thought process of like, something that I ended up praising the role quests in Shadowbringers so much for was how intricately they felt deeply connected to the entire story. Like they weren't required to like understand the plot of what was happening, but it was all about Albert's right friends, and you learn about Albert more through it and everything like that, and also the history of the world that you're trying to save. So, like, Shadowbringers feels very much incomplete without all of the role quests, including, like, even up to the silver stuff. It feels incomplete without all of that, because it's just, like, it's a lot of backstory that just really helps, flesh out the world up to that, and especially with, Ardbert. We're not doing the same thing here, but we're basically doing the Endwalker version of what that is, where Shadowbringers was obviously very focused on the first, and the nature of the heroes, and the nature of everything like that. And again, the whole looked like those who walked before to lead those who walk after. And obviously one of the main characters in Ardbur. All of that is like tied so intricately into the role quests. The role quests are about learning the history of the places you go to, all of like basically the new version of the new heroes of the realm, with all of the people that you do the role quests with, are learning from like the lessons that like Ardbur and his friends were learning from to push everything forward and stuff like that. It ties into that very intricately. So the Endwalker version, Endwalker's overall story, obviously there's the deep thematic core to it, but as we were discussing last time, Endwalker's focus for its characters and its setting is literally everyone and literally everywhere. Endwalker has had a massive focus on... There is no real, like, main core cast of characters in this. Like, honestly, I don't even know if the Scions... Like, outside of the fact that the Scions are the ones who are, like, joining us, the Scions haven't really felt, like, core vital characters for most of the story. Because no characters feel like they have a more important presence than the story than anyone else. Like, yeah, the Scions are important. But then we go down to Labyrinthos, and it's a lot about Erenville. We go to Farthenir, and it's a lot about Vitra, and it's a lot about Marzia, and it's a lot about Nidana. And then we go to Garlemald, and it's obviously, that's about Quintus, and that's about Julius, and that is about Lucia, and it's about Maxima, and stuff like that. We go to the Moon, and it's a lot about... Living Way and all of the other rabbits that are there and stuff like that. We come back to Farthenir and it like doubles down, where so many moments during the story of the second return to Farthenir, like the Scions have focuses in certain key points, like Graha gets his Exarch moment and stuff like that. Yashola gets her moments of realizing what's happening with the blasphemies and stuff like that. But so much about that, like there are entire cutscenes where basically none of the Scions or even the Warrior of Light like matter. Like, they're in the background and they're important part, like, they're a part of the story. But the focus of the cutscene has nothing to do with them. Like, Marzia going to, like, the entire time that you first hear this, the speech of, like, to drink from calamity. That entire speech is with Marzia and a bunch of villagers who you literally just met. And it's, like, a strong emotional part, and it's, like, a core emotional part of that second visit to Farthenir. Like, we're having a very specific focus of the story of Endwalker is about the entirety of the star. And even minor characters can get very specific focused things. So the fact that our role quests are so immediately just being like, all of the role quests are about all of the places that can't get a focus in the MSQ because they're old ass locations, I think is really fitting. Like, it's fitting, it fits Endwalker the same way that the role quest in Shadowbringers fit Shadowbringers. It makes them, I would say it kind of makes these ones feel like they're less quote-unquote important, but they are fulfilling the same type of role for Endwalker, for what Endwalker is, and how Endwalker is different to Shadowbringers. Sorry, just noticing the Conjurer characters here. Very hardworking and well-behaved, I promise. After all, if we don't train properly, we'll never be as good as you. We're discussing when we should try training next. Did you want to come? I appreciate that Alaka's actually been, like, gotten a second chance. Considering this is one of the many characters where she's just like, I'm sick of the racism against me, so now I'm evil. That, A Realm Reborn and the Heavens would really want to focus on. So at least she gets a chance to just be like, there we go. Manifest, you're so worried for me, you need not be. I'll be fine. I'm glad you came to visit. What about the end of the world that's happening? What about that part? What about the fact that what about the fact that the star is dying? Kane! Sumiyan! Yeah, she gets her first too. I don't call him Izumi, I call him Sumiyan. I just dropped the E part. But she gets Kane. She got back into condition. She stopped saying taint so much. I do kind of appreciate that at the very least, the fact that so much of Realm Reborn and parts of Heavensward ended up having characters who wanted to do a revolution, but they turned into, like, extremists because they wanted to do a revolution so bad. And how consistent a trait that was in A Realm Reborn. I do at least appreciate that that's, like, specifically a point made with the beginning of Stormblood. Like, it's a very explicit point at the beginning of Stormblood that, while Ilberd is an idiot, at the very least, the game does acknowledge that the main reason that Ilberd went as far as he did is because there was nowhere else to turn to. Because all of the people who've been wanting to push for a free Ala Mhigo have been ignored by the rest of Eorzea constantly. So, like, it does kind of, like... Well, it's still not a great trope that A Realm Reborn focuses on as much as it does. I do at least very much appreciate that they turn that trope into... Oh, yeah, that's like... Yeah, when you have a bunch of people who are, like, trying to liberate their place, and everywhere is turning a deaf ear to them, then guess what? If their only methods of trying to do that are more radical measures, then guess what? That's what they're gonna go for. If you don't want Ilberd to summon a fucking dragon to try and free Ala Mhigo, maybe actually go and try free Ala Mhigo without the giant dragon? And that's what we ended up doing. Because you have that moment with Ralbarn on Balsar's Wall, where Ralbarn basically apologizes to Ilberd for letting Ilberd go that far with that little hope for a free Ala Mhigo, and basically says that it's just like, I'll do it on your behalf, and everything like that. I mean, there's also, like, the whole aspect of, it's showing how Ilberd's idea of a free Ala Mhigo was not the people being free, but the country being free, and how, like, Ilberd wanted freedom for Ala Mhigo, but he still wanted it in a super nationalist way, because Ilberd was just like, even if the people of Ala Mhigo die, as long as the place becomes free, then that's a worthwhile cost. And Ilberd was willing to sacrifice the people for the nation, which, like, the people coming first and the nation is the people, is, like, a specific point in Stormblood, because both Ala Mhigo and Doma go through the idea of, okay, the people are now liberated, it is now time for us to define what the country is, and both of the countries have a specific moment of, our countries were not perfect before, and we can't just recreate what we had before. This is an opportunity to create something better. So they both have a very specific focus on the nation isn't the land, the nation isn't the idea, the nation is the people, and the people define the nation. Whereas Ilberd was the exact opposite. Ilberd was very much the people be damned, the nation, the idea of it needs to survive above all else, even if all the people die. Which is another part of, like, why he was willing to go so far and stuff like that. And you know, the more similarities that he has with, like, the people who oppress that, because the idea of Garlemald as a nation surpasses the idea of Garlemald as a people and everything like that. Like, the people who are loyal to Garlemald care more about Garlemald the nation than Garlemald the people. Which we also see once we get to Garlemald and Endwalker, that Quintus and Julius and the people like that were willing to all die for the concept of the nation of Garlemald, that honoring the reputation of Garlemald and what Garlemald stood for, which was horrible shit, was more important than the people of Garlemald actually surviving, and they were willing to all die for it and stuff like that. So it shows that Ilberd's extremism also ended up making him more aligned with his oppressors than his actual countrymen and stuff like that. Sorry, complete and utter side tangent. Oda Sensei, fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I'm gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. Unless you wondered, know that the Conjurers found no trace of the poison in my humors. If you already, I'd resume our search for Gleipnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. There's one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the Twelveswood hunting a blasphemy. I'm aware that you are a conjurer of surpassing skill, will not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps, or that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways that we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest aether, and you are exposed to its unbridled despair. It's raw terror. There may be consequences. I'm aware of that, but Gridania must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from this despair? It is your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Kane. Get rest and gather your strength so when the time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your allies. You are right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. So we have a thing that is incredibly strong and powerful. It's not even just the case of sneak up on it and stab it before it kills, before it hurts you. No, it's a giant behemoth-ass motherfucker who's really, really, really strong. And also a single attack kills anyone. I bet even the Warrior of Light can't survive that shit. So what the fuck do we do? Our encounter with Gridania has made it plain we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the seventh Emerald Calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth. The Ermine Hedge, plus was the 12th spared the worst. We could if Vincent again lend us even a small measure of that power, we would not need fear the poison. Turn the Great One into an orbital strike weapon, this is what I was saying. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn their favor. We must show that we are not the enemy. The quieting words before it may again. Hey! Hey! References. References to White Mage. Ah, of course. You are the inheritor of Arto as well. Raio and Aaron praise the wisdom and bravery you displayed that day. Indeed, if we were very nearly overrun by the creatures the Great One called to its defense. This time it's different. Ground quakes such fear that it cannot even bear to behold its enemy, let alone fight it. So we must first find a way to dispel this fear that binds it, and reassure that together we can defeat Gridania. Only then will it hearken to our words. I think too we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Gridania. Seems to bear a resentment towards the elementals. The Great One in particular. Why? Because they're racists? Is that how we do this? Are we finally just gonna be like, we appease Gridania at least a little bit by making the elementals no longer racist? I dream too much. I have pondered this question myself. Oh, by the way, are we gonna tell Gunnar about the echo we had? Lingering memories of the person Gridania once was may be responsible. Portal and Rads at Heart suggest this is likely the case, in fact. Yes, because they are controlled by emotions. They are beings of almost pure emotion, given that they are beings of Akasha. So the overwhelming emotions that the person who it was experiencing could very, very well be influencing it, even if none of that person remains. The emotions that were driving its character. We could ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy. Where are we even to begin our investigation? So I had an echo. I think it was your bestie. You were granted a vision of Gridania's past, and I was there. Then I may know who he is, or was. As do I. The boy who trained alongside Kane in her youth. I saw a Supin. After all these years, is this what became of him? You mentioned him briefly before. Are you close? Isura was Pajali like me, but he had never known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the forest episode upon him, and truth be told, he was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took my lessons as well as he. Never dreaming of the outside world. I do like this. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, Izumi-yan was like the trainer of Kane, and now Kane is like the leader of everywhere, and Izumi-yan is still just like Contra. Poor Izumi-yan, never become a white mage, never to advance. He's just forever a teacher. Stealing off into the woods all times that I can count. Cannot keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. Let us see it's a rebellious spirit. I can scarce imagine it. He flopped hard. I resented being a Pasha. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others. I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Isamiyan at every opportunity. Isura was a pillar of constant support. It was thanks to his encouragement that at last I embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. But in the key I have silent forevermore. We would become Tsitsirs together, I believed. Until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Isamiyan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and that he had travelled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the Guardian Tree. However, entering such sacred places was not ours to permit. And there was something odd about his demeanour besides. With regret I refused him, but Isura was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the men despite my protestations. I ran into Isamiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the Guardian Tree. Found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage. And next to him was Isura, alive but unconscious. In the time he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory. And as he had knelt to make false supplications, he launched forward to tear a branch from the Guardian Tree. He was yet a child, and Isura had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within men's hearts. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Isura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pacha. I was forced to expel him from the fane. His horns were ripped from him, and now he's turned into a beast that has the horns that kill people. I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what had become of him. Though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain in the torso all this time, I wonder? He dreamed of naught else but becoming Tsitsirs, of a life in service to the people in the forest. He knew the weight of responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved. And yet, he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the 12-foot in his own way. I shuddered to think what could have hastened his transformation to Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. I mean, the elementals here are just like, oh, you brought a stranger who was asking for help, who it turned out to, like, not be helping? Fuck you in particular forever for trying to help. It seems like an excessive response. It seems like an awfully excessive response to the elemental. To just be like, fuck you forever. You tried to help someone who turned out was lying. Which also, like, does line up with what we know about the elementals. Because it's just like, hey, Alamegans are sick. Can we help them? And the elementals are just like, no, though. You can never make me anything but make me anything ever towards these racist-ass motherfuckers. They need to fix the elementals so badly. They need to fix the elementals so badly. We just need a quest line where we go up to the elementals and say, hey, can you stop being racist, please? And we feed them, like, an Alamegan dish, and they're suddenly no longer racist. If we can just take the Stormblood Crafter approach. In our final conversation, Isura confided me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage in an absolution. To that end, he said he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They're going to give him a can of Pepsi. We need the elementals to hashtag join the conversation. They have called the Tallswood home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. That comes as no surprise. He did not give up so easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals know naught of Isura, they might be able to help us in other ways. Will you travel to the Rainbow Branch in my stead, Manifest? I have faith they'll accept you with their characteristic aplomb. I mean, the Mughals also don't have a choice. We've consistently found the Mughals even when they've been trying to hide from us. The Mughals are incapable of hiding from us specifically. They can't do it. Shall remain here with the other Tsitsirs. But I'll gladly join you in battle against all manner of fearsome foes. I think myself ill-equipped to contend with the Mughal mischievousness. I knew you were storied veteran of such mighty struggles. You have a good history of putting up with their bullshit, so go for it. Moogles are notoriously difficult to find if they don't wish to be found, but you'll doubtless encounter one or two if you linger at Bramble Patch. Though they may know naught of Isura, perhaps they'll have insight into how we can relieve the Great One's fear. Again, we find Moogles even when they don't want to be found. And also, like, I helped them rebuild a circle, so, like... I know that was a separate group of Moogles, but still. I helped them build a circle, so, like... They should be chill with me. We're just heading back to Thornmark, aren't we? Oh, we're just heading back to Thornmark. Yeah, we're just right next to Thornmark. Pakwa Pika! Ahem! Surely you can see that I am armed. If it's all the same to you, we don't want any. Move along, Kupo. Quite a peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar too. Ah, man, my nose is like very slightly running. It's very annoying. It's very annoying. My drink coaster will also have to suffice as a handkerchief. I mean, I put it in the wash basically every time I do washing. Maybe it's because I'm too cold. Let me turn the fan and point it not directly at me. Might be too cold. Quite a peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar too. You wouldn't be still same boy who gave the literary Mogul card. What for, would you? Manifest was it? Sorry, you knew me back then as fuckfist about us pirate bitch. That was like post. ARR, that's definitely what you wouldn't know me as then. It's an honor to meet you. I'm gonna thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Pukwapika's the name. What brings you to our neck of the 12's Wood? Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We're discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Kupo. That blasphemy of the dreadful horns has gotten them on edge, and for good reason. I'd ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. You never open yours. In case you haven't noticed, the risk corruption has been spreading all through the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the 12's Wood to rights. Right, I suggested that Moogles contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. I'm sorry, the words come up again. Got the cleanser before it gets out of hand, you know? Difficult time-consuming work, but if it's in service to the forest, then we'll do it gladly, Kupo. Hey, I know you! You adventurer gave me some of my finest scars! Could be Kupo the Moggle's guard. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King Kupo bit, I hope. I'm not going to call for a rematch either in case you're worried about that. Right, and the others cured us of our tempering, and afterwards sat down for a stern lecture. Hey, they are cured! No more calling upon good King Mog 12 for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed, what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now I can scar every ilm with the 12's Wood, and would be remiss not to do our part. It would be overjoyed to have a hero such as you helping us as well, if you're willing. Someone tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you, Kupo? This feels like a... Well, the whole cleansing of the taint thing was also a white mage thing that we did, like in Heavenswood. So, like, why are we a tank? It's like a sequel to white mage stuff. Our reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate in particularly nasty spots of light. Canon confirmation they were in fact tempered. Yeah, that was a question of just like, were they tempered or not? Because there was also the question of, is that thing really a primal, or is it a bit different? Which higher ground am I going to? Oh! I don't remember the last time the game asked us... I can't remember the last time the game asked us to interact with something for a quest objective while we were mid-flight. I don't remember that happening. Oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Well, just leaving you behind, but it's so easy to forget that you're kind of like Wings Cooper. Now then, where is it? That way? No? That way? There, to the south! It's kind of southish. Let's cleanse that festering taint at once. Why is it always Labyrinth of the Ancients? Me, when I want to play healer in an alliance raid, and I never ever get a fun alliance raid to heal. Oh, if I queue as Reaper, I'm gonna get Rubber Nostray every fucking time. But if I queue as Sage, no, you only get Lothar. I can guarantee you can fly. Yeah, because this was added in 5.3. and you only need to beat MSQ for it. The only times I can guarantee you can fly a post 5.3 in like when that came out in 2.0 areas, or as a slow. Let's go to the specific attain at once. My GP when I got gonorrhea. Jesus fucking Christ. Gracia is so brittle, Cooper. Sorry, to was truly put a pep in the Great One's step. Never had feet, that is. Alright. The soil is so fucking corrupted. Tainted! Tainted Sprite. Look, I have Bulwark. It would obviously be very useful. Look. Atonement. Supplication. I don't get to use Sepulture. It died before Sepulture. Never mind. I don't get to use Sepulture. That was some fine work, Kupo. I dare say it's even in better shape than it was before. The other day I was fluttering about stamping out corruption worse over there reads. It's ugly, it's hideous head. Oh, the Great One. I'd be applauding our efforts. As far as being with our hands to hands can clap, I suppose. I guess the tank cleansing could be Coop. I did more what I could, but I swear as soon as I finish with one area, 2 more start manifesting a fresh taint. Forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and the sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of Moogles to maintain. We don't come a better solution soon. Situation is more grave than we imagined, Cooper. Oh, what do we do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless. But since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea! Teach a forest to fish. I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, let's just get into that part, Kupo. I got it! We performed the friending! The friending? What? The good King Mog 12, may he shower us love and compassion and Kupo nuts. Is that? Should be told, I couldn't remember the ancient knight's name, so I just made up something on the spot, Kupo. But let's forget about that for now and move on to the stuff I do remember. So it's like the quieting, but it's friending instead. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in its founders' heads. Sacred ritual of adding you on MySpace. They knew that village was established a home within 12, so they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. So it made their company found and cleanse a few sources of foul aether, planting saplings in their place, and consecrate the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals so taken with his display, not only do they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also displayed upon him their blessing as a proof of the new covenant, Cooper. Ah, I remember now. Gridania still honor the agreement to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So if we follow a historic example, we can soothe the forest pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right, Kupo. Oh, but wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Joran, sire of Ohawk Quota, the very first Pudgel. From that day forward, the elementals would bless us lots of years with horns, favoring them with their fellowship. The Pudgel were exalted by all the people at Twelveswood, even we Moogles look upon them with awe. And that's how it all began. Something wrong, Kupo? You have a strange look on your face. Gladnia's poison is particularly deadly against yours. Gladnia may be a Pudgel. A former Pudgel, at least. Ugh. How dreadful, Kupo? What exactly are you saying? So the man you think may have become Gladnia was a Pudgel stripped of his blessing, and the blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this, Isura. To love the elementals only to be shunned by them, to be surrounded by the beauty of the Twelveswood and know that he was forever an outsider. All for a child's mistake. Correct, kill the elementals. That mistake could easily cause him to turn. This poison that preys upon those who bear the Twelveswood blessings, the cures, just like the creeping death ones did, might be another manifestation of that despair. That explains the elementals on East Cooper. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings so they might never speak to us again. Indeed. Well, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can. None of us wait for us at the Adder's Nest and make ready for a long and back-breaking day. Question, I'm a Femro. How does Femro affect, like... The poison's really bad against yours, but if the poison gets into a Femro, like, will it kill me? Like, would I be chill? Because I'm not here? Or is it just like it would just take a bit longer to kill me? Like, it'd still kill me. Just take a little longer. Yo, Sprout Miko, let's go. Sprout Miko is now following me. Sprout Miko. Sprout Miko, running one direction, then running back. Another Sprout Miko! A lot of new players today. I should have killed everyone eventually. Just a little slower. For us, I guess. Welcome back, Manifest. The Beagles have any insight into our problems? A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania. A fitting plan, given the gravity of the threat our nation faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Beagles gather saplings, we shall continue to scout the Twelvewood for new beasts that must be purged. Let's pray the other seeds here regain their strength quickly as well. But now take a rest, my friends. There's more indulgence these days than when you've earned 1,000 times over. Heart's true. This guy Glenn is so cool, I say, looking at someone in full Neo Kingdom gear. I had that literally before I started stream today. I saw someone at the market board of Limsa, and I recognized the top because I want to use Neo Kingdom top for my Astro. And I looked at it, and I'm just like, yo, you've combined that with some other pieces. And then I realized, oh, that's Neo Kingdom boots. Oh, that's Neo Kingdom hat, because it's the Viper hat that I want to... Oh, you're just in full Neo Kingdom, huh? There is a lot of my glam... There's a lot of parts of my glams in the future that I'm planning on using Neo Kingdom stuff for. I've gone through an effort of redeciding what I want all my glams... Not all of them, but a lot of my glams to be. I've ditched some ideas that I've had for some of them, and I've come up with new ideas for a lot of them. Recently, just to try to like keep them more aesthetically similar. Some of my glams really branch out really far away from like the rest of my glams, aesthetically. Like my robot Sage one, for example, the stuff that I was wearing during the Sage quests. It's a good looking glam, and it suits Sage, but it doesn't look super like manifesty. It doesn't like suits the adventurer look that she has going on for all of her other ones. So like I've reorganized that, and in the process of doing all of that, I've realized that by the time I finish doing all of my glams, half of my glams are going to include either Dawn Trail job gear or Neo Kingdom gear. It's yeah. Dawn Trail has definitely been a boon for me in terms of good glams from just two things. Job gear and Neo Kingdom. Nothing else, except for like the reskins like Troyan stuff. I can now use dyed versions of that in a couple pieces. I think 3 glams of that. Like I got the dungeon Troyan gear during Endwalker, and I'm just like, I love this look for this glam. I wish I could dye it though, and now it came out, and it's dyeable in Dawn Trail with leveling gear. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm hoping happens with 8.0 with UA Iwata gear. Because, fuck, do I really want to make the top of that for my summoner not blue? I'm using it now anyways, but I'd like it to be not blue. Heart's true. The Keeper of the Entwined Serpents on look out for poms in the distance. I'm glad there has not been seen since our last encounter. Spirit for a spy may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Will it just be blue? I am blue! My summoner is blue. I just hope in the future I get a dyeable version so it can be red instead. Because the healer version is red, and I want it to just be that red. But I will use the blue one because nothing is better than a blue version of that for any other class gear for someone. You get a dyeable version in 9.4. Well, my hope is that it's Dawn Trail dungeon gear. And there's, like, in Dawn Trail, they added Endwalker dungeon gear as craftable dyeable versions. So I'm hoping in 8.0, we get Dawn Trail dungeon gear as dyeable craftable versions. That's my hope. Make way for the sapling skipper! We had plenty of barracks gold in our garden, so it's like the most robust ones. It was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant the sapling in its place, Cooper. 2.5 times in the Great One, sure to understand what we're doing. We're doing what we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see to the East Shroud. Should have no trouble taking care of the rest, Cooper. Right, you do the East Shroud, we'll do all of the other places. If it's much appreciated, we'll begin without further delay. Trust you'll know to jump to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task for which I am more qualified than most. Gane! It sits here. Are you well enough to leave the city? Actually, I think I've been for some time. In any event, he saw me has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me further. Allow me to be the one to consecrate these saplings. It would be an honor to offer a word of thanks to the forest for its bounty. Where's the Gupo? A brave from the elder Sitsi herself will surely hasten their growth from tiny sapling to towering tree. Such is my hope. As Joran did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that I might see through the veil of fear that blinds it and remembers our covenant. Why does Kane look older than the other Padra? I swear her face looks less childlike than the other Padra. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. It's a green tier. I sense that the flow of aether has become warped there. Unique model. Impressive, Cooper. Not even my Keeners could spot the corruption from such a distance. There's been more many talents to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? Because it's not even a case of, oh, they just age really slowly, because, like, she was training under, Isumiyan when she looked younger. And now she looks older than Isumiyan. Maybe the idea is that the Great One allowed her to grow slightly older because she's the elder Sincere. So maybe the Great One was just like, okay, because you're the elder Sincere, we'll let you age into your 20s, like your early 20s. So you don't look as much like a child as all the others, so people take you a little more seriously. Is that the headcanon that we're going with? Is it a headcanon that makes sense? Based on Padjal lore, I have no idea. Canon reason is she uses glamour to appear older to be more respected as a leader. It's like a random ARR fanfest and lore panel stuff. Oh, okay. So the idea of because she's elder sincere, she needs to look a little older is the reason. And she uses a glamour to do it. Okay. I shall keep watch for errant beasts. Display upon the forest must be cleansed. When you're finished, I shall consecrate the sapling and sow with prayer. Oh. I had my tank sense on the entire time. Quick! Murder the taint! Murder the taint! Murder the Chigos! Murder the Chigos! Murder the Morochus! Sorry, the elementals told me they all had to die too. The elementals told me that all of them had to die. In gratitude for your boundless blessings do I offer this gift. May it nourish you as you nourish us. At last the earth is cleansed. But a settlement not far from here. Would you tell them of this sapling? But bid them watch over it and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder Sincere. Surely your words forthwith. Give the people hope to know they can aid in the restoration of the 12's Wood. Thank you. And now we must go. Detect the entire forest at once. To silent arbor, as something foul impedes the flow of aether. Let us hurry. You know, I saw in the OBS, and then I heard it on my phone, that Deku sent a message in Discord in the 14 channel, and I was wondering if it was going to be a link to the thing about, oh, it is from the FanFest, that Kane decides to make herself look older. So let me show you this information that Deku has sent forth about how Kane-sana makes herself appear older to be respected more seriously. Oh wait, never mind, I got Hamburger Graha instead, actually. Actually, instead, I was sent Hamburger Graha. Sorry. Sorry, I got that instead. Writing that down. You know, I'm now looking at that emote that you have of the weed cat drawing that, and I'm now realizing that Clone often sends an emote that is the same emote but with a VTuber model, I believe. I believe there's a VTuber model that Clone often uses an emote that has the similar writing down information thing. Probably one of those insert your character here emote offers that the same artist has. Look, forest here have withered and died. Should I think what the forest would look like if this were allowed to spread? Pray see the corruption that I may plant and bless the sapling. Corrupted water. Oh shit! Tainted Sprite! Kill it with giant swords! There we go. I did it! I murdered the Sprite with swords. I use swords of revealing light. The injury has begun to heal and our next destination lies to the north. Near, her smell, I believe. 'Tis faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it's there. Come. Back where the first person came from to try and, like, cure the thing. And then we realized that, oh fuck, it didn't work at all. Why am I having a tired spell already? God damn it. I'm already hitting a tired spell. My sleep has been incredibly rough. For the last little bit. Of just either sleeping too long, or not able to get to sleep, or waking up constantly, not being able to wake up properly. Very frustrating. Number of days where I've nearly been late to work because I've not been waking up on time. A very, very rare and unusual thing for me. Waking up, like, when my alarm goes off is pretty consistent. Not last 2 weeks. So my sleep has been all over the fucking place. So I can very much feel the, ness of my body right now. So close to the hamlet. Is nowhere safe? Where must people seek shelter from this corruption? Down in Gelmora, obviously. There's nothing in Gelmora that could bad that could hit them. 'Tis fortunate the corruption here is faint. Simple prayer should suffice to cleanse this soil, after which we may plant the sapling. I sense all the disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the toils with sighs of the contentments I've not felt in a long while. But it will serve to placate the Great One. Will it serve to placate the Great One? I cannot say. Not until we visit the Guardian Tree. Excuse me, but you're the Odysseus here, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption that had upset the balance of Aether, but that we have since cleansed it with prayer and saplings. Thus has it also reclaimed a measure of peace. You've been planting trees? We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavour to raise their spirits. Elder Cynthia, I've got a protest! What of your people's spirits? We who dread every step we must take outdoors. That terrible monster's still out there. Brandon isn't folk without rhyme or reason. It doesn't strike us dead where we stand. Its poison will finish the job. I know that you are afraid, that you and yours suffer still. However, it is under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the Twelveswood home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear for the blasphemy's continued existence. To ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating Gleipnir and the suffocating despair it spreads. And so I pray you continue to put your faith in the Guardians and in me. Well, that we could, as it's here. But we're dealing with death and sickness since before the Gleipnir's coming. They say the grim and death's something to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, I had plenty on hand. For all we thought it would be alright. But by the time we realised I hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for us all when she passed, but none so more than for her poor husband, Supin. He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Gleipnir to compound our woes. Supin, it cannot be. Do you speak of Isura Supin? Isura? No, Supin was an old one, but no one to mistake him for a Bajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Alenja. But his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason. And it caught on with the rest of us. I see. And what did Alenja look like? Well, I'll tell you no more than 30 summers. Kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times. But after he met his beloved, he became more of a fixture. Friendly, even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit. But spirit's not enough to beat the creep and death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. And that's why the poison takes effect as the creeping death. He had finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Alicia's story. Sad though it was, it has helped me to better understand how much you have all suffered. I promise that you'll of course celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you again to place your faith in the elementals and in me. Together we shall overcome this crisis. Okay, but what about the fact that things have not been good for them since before the crisis? Like, we almost touched on it. We almost touched on a part about just, like, how even with the trust in the elementals, most of the people in the Shroud are still, like, not doing well. And then we're just like, but trust us, though. Despite what he said, I'm certain this Alentia was Isura Supin. I think he was living so close by for all those years, searching for new purpose and finding true love. Only to be robbed of that fulfillment, too. While he's still a Pudgel empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwelt on the question night after sleep this night. I know I would have. But in the end, he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair was consumed. Aye, animosity would linger, endure, and in vengeance would Gleipnir find its final purpose. We've done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent, but also that we'll be accepted as friends. Like, we're almost touching on something here. We're almost touching on how the trust in the elementals for so much of the Shroud still isn't helping people, like, in their day-to-day lives. Like, they're trusting in the elementals and believing them, and, like, the elementals are still like, this guy's wife got sick. And thanks to the bounty of the elementals, here's a way to cure it, but then it still didn't cure it. And how the elementals, like, still possibly hold a grudge against this guy for a mistake he made when he was a kid. But we're not doing anything with it. we're like, our response is still, but we just need to show them that they can trust us. And then it'll be okay. We're almost getting somewhere, but the overall plan is still just ask for them for help and hope they help. Suffering was Isura's constant companion. Nay, it is still. For his sake and for ours, we must deliver him peace. Our supplications can never escape the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience. We're so close! We're so close. Sorry to Hill Thancred right and head to AFK. Have we solved racism? No, we've acknowledged that we're not going to. Oh, Great One, may I abide ever beneath your bows, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Be still the fear within your heart to know that I am your faithful servant. She's flying! All feeling. Passing corruption. Refreshed. Renewed green. Flesh restored. Child of childs. Covenant honored. Friends. Friendship. Peace. What? The Great One speaks to the Elder Seeds here. We're out to follow Yoren's example. The corruption is but one aspect of a greater threat. We need you. Cast down orbital laser. Profanity's spawn. Despair's orphan. Sadness and anger. Sadness. Death's prayer. One and all. Poison potent. Wounds unmending. Withering bark. No strength to share. Of all we've done, you deny us? Of all the Elder Seeds has endured, she has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the 12's wood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. Everyone's just like, elementals, for fuck's sakes, help us. God damn it. Stop being an asshole. What are you doing here? We're dependent on the Seeds all our lives, blame them whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. Aye, but no longer. The Elder Seeds has gone incredible lengths for our people, and so our people have come to return the favor. If our plea alone is not convincing enough, then we'll raise our voices in support. Couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That's why we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to summon the Elder Seeds here and besiege the Great One for aid. We are like doubling, tripling down on the fact that the elementals are not as helpful as they should be for the people here who do everything they say. We are like going further down the hole of the elementals are not like the boon providers of everything that like the fealty that is sworn to them suggests they should be, and literally everyone in the Shroud is getting frustrated with how little they're doing to help the people of the Shroud who help maintain it, that because the elementals want them to. We are like going further down that rabbit hole, and the solution is still, but pretty please though. But pretty please, can we swear more fealty to you, and so you can finally agree to actually help us though? We are further doubling down on how much the elementals are not as good as they should be. And the solution is, but what if we worshipped them even more? Listen, elementals, we are going through some shit. Can you just, like, chill? We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest, so please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Like, elementals, if you want us to work together for the betterment of the forest, then you need to help us with the betterment of the forest. Kane, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith. To man, render up flesh. This still isn't addressing the core problem of the elementals at all. We're just worshipping them more and just being like, then you agree to help us. Flesh, branches, take and join. To oldest elders, renew bond, as one stir. raise up to heaven's covenant symbol. Our staff, all join, all bloom, all peace. My duty weighed heavy on my heart. So heavy at times that I scarce remembered to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. You came hither united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. I, Gridania, is forever in your debt. Why? Like, out of... I mean, no, all dark. No, all dark's pretty bad. Like... Like, this entire questline is just the people of the Shroud, not just Gridania, but like the Shroud as a whole, are facing problems. And they've even gone as far to acknowledge that these problems are not just because there's a blasphemy hurting people here. Like, the creeping death is still around. This thing that, like, Kane and others, like, in Gridania, writ off as an old problem that's gone away, is still an active problem. The people of the Shroud entirely are having issues that are not being addressed. And literally the entire, like, thing that we're doing is just Kane and the Elementals saying, trust us more, and we'll fix it. Like, it's not a case of, we will renew your trust by addressing the problem. It's a case of, trust in us more, and then we can fix the problem. It's completely backwards. Like, the Elementals aren't addressing the problems of Gridania to try and regain the trust. The Elementals are just like, no, you need to trust in us even more before we can help. And Kane isn't to that extreme, but Kane is hearing about the problems that are here and is just like, trust me and I'll be able to, trust me, I can get you through this. Take my word for it. Even though problems have already been happening, take my word for it, I promise it will get better. And the response is, okay. Like, we're so close to making a point here about Gridania, and we're just actively not. It's like they know. It's like they know that Gridania has deep-seated issues that have never been addressed in this game, and they're just, like, making this questline to just be like, yeah, they're there. But if they just hug the tree harder, it'll be fine. We're so close to making a point here. We're so fucking close to making a point here. And we have just sideswiped it entirely. Like, it's a long fucking cry from 5.4. And what Merwib was doing to regain the confidence of the kobolds. Where Merwib was just like, we have fucked up. It's been our fault, our problem the entire time. I am sorry. Here's every single way we're going to make it up to you. You can even kill me if you want. And I totally get if that is not still enough, but I want to do all of this for you and do everything in my power so you can possibly take the first step into possibly believing one day in the future that we might be able to work together. And that is enough for me. And that's Merwib's, like, Merwib is straight up just like, we will, like, trade shit for you across the entire world for free. So you can get what you want from places that aren't where you are. We will, like, anyone who goes against you anymore and does anything bad against you, will fucking kill them instantly. Also, because I've been, like, partially behind a lot of this, if you want to kill me, go for it. I deserve it. Just as long as that's enough for you to just go like, maybe one day it'll be fine between us. And we get here, and it's just like, the tree is just like, more though. I know you literally live your entire lives obeying by everything that we say, otherwise we'll kick you out of your homes. And you go around the entire, like, lands, helping to restore this place, to make sure it maintains itself, even when, like, the world is fucking ending. But that's not enough. I need you even more. And also, like, the tree just had these... If the tree just had these branches the entire time, then, like, this tree... Like, the tree being... Like, the Great One being overwhelmed by fear and stuff like that, so it can't, like, concentrate on helping. I can, like... That's, like... that's an emotional response of just, like, showing that even this is being overcome by the despair that it's, like, overcoming other people. So that's, like, whatever. But, like... If the tree just, like, this is the solution. If this branch is the cure to helping the poison, and, like, everything that the people of the Shroud has done wasn't enough, that we needed more and more of them, like, all of these people to come up and just be like, hey, there's a poison that's killing people. Can you help us cure it? No. Okay, what if we have even more people ask? Can we please have the cure for the poison that you have, that you, like, you know you have? Okay, here you go. Enough people have sworn fealty to me even more. Jesus fucking Christ. May I rely on you all once more? I bid you take these branches to every corner of the 12's wood and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair. Shall be done out of sincere, we swear it. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power across all the 12's wood. Yet I remind you, my friends, that Glypnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle, it will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. Like, it's just so frustrating because I understand that spending spending the same amount of time they did to quote-unquote fix, Limsa, I get that, like, they don't have the time to do that for every city. Because otherwise we'd have an entire in-between patch series, between expansions, that's just focusing on prior shit, and people would get bored. Like, even the first half of the Fixing Limsa questline is about a cure for the tempering, a brand new thing and stuff like that. So I understand we can't dedicate that much time. Look, other cities can't get the Limsa treatment that Limsa got in Post-Shadow Rings. Because otherwise people would complain that we're just going around to, like, all the previous cities. Why aren't we, like, doing anything new for, like, any of the new story? People would complain. And I get that. And you can't make it, like, just extra patches, because then people would complain that, but it's gonna take longer to get to the next expansion just because you want to do old stuff. But, like, this questline was the chance then. This questline was the opportunity. We are literally having role quests in Endwalker focusing on all of the prior locations from the prior expansions that aren't on the first. Like, we're going to all of them. We're going to Limsa, we're going to Uldar, we're going to Alamigo, we're going to Doma, we're going to Ishgard, we're going to Gridania, like, we're going to everywhere. Which I don't know if we have one for everywhere, because that's 6. There's 6 main prior big locations, and we only have 5 of them. So one of them's getting skipped over, I don't know which one. So, like, this was the opportunity to be like, it won't be to the same level that what Limsa got, but at least it will be something. This questline was the opportunity for Gridania to get at least something similar to what Limsa got in a patch. And they've kind of just doubled down on it staying shit. They've kind of just doubled down on, we're not going to address this point. they've kind of just doubled down and just going, yeah, but if the people of the 12s would trust in the elementals even more, don't worry, it'll be okay eventually. Every time they show Nanamo, I like her less. Post Stormblood did Nanamo so dirty. Post Stormblood did Nanamo so dirty. Like the fact. Oh, are you around? So what do we think? Oh, hello, hello, yo, Armored Dancer. Hell yeah. Once again, a look that would look terrible on Minifest because it would just make it way too broad. You really need the slenderness to make this work. Oh, you got a little pose to show it off. I do quite like it. I do quite like it. The main thing that I'm liking about this is that the parts mix together very well. Like like all of the gear that you're wearing comes together as a cohesive whole very effectively, which I will always give massive props to. I will always give massive props to what gear you're wearing actually comes together to look like a full complete set. Anyways, I need to go to the bathroom. Which using all these podcasts flap at the top. Sometimes she's bad. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I was gonna wait until the end of the next quest, but I'm not gonna be able to hold on to that one. I'll do it now while we're doing stuff. I'll be back, and we'll continue with Gridania when we're back, unfortunately. And we're back in a very normal amount of time. A very normal amount of time for a break has passed. And I didn't make everyone panic and worry about me. A very normal amount of time has passed, and we are back to continue the tank role quests. I looked at tank role quests on Twitter, and the first thing that came up was Lala porn. There's not even any Lalafels in this quest line. How does that happen? Oh no. I was about to say tank role quest from Shadowbringers. And that was Healer that had the but I just couldn't figure out what to do with the elementals. I feel like it would have been easy also. I feel like it's not that complicated to do with the elementals. I feel like it's not that complicated. Also, dancing Artesia. We have a dancing Artesia. The Artesia who has become a Sage main as opposed to a Scholar main. I don't know if that... Deku, is this a shift in terms of just you in general now prefer Sage over Scholar? Or is this like a character change for Artesia that she, as a character, is now a Sage main instead of a Scholar main? Because you've been rocking the Sage for a while, when it was always Scholar before. I mean, I'll say on a personal level, they're still my two favorite healers. I still get confused with Astro and White Mage, who's just a little too basic. Scholar and Sage are still my two favorite healers. But I will say, I usually like taking Sage into roulettes specifically more than Scholar. Just because Sage is more interesting at lower levels than Scholar. At lower levels, it feels much nicer to play Sage over Scholar. At higher levels, I think I prefer Scholar over Sage. But that higher level needs to be like level 80 dungeons. Like it needs to be like 80 or above. Well, not above because I haven't done above. Both probably. I'm seeing a Songbird tweet. Endwalker tank job quest sending me back to Gridania is so cute. Like, look at my wall returning to her roots. This is where it all began. Racism forest. Well, anyway, we have one last quest to do for Racism Forest. I admit for a moment I thought it wouldn't work. But the Odyssey here moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. A final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound. You must scour the ancient text before the time comes, and consult with the Seed Council to make sure all goes according to plan. It's just as well. We still have to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twelves Wood. Then, of course, there is the matter of Glacier. He'll not go peacefully as we would work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready. Well, hopefully Carnation has had enough time to fix all of that in the very normal amount of time that I took for a break. I'm so sorry. Deco and Craft specifically, do you want me to do anything to make it up to you? Do you have any special requests of me to make it up to you? Because I feel really bad. I feel really guilty. I was gone for a normal amount of time, but I don't like abandoning people. Oh yeah, here's a fish soup. Coconut cod chowder. Definitely an interesting combination. 10 million gil in my mailbox now. I have 22. I can do that if you want me to. I'm not saving that money for anything. I got my golden ronka. I don't need money for shit. A path unveiled. The keeper of the entwined serpents is pleased to see you. Finally, I can do this quest and I can finally dye my Endwalker job gear. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have any. But if you need the gold for a future golden mount, then I'll save up for it at some point again. Not like I'm spending money on anything anymore. I no longer need to spend money on, like, market board glams. Okay, well, I bought the bouncer stuff recently, but, like, even then it was still not that much. Impeccable timing is always manifest. But moments ago, the Elder Seer sent word to go and fetch you. She's already on her way, and I'll explain everything herself when she arrives. Kane! The children of the Twelveswood, both Moogle and man alike, have sallied forth, branches in hand, to the far reaches of the forest. Soon their task shall be complete. Though the shadow of death yet looms large, they do not allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast to their faith in a brighter future. We shall see their hope rewarded, and by the grace of the elementals, consign these grim days to memory. We can only succeed in summoning the Ermine Hedge. You may recall that the Great One's words were muddled and esoteric. We have instruction to carry out this esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption befouling the forest, that the once tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, when the Ermine Hedge last was formed, it was to protect the Twelveswood from threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them as a father would his child. On this occasion, however, we will call upon to nourish and revitalize, as a mother nurses her child to make them strong against sickness. And channeling the power of the elementals in this way, we can stem the spread of Gleipnir's poison, and the scars of its passing will finally heal. Okay, but like, how do we fight it still? We still can't get hit by it. Okay, so the lands will no longer suffer from the poison. Okay, what about the people? Really, how the elementals wish to rise, always try to make them more sympathetic to the people. It's the fact that they have the great, like, they have a chance to be like, the elementals are helping the people of Gridania here. And the way that they do it is just, the Great One is just like, Kane Senna goes around fixing everything that she possibly can. And then the Great One is just like, no, that's not enough. I'm still not going to help you with a poison that could destroy the forest. Oh, more people show up and say, oh, don't worry, oh, Great One, we totally worship you. And we're subservient to you, and we'll do everything we can to help you. Can you please help us in return? And then the Great One at that point is finally like, okay, I guess here's the solution that I always had. At least, that was what the Great One intended to say, I believe. Since the Council agrees with my interpretation, has permitted me to perform the ceremony. Does this help us fight off Gleipnir in any capacity? I have in my possession a single branch, the final one to be attached to the eldest tree of the Twelveswood. For all that you have done to aid us thus far, I ask you to accept this honor. Who better set the final stone in this new foundation for everlasting peace? You who have sacrificed so much for the sake of others. But even a slither of your courage, we can move mountains. This branch will give us the coronavirus vaccine. Thank you, my friend. We will find the tree of which I spoke in front of the Leatherworkers Guild. Let us step up. Really? That's the oldest tree in the shroud. Sorry, the oldest tree in the entire shroud is just in front of the Leatherworkers Guild? Is it one of these? So they're talking about, like, it seems like they're talking about a specific tree, and honestly, I don't even know if I can, like, think of one. What tree is it? I'm realizing where it was. That one? The big one. We're in a forest filled with giant trees. This one doesn't look that much bigger compared to others. Like, this particular tree doesn't look like that impressive compared to the shroud. Like, it's big, sure, but it doesn't look that impressive comparatively. From here, the Great One's blessing will spread to every corner of Gridania, and send all manner of wicked beasts scurrying back into the shadows. I'm gonna... Look to the bows above, and you'll see a spot where a bark has been discolored by age in the elements. There you must fix the branch. Do a platforming puzzle to get up there. You ascend the ancient trunk and affix the branch of the guardian tree to the weathered bark as directed by the elder seeds here. You're quite the climber. And with that, all preparations are now complete. Let's return to the guardian tree, and with the aid of the Great One, deliver salvation to the whole of the 12-foot. They really could have used this chance. They really could have used this chance to do something with this place. And they just haven't. And they just haven't. Like, the entire thing about the final days is, like, fear and despair and stuff like that. And it could have been, like, brought together in some capacity of just, like, fear and despair of, like, people being othered. Like, oh, I fear and despair because the people of the 12s were racist to me. Oh, it's the fear and despair of the people who are racist because they fear the others. I'm gonna get over that. It used to be worse than 1.0? Jesus. Our journey nears its end. Is it the slug? Is that the problem? Should be glad to go to bed without collecting and haunt my dreams. If it is truly Acer's lingering resentment for the elementals that drives the blasphemy, then it will surely come. For the sake of the man he was, I must try to appeal to his reason. But should I fail, you will, because it's blasphemy, then we'll have no recourse but to fight. Regardless, this day we shall bid farewell to Gridania. So how do we not get poisoned to death doing this? Have we gotten an explanation of how this won't poison us to death when we fight it? Because they're talking about how this is going to cure the land of the poison, but will it cure the people? Through the branches of the guardian tree, the 12-foot has become as one. And summoning the Omen Hedge, every ilm of these sacred lands will be imbued with the Great One's nourishing aether. The forest will be empowered to heal itself. To break free of Gleipnir's despair. Okay, but what about, like, me if I get hit by his horn? The ceremony is complex and delicate, and I must maintain focus. I trust you'll do what is necessary to see that I am not interrupted. Never not regret picking Conjure as a starter and now having the Gridania flag etched on my character sheet forevermore. No. No. Limbs a stand, stay forever. Gridania comes! Defend the other seats here! Again, how do I fight this without getting poisoned to death? We have not addressed this. The core thing of how do we fight it, it poisons you and kills you forever. Blasphemy, Gleipnir. We have not addressed this part. Stand behind Big Rock. Are the elementals so deserving of your scorn? Do you hate me too for my horns? I knew a boy once. A boy who called them gifts. Symbols of the blessings he resolved to share with the world. Yet the beast for me now brings naught but misery and death. Masters victims with chains to bind and condemn. To share in its suffering. I was not there for you then, but I am here for you now. To unmake what you have become. With more active when comes punishment for the found the forest, you could also encounter them as actual level of mobs. Begin the ceremony. Stand fast and remember what we fight for. Kane Center, no magical girl powers, activate! Fuck you. For the music? For the music choice? Are you mad about it? You don't deserve to stand in her shoes. Rah! You'll never be human. So I forgot I can do this. I forgot I can do this now. Right, right. Thanks for that other seats here. To our side, poison breath. This poison kill. This is the poison that kills you. Thanks so much to bear. I cannot move. Yeah, this is the poison that kills you. What? Oh, I have holy shelter. Pain wrecks your body. Ah! Fight through the poison. Okay, just do it though. The plan seems to be do it though. The invincible poison that kills you. Summoning for the urgent hedge begins. Oh god! Interrupts! Lol. Sheltron. My aether wanes. Okay, Divine Veil! Can you tell that I don't play Paladin? Interrupt! Well, I probably felt because I didn't know about interrupts. That sounds about right from the ones that I know. Again, this is the poison that kills you. We didn't have a plan of how to get it out around the poison that kills you. Oh, I could have used my magic. I can't use my magic. Oh, I can still use it. Could use my magic to have a little bit of range there. Ceremony's almost complete. Keep Gleipnir at bay. Before this poison that kills you kills us. God, of my asthma, that sounds bad. Oh dear God, okay, hold them off. Alrighty. Well, I can only do so many. Oh, I'm gonna grab them all. Oh, I can just grab them all, okay. I'll just take all of them. I'll just take all of them, I guess. Because where's my spear? Has the poison already taken effect? Come on! Come on, we can do it! We can do it! Interrupts! Get out of here! Holy Sheltron! I think that has a self-heal on it. We have failed. Oh, they're gonna get hit by that. Not much I can do about that, I don't think. I shall not kneel before your fury! Ah! No shouting! Ah! Oh god. Oh god. Kill them! Wrong one. Calls upon his wicked minions, bring them to me, they shall fall before my spear! Alright, okay, come over this way. Oi! 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 Ah! Lethal poison! Oh god. Oh Jesus, alright. Oh god, oh god. Fatal poison, 95%, no! Bash! Interrupt! We did it! We did it! Come on! Wait, there is exhausted. I cannot stand. Do it! I believe in you! I shall retire. I might have lent the city here a portion of your power. Come on! Gift your aether! Come, you pitiful beast, let us see the contents of your innards! Oh shit, we're dead again. Alright, okay. Poison's going to kill us. My prayers have been heard. We're gonna die. Come on! Yay! We're no longer poisoned! Jesus Christ! Oh god, okay, he's not doing well. I will not die in fucking Gridania!
By the light of the crystal!
Gun center! There it is! There it is! Play my fucking theme song, bitch! Dawn from the goddamn heavens! There we go! Earth shake! Oh, shit spirit everywhere! Alright, stay here and I can move. There we go. Move into the safe spot. Urgh. Urgh. You're poisoned nothing but a little bitch. So I'm now gonna do this. And then ranged. And then back in. Oh, hell yeah. Look at how clean that shit is. I'll be watching one of these move first. Am I sending in the good or bad? I'm sending in the good. Let's go. I'm standing in the good. No more lethal poison. More lethal poison. Oh, lethal poison. Okay, wait. Lethal poison's coming. Keep going. Thank you for the cures. Giving light and lash out in the face of death. We can head towards misery while the barrier still stands. I saw I now fathom the depth of your suffering. For your dear, you shall see to it that you are given peace. Get him! Get him! Rancor makes the elemental shudder in fear. Barrier may not last much longer. Press the attack! I'm trying! Hey! We did it! Is every single one of these blasphemies going to be this level of the warrior of light nearly dies fighting them, but we managed to make it through? Is every single blasphemy going to be on that level of threat? Because holy shit. Through sacred soil and azure skies may your compassion flow and swell to banish the darkness. Don't remember the other duties that well. Thing is, we can still have this like same like heartwarming ending. Receding terror, blissful quiet. We can still have the same ending of just like the elementals finally come to our aid. Blessing, covenants preserved, now and always, child of child. Honor and gratitude unending. So, like, honestly, it would make more sense. It would make more sense for the elemental to be, like, the elementals to be saying all of this. It'd be more, like, it would make more sense for the elementals to be saying all of this if, like, the elementals were allowed to grow in some capacity over this. Like, if there was able to be some capacity of showing the elementals the error of their ways. And that this is the elementals making up for, like the elementals are the original inhabitants of the woods. And, like, the people who are living here by the grace of them. That does, like, that is canon. And just killing them all is just, like, killing the native people of the place. It's not a solution. But, like, just because the elementals allow people the grace to live here in their lands, the way that they have control over it and, like, some of the rules that they say people can't break are just wrong. And we could have had, like, because we're doing a final days thing here, like, the person we were just fighting had a hatred of the elementals for, like, stripping him of his Pajali status, for making a single mistake and stuff like that. If we had some element here of just being like, hey, the people of Gridania, some of them live in fear, because they are people who are known to be treated poorly by the elementals. Like, some of them are Alamigans, some of them are Duskwise, some of them are Moonkeepers, all of them have dark skin. That they live in fear and despair of knowing that at any moment they could be not welcomed here anymore at the whims of, like, the people of Gridania themselves being racist, which has been embedded into them by the elementals. You could have had the people, you could even have a moment of just, like, the racists of Gridania also live in that same fear because they've been taught that fear by the elementals to fear others. Gridania is a very exclusionary place. Gridania is a very solitary place. Like, you could have that fear and despair go both ways. The fear of the people who will be excluded, and the fear of the people who do the excluding and they exclude out of fear and stuff like that. You could have had a moment here of just being like, the people of Gridania learn to come together to, like, overcome those differences of basically, like, well, you don't need the Duskwights and the Moonkeepers to overcome differences and anything like that. You just need to have, like, the racist ones, like, not exclude them anymore and anything like that. And for them to all understand that, like, a lot of the bad blood that is in Gridania that has been taught has been at the elementals' behests. And you have the elementals take acceptance for that even though that this is their land and they live here, the control that they exert over the land has, like, has sowed this division, has sowed this, like, discord between the people that live here, and overall that discord is worse for the land itself. The whole idea is the elementals want to preserve the shroud and everything like that, but making people hate each other doesn't help foment that and stuff like that. So it could have been this moment of the elementals coming to understand that the betterment of the forest is harmony between all of the people of the forest, and the elementals, like, pushing people away out of safety of the forest has endangered the forest, and at this moment of the elementals, like, coming together to, like, cure the land of the poison would be, like, a recompense for it and stuff like that. Problem is, they're too incomprehensible. Yeah, but wait, there's literally a character on screen right now whose entire existence and, like, ruling of Gridania is based on the fact that she can comprehensible them. This is literally this character's function in the story. Like, we don't appeal to the elementals by saying, like, please allow all the people of this land to live in harmony so that we can live in harmony with you. Don't, like, stop trying to exclude the people from living here who bear you no ill will, for that just foments further chaos and anything like that. Like, it's just this could have been an opportunity to do this. And the ending wouldn't need to be the same. In fact, the ending would make more... The same ending would make more sense. And we just don't get it. For we as well, honor and gratitude unending. We could not have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting grace, I pray you continue to guide we children of the forest. In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken who succumb to despair. Yeah, but some of those lost and forsaken who succumb to despair is literally because of the elementals. Like, this guy is, like, lost and forsaken explicitly because of the elementals. Because the elementals, like, stole from him his purpose because of a mistake of a child. To you, my dear Isuru, I promise I shall never forget your words of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing, and a duty to our people I will uphold. Until my final breath, this I swear. It's the thing is, like, I feel like to most people, it's really obvious how this could have been fixed. Again, I don't want an expansion fixing Gridania. I don't even, like, expect a full patch worth of quote-unquote fixing Gridania the way that we got a patch of quote-unquote fixing Limsa. I don't expect that level of, to do this, but this was the chance. You have a series of role quests that are taking place in different, like, older cities, where the stakes are high because final days. Where the central themes of the game are coming to a head in every single prior place. This was the chance to do something. This was the chance that the game had presented itself with to address the issues that Gridania has had with its writing. And they didn't. They actively doubled down on its issues. The Odysseus' childhood friend suffered too much tragedy in his life. Of that, there can be no doubt. A lot of it because of the elementals. With his passing, he and the realm may once more know peace. And we may finally begin to mourn the innocence lost to his rage. Every single other role quest makes this one look shittier by comparison. This is why we did this first. So we get the bad one out of the way earlier. Thank you, Manifest. The great cleansing could not have succeeded without you. The blight has been purged, and the blasphemous beast which bore it laid low. The sacred wood that once held its breath in fear now breathes a sigh of relief. I must return to Gridania on my regular duties as Elder Seeds here, but I should be glad if you could call upon me there. That is, if I may impose upon you one final time. Thank you. I promise not to detain you at length. Let us meet again at the later start. There's a really obvious way that this could have gone. And the thing is, I feel like it's obvious to most people. Because it's, like, really obvious. But it's just, yeah. Oh, right, let's see. Is this it's confusing to go from what Limsa had in 5.4 to this. I'm concerned that the writers are generally unaware of all the bad things in Gridania. They write them to be a village of racists who kick out people who have dark skin. They're not aware of it. That's really concerning. The Odysseus here awaits you within. Shall I escort you to her? The Great Ones, I'll be honest, with the framing of this and the fact that I'm on the Lotus Stand, I was half expecting this to be like final cutscene. Oh, surprise, it's voiced. The Great One's aether flows all throughout the Torveswood, purging the last vestiges of Gleipnir's poison. The surviving wounded are no longer in danger and have begun to recover at long last. So there was a cure for the poison. The elementals had it. Well, the elementals didn't have it all along. We needed to, like, bind together the forest to do it. But we could have done that a lot earlier. We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you, my friend. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again for your tireless efforts in bringing Gleipnir to here. You went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland. You're inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. Little smash goes. Forgive me, Odysseus here, but with this crisis behind us, I would suggest a new course of action. How about we don't be racist? Oh, and what would that be? Rest. Ugh. In all our time together, I've never seen you so hard-pressed. Surely you are weary and could benefit from a brief respite. I appreciate your concern, my friends, but I cannot. Will not. One day, perhaps, but not this day. I was about to say Urianger. I saw there, but I was not going to interrupt this cutscene with that, but Urianger is the correct answer. But Odysseus here. Recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past. Upon lessons that I once thought I had taken to heart. No, Thancred's too depressed. He doesn't come at all. When I did not yet understand the duty with which I had been entrusted. When these haunts of mine were but chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose. 'Twas Isura who taught me to appreciate the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help me keep the proper path, where would my errand's fate have taken me instead? He was perhaps the first, but he would not be the last. My brother and sister and countless other kind souls, through their words and their support, have also helped me to continue to find a way forward, even when I thought there was none. 'Tis by opening our hearts to one another we in turn open new paths, that we can conceive of greater opportunities and brighter futures. All who live within Gridania are deserving of these gifts, so I must always be there for them, that together we may journey in safety through darkness and night. Why is this line written? Like this questline was about what I said it should be about, as opposed to what it was about. The specific call out of like all people opening their hearts to another to make things better when we all come together, and everyone who lives here is deserving of this. This feels like a conclusion of what you'd write for this questline if it addressed the fundamental issues of Gridania society. Not tempted to live wild and free like an adventurer. It is not without its appeal. I recall only the few occasions I have travelled beyond. Our time together in the churning mist left a lasting impression. Hey, if you went even further in the job quests. Actually, was that job quest or MSQ? I can't remember when that was, actually. There ever came a time when I need no longer serve as Elder Seeds here. I should very much like to accompany you on another adventure. Can do Ishgard now. Regardless of what the future has in store, my present course is clear. As long as we Pagel serve as a bridge between man and elemental, Gridania can weather any storm. No, but fix the elementals. They have no idea what to do with Gridania, but it's so obvious! So I'll continue to walk hand in hand with my people and my patrons, along a path that we discover together. It's like, it's not even that, like, I think it's not difficult. It's, I think it's like, oh, Summer, what is Nintendo making mouths so penis friendly lately? Close this Tumblr. I'm sorry, are you asking why is Nintendo designing mouths like their mouths? They were talking about Donkey Kong. Though the blasphemy is no more, there are still administrative matters to resolve. Not too much to ask. Could you bring word of these recent events to our delegate, Razatan? It's been an honor and a pleasure, my friends. May the elementals— No! That feels like an insult. Gladly go to Razatan myself in this step. Elder Seeds is adamant on resuming her duties at once, and so too I must go without rest. But such is the life we both chose. Feels like an insult. There it is. Feels like an insult after all of that to just be immediately like, may the elementals not ready. Am I about to open up Discord to see penis-friendly mouths? See, I asked what I could do to make it up to you for making you worry because I had a break for a normal amount of time. Turns out you didn't want me to do anything to make it up to you. You wanted to punish me for it. This is how I get banned. Did I go the wrong way again? No, I didn't. Stream, if you're wondering, I'm not showing it to you. Partially because I don't want you to inflict you on it. I don't think you deserve it. I deserve it. Making people worry. Stream doesn't deserve it. The other reason is because I'm not sure if it might violate Twitch TOS, honestly. it honestly might, I don't know. Yeah, but the words hairless Donkey Kong really don't get across how horrifying it is to actually gaze upon. It's an animal. No, it doesn't. I was about to say that it's an animal that can talk, but Donkey Kong doesn't talk. He just goes, woo! He only talks in the animated cartoon. He also sings in it. Welcome back. I pray you have brought glad tidings. Gladnir is slain? You brought joy to me on an otherwise uneventful day. Of course I have complete faith in your success, but I've begun to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I anticipated. So was everyone in chat. I shall report your success to all the envoys at once. But for the need of you, I pray you'll answer our call. You can drive a car though. Oh, Mario. I was about to say, is this a thing that happens in fucking Bonanza? Mario Kart. I can die job specific gear for level 90 tanks. But I can't get those yet, because I haven't even beaten Endwalker yet. More than death. Do I get a title for it? I don't get a title for it. I do not get a title for that. Alrighty, which one are we doing? Whoops. It's Ishgard, right? Which is magical range DPS. Forget about Mario Kart, you were playing it yesterday. I didn't get to. I just closed at work. Caster, alright, chat, which caster though? We could really break continuity and go pick though. A job that didn't exist at the time. Can't do blue mage because it's not level 90. Even though it says it, I'm pretty sure it specifically says excluding limited. Red mage, I guess. I do like red mage. But my red mage glam, red mage is nightly, but also my red mage glam isn't as good as my others. This is the closest I can do for a temporary red mage glam. The pants, boots, and gloves are what I want to use for red mage. This top is actually what I want to use for Astro eventually. Actually, no, this is somewhat appropriate. You can't say that short cunty red mage. Yeah, but it's not as good as I want it to be. Because the job gear for Endwalker, I want to use the red mage hat for that. The Endwalker job gear red mage hat I want to use. And for the top, it's Dawn Trail red mage job gear. But and also the gloves are Shadowbringer's job gear. Look at red mage job gear. Of course, my red mage glam is going to overall. Girls, look at I feel. No, this is good. It was bad for a while. This is good. No, I don't like the hat. I don't like the. Okay, I don't like the hat, and I don't like the hat for one specific reason. This hat really needs long hair to make it work better, I think. I don't think this hat works with how short Minifest's hair is the main thing. If Minifest had longer hair, I think the hat would work better. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. No, this does look good. It's just once I finish Dawn Trail, it's going to look even better. Because the Dawn Trail job gear for Red Mage is so fucking good. But yes, you look at how fucking good Red Mage job gear is, of course my glam for it's going to involve putting 3 different bases together. And then there's the pants and the boots, which honestly, I'm shocked that these are the boots that I'm using. Because these are Heavensward Dungeon boots. These are the boots from the Vault. But they work really fucking well for a Black Mage to have knee-high black boots. And then the pants in Neo Kingdom, because Neo Kingdom is just really good. Maybe that'll change in 7.3, but maybe not. Which part will change? Oh, jump gear, do you mean? Are you talking about... Have you seen some hints at possible new jump gear, gear in 7.3 that I might prefer? The hair and hat? Oh no, it won't affect this. No, it won't affect this because you can already see it. They're making hair visible with more hats and hoods and stuff in 7.3. But no, you can already see Minifest's hair through the hat. You can already see the parts come out on the side here. You can already see the red fringe here. So it won't affect this hat. Not for this hairstyle, at least. Because you can already see her hair come through. It's also just the lack of anything at the back. Because the hat goes up so high. It's more so that. The hat goes up so high that it feels like it's this, like, empty space that exists at the back of her head because the hair at the back of her head is so short. It's more so that. It's just like, it gives a silhouette that feels like there's empty space in here. It's more so that. I'm going to be brave and vulnerable. I do look good. I do look good. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna look so much better in the future. Our aching souls. Oh my god, Angry. I mean, all these are gonna involve the leaders here. The Ishgardian delegate seeks a battle mage with courage unwavering. Ah, my lady manifest. I have waited your coming. The phenomenon wherein men turn into monsters. Pains to say that Ishgard has not been spared. A dread blasphemy has appeared in the Holy See, and to compound the people's horror, the beast resembles a dragon, because of fears and despair. It is imperative that it be vanquished without delay, and to end we've begun assembling a hunting party. Given that fear and despair may turn our allies against us, we are being stringent in whom we choose for this duty. Yet while we have confidence in the quality of our knights, the mission would greatly benefit from the presence of a battle mage, one who can stand unflinching in the face of our fell quarry. We are pressed to find an individual who fits our description better than you. Will you not lend us your strength and skill? Count on me. So gonna make more hats available to Hrothgars and Vieras. Took a bit too long, but it's finally happening. As I've stood by, 7.0 was the cutoff before it was... Like, it was unreasonable before. It was unreasonable before that Vieras and Hrothgars couldn't wear as many hats, especially them making new ones that they couldn't wear. The cutoff was 7.0 before it became completely unacceptable, though. Because of how much gear they went and updated visually and still didn't do it for Viera and Hrothgar. That's ridiculous. That they update the gear to have, like, double dyes and updated textures and still not Viera and Hrothgar. That's the point where it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? This is just something like... You need to make this a higher priority. It's ridiculous. Paladin 14 is less horny than other games because the appeal of Paladin is the big chase tank you can corrupt. Paladin is not horny unless Catholic guilt is involved. I'll be honest. 14 Paladin is got to be one of the least interesting Paladins in, like, all of fantasy fiction. I mean, I guess, like, Ishgardian Paladins kind of fall into that regard. Ishgardian Paladins have, like, the word, like, have, like, the devotion to, Halone and the Holy See and everything like that. The Paladins in this game just being the Sultan Sworn, though. Like, turning around and making Paladins, just, like, basically, like, personal god is definitely a lot less interesting than, like, the Paladin with a creed. I mean, they almost take it in an interesting form in this game. The idea that like, what they were going to do in the Heavensward quest before they became some of the worst job quests in the game, but not the worst, because Stormblood Samurai still exists. The idea of the Paladin being a free Paladin in terms of, like, what their creed is beholden to is, like, the entire realm itself and stuff like that could have been interesting. And then they just didn't do that. Big part of that in Night is that in Japan it's just Night. Yeah. Because then there's also the question of, like, why is it a mage? If it doesn't have the holiness attached to it, if it doesn't have the, like... Because, like, part of the whole point of Paladin is that it's about something bigger than yourself. And everything like that. And they do that with, like, the Sultan Sworn. But doing that with the Sultan Sworn gives Paladin no reason to use magic. Like, it makes sense that the reason that a Paladin can use magic is because what they worship is a god or a deity or something that is that has magic, and so that paladin's magic is a boon granted to it for its service. So why does this paladin still have magic? Because the Sultan Sworn aren't divining you that. And even the concept of free paladin here doesn't really make sense with that either. Outside of just everything in 14 is magic because everything is Aether. But like that's a less interesting form. Like Gunbreaker has a more interesting form of magic to it. Like all the other knights, their magic that all the other knights use comes from somewhere. For the warrior, it becomes about harnessing the rage that a person can feel, and channeling that into raw into strength through its like earth powers and everything like that. For Dark Knight, it's about like the pain over the love that you feel inside of you, and you're manifesting that hurt into magic to use that magic to protect people about it. And while Gunbreaker doesn't necessarily have any emotional attachment, like emotional reasons behind its magic, it at the very least has a cool reason behind its magic, because it's basically a spell sword. Like, yeah, it's a gun on a sword, but the gun isn't a gun that fires bullets, it's a gun that fires magic. So at least it's cool? So at least it's a cool explanation? The explanation of why Paladin has magic in this game is because it does? It's bizarre. Blood Knight and Gunbreaker is about looking hot and sexy. We are in your debt. Just a moment while I relay the glad tidings to command. Paladin Jokra still does things. And then the Dark Knight questline literally insults that concept later anyways. Just settled. Upon arriving in Ishgard, please place yourself to the Aetherite Plaza. Lord Artuero will be there to receive you. May the Furies speed your way. Like, a job doesn't need a super intricate, like, emotional core to it of why does it work this way. But if you don't have that, you need to do something interesting with it. Paladin just doesn't do anything interesting in this game. Like, the explanations of why Machinist works in this universe are not like the most super interesting lore things. It's just like, you have a machine that can create other machines and everything like that. But like, at least Machinist has the idea behind it of just like, making sure the common man has the means to defend themselves, and making sure that the common man doesn't have to, like, divert all of their personal safety to their superiors, because what if their superiors, like, in status-wise in society, just decide to no longer protect you or actively go against you and everything like that? That exists for Machinists. Like, the Machinist lore of how does the job function on a level is not that much, but at least it's got that. But Paladin just has nothing for, like... Paladin just doesn't have anything interesting to explain why the job functions the way that it does in terms of combat. And it has no interesting explanation behind it of just, like, well, at least what are the reasons to be one? Bam, bam, bam! God, I've missed though on that. Sorry, Sam, 670 didn't exist. Paladin would honestly be the worst job quest cost across the board. Absolutely. It only gets good in Stormlord because they completely ditch Paladin and go back to Gladiator, yes. But then Sam 60 to 70 exists, which says Revolution bad in Stormblood of all fucking things. And then it's the worst job quest in the game. Which sucks because Samurai 50 to 60 is one of the best. It's so frustrating. What are they going to do with full face metal helmets? Because those do not look good on Hrothgar's. I'm sure whatever the explanation is, people will not be happy with it. So that can go both ways. You can take me saying that as, it means the community is impossible to please. You can take that me saying as, the developers can't do anything good. Your personal biases can make you decide which one you want to go for. The Hobbit squished down noses. Atwarel! Manifest, I've been expecting you! Words cannot well express how heartening it is to have you fighting beside us. Allow me to echo that sentiment. Imric! No, I'm still not going to requite the crush you have. I'm sorry. Greetings, my friend. Lest you wonder, Lord Outworld and I are leading the effort to deal with the blasphemy. With your capable self in the fold, I have no doubt that we shall succeed. Without further ado, I shall brief you on the situation. It was a handful of days after the first beast appeared in Radz at Han. Erinville spotted it, I believe. Stop, you can't cheat. Every time anything related to Ishgard cheats, like comes up, they immediately go for the cheat route of, what if we played Dragon Song? It's like, yeah, a lot of the time they play Dragon Song, it's very appropriate, but you can't start with that, come on. Come on. Nils and Man was observed at the hop line in the pillars, walking with an unsteady gait. All of a sudden he buckled over as if in pain. Before anyone knew what happened, he transformed into a terrible draconic beast. On the mere sight of this, many a chance to be present also turned, and regrettably Temple Knights were forced to put them down. The blasphemy itself, however, took wing and fled. Profane Fafnir, we've chosen to call it, after the Dragon Man of Ishgardian myth. What's his fucking name? What's his fucking name? The Profane Flame boss from Dark Souls 3. Oh, God, he's like one of the most famous, popular bosses from that game, and I can't fucking remember his name now. Ah, Jesus, God damn it. What's his name? Johnny Cash. Thank you, that's the one. It's gonna drive me. It's the only thing I'm gonna be able to think about. I don't think of it now. Profane Flame DS3. What's his fucking name? Okay, looking up Profane's Flame, that's like, that's the pyromancy skill. Do you learn it from him? I forget. What's his name? I'm now getting... It's the guy in Irothil, isn't it? Okay, Profane Boss DS3. I'm pretty sure well, he's got a Profane Sword. One of his weapons is a Profane Sword, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I can't remember. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, DuckDuckGo. What? Sorry, okay, DS3 boss. I'm just gonna look up DS3 bosses. Because I can't remember his name. Oh, it's driving me insane. Driving me insane. Pontiff Sullivan! Pontiff Sullivan! That's the one. That's the one, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, one of his swords has the purple and the other one has Profane Flame on it. Pontiff Sullivan. His name is Dark Sword 3. Cat head stuck in jar. Look at the cat head stuck in a jar. Oh, because of what the Hrothgar helmet's gonna do. So to Paladin, I wish Heavens would job quest of all Temple Knight in some capacity. Also obvious that it's weird how that Rise didn't think of it. Yes, it is very bizarre that the Heavenswood job quest for Paladin did not involve the Heavenswood Paladins. You are incredibly correct about this. It is bizarre that they're just completely absent from it. Since that day, the beast has often been sighted in the skies above Ishgard. It does not attack, only circles menacingly for a time ere disappearing again. Alas, these manifestations are enough to cause more people to turn in fear and panics to spread further. As part of our investigation, we have sought to identify the man who became the blasphemy, but thus far we have learned naught. We have, however, identified a common thread between those who subsequently turned. All were people of fervent faith. People such as priests and inquisitors. This is why I prefer roll quests. Job quests were way too spread thin and inconsistent. Absolutely. I've seen some people say they need to bring them back and stuff like that, and it's just... After Stormblood, I feel like it's very obvious how much they needed to stop doing, like, individual job quests for full things. The one-off job quest they have in Shadowbringers works. Having one quest per job works in Shadowbringers. But even then, if you were to do one quest per expansion, like 3 expansions from now, what are you doing with Warrior? If every single expansion still has one thing to do with Warrior, 3 expansions from now, what are you doing with Warrior? For its one quest per expansion. That hasn't already been covered. And you can't turn around and say, well, just the newer jobs have it, because then people would say, my main didn't get a job quest in this newest expansion, but other people got theirs. Even if that person had their job get, like, several expansions worth of job quests and everything. When the truth of our nation's history was laid bare, the legitimacy of the church was called into question. Many Ishgardians struggled to reconcile the revelations with their beliefs, and none more so than the pious. Such men and women we posit would be more susceptible to despair, and therefore the transformation. We must find a way to stop it. Ishgard has not only just emerged from a 1000-year war, we cannot suffer another great tragedy, much less so soon. In order to attain a better understanding of the situation, we intend to speak with a member of the clergy, the sole individual who survived witnessing the blasphemy's birth without being turned. Clem is his name, and he is a deacon at St. Reminald's of the cathedral. Come, let us seek him out there at once. No, one of my headphones died. No, my headphone died. First name Clem, last name Hussey. God damn it. Bloody headphones. Again, I want to buy a second pair, but I don't want to give money to a second pair if it's just going to be... 2 pairs that last 3 hours each. That's all I need. That's all I need. 1 pair that barely lasts an hour is not what I need. First name Clem, last name Tyne. Yo! We're playing Walking Dead. We're going back to the era of Telltale games where everyone plays Walking Dead Season 1. And it's just like, yo, Telltale games, they're really good. I'm so excited for everything they do in the future. And then most of it was average at best, except for Batman. Actually, to be fair, I've not actually seen Season 4 of Walking Dead. So, I can't judge that. Maybe that... Because that was the one that was like made like in the moment of Telltale being butchered and then being brought back to life. So I have no judgments on Season 4 of that. Wolf Among Us was alright. It was just clearly not as good as Walking Dead Season 1. Where Constantine was a teenager but an adult to Temple Knight, my brain immediately went Constantine. This is because I keep getting fucking recommended John Wick on YouTube at the moment. And now I just think of Constantine because Keanu Reeves is also in that. What if Constantine was a teenager, but an adult Temple Knight whose chivalry rank or whatever is in the quest teaching about honor and chivalry that isn't tied to Ishgard? That would require the quest being good. That would require that quest line actually going down the path of free paladins, as opposed to abandoning it. I was thinking that that even if it's something you only do once every few years, having constant let me go tell Zevron about the latest expansion will probably get annoying, especially if you have to spread it out across all the jobs. Yes. Yes, it is absolutely the type of thing where it's like, it made sense to do job quests when they were first introduced. But with the expansion of the game, the further and further and further it goes on, the less reasonable and the less and the more tiresome each subsequent set of job quests would become. It is a very correct decision. Because they can also just, like, make the role quests. Like, how much do the role quests have to do with the actual role? They can kind of do whatever they want. Just, like, it gives you an opportunity to do a bunch of extra stories, like, about, like, the MSQ or related to MSQ. Or not, maybe. I don't know. Especially since they don't put those in the main scenario like they did with the blue job quests. Yeah, because you, like, have to do blue job quests partway through it to just be like, you need a job start. Go and do it. Here he is, Deacon Clem. Let's see what he can tell us. Well, to be fair, in Shadowbringers, role quests are part of MSQ because you literally have to do at least one of them. So, Grenalt can make a nightlight. Still the worst justification for that out of fucking anything they could have chosen. Not so very long ago, if you would have imagined Ishgardian knights marching beyond the bounds of their own dominion. But we ventured to the heart of Garlemald and fought for no less than the fate of the world itself. The nation has changed and continues to do so. Having to hunt the post Shadowbringers shop quest down was hell. Why? Because they're just random yellows fucking somewhere. This is why I'm glad I do like every fucking quest of shit on stream. So when I'm confused about where to do something or how to do it, I have stream chat tell me. Makes it a much smoother experience when I can literally just ask people while I'm doing something, what's the best way of doing this? Or where do I do the next thing of this? And I'm just told. I definitely think my experience of this game in terms of like pacing or structure or fluidity is definitely colored by the fact that I do it on stream. It's definitely a very, very different experience compared to just playing it on your own. Because if you're playing on your own, you don't want to Google stuff in case you get spoiled, but also how many people, like, even if you are talking to people about it, it's not the instant reply that I get here. Lord Aymeric, Lord Atwarel, and the Savior of Ishgard besides, you do me great honor. I am Clem and I serve as a deacon here at St. Remnant's Cathedral. I understand you among those at the Hop One when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We now seek to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc and would appreciate any details you can provide. Loath that we are to make you recall unpleasant memories, will you not recount to us what you witnessed that day? Just don't get too stressed out about when you do it. We don't want you to turn here now. Very well. We are presently relocating the vault's libraries to the cathedral, in case you're unaware. We finished delivering a batch of tomes, and we're on our way to bring over another. As we approach the hoplon, we notice a young man walking unsteadily. As soon as he comes to an abrupt halt, then he transforms into a draconic beast. The Fiend fixed us with a menacing glare, and was all we could do to find our wits and flee. But to my compounding horror, my brethren who were with me began turning into monstrosities as well, one after another. Praise the Fury that you at least were spared, Deacon Clem. Cannot imagine how frightening the experience must have been. Bishop Watana. Is this the one who almost killed Miley? Or is this someone else? I can't remember what actually... Well, did that guy die? That guy might have died. I don't remember. But also, it's like the job's still like more tied into MSQ, going different areas, etc. Imagining like 20 blasphemies just all over would really lessen them. Yeah. Forgive me if I interrupt. I was informed that our stalwart protectors were present and I wish to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service. I pray that we shall be free of this scourge. Indeed, there is ultimate due to aid your efforts. You need but say it. Oh, say do not steal. You're most kind, Your Grace. Don't think we know what happened to that guy. We probably did end up dead or captured or something. Yeah, he did threaten to kill a child. And the reason he didn't is because of the Daphne thing. He saved the day. We're looking suspiciously. We don't trust the guy. That was Bishop Vartana, the head of the St. Reminals and a member of the sign-up. With the seat of the Archbishop vacant, he is in effect the highest authority in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. This is so. Yet, despite his elevated situation, he remains as kind, as humble as a man as any as I have ever known. Like His Grace, I'll do all that I can to help shepherd our people through this uncertain time. So there's a quest I have to make of you, if you can spare a moment to consider it. Of course, if it is within our power, we shall be glad to offer you aid. Thank you. Deacon was not a certified blasphemer than his peers, yet he alone did not turn. By God's grace was he spared. What manner of request could this be? His tone bespeaks urgency. In looking at transformations, a group of clergymen fled the city in fear. Yet though they sought refuge in the wilderness, they put themselves at the mercy of the elements and fell fiends both. Given that the cause of the transformation is not clear, we know it now, I think this was a decidedly unwise decision. What do you call a group of loperites? Lopagrids? I don't know. I wish to set out and find them, but I'm not trained in the ways of war. Such I require those who would accompany me in the search. So that is the way of it. Suffice it to say, we'll help. Do you know whether your friends may have headed? Western Highlands, I believe. Between Gorgame Mills and Hemlock, there's no shortage of abandoned dwellings in the area. A bunch of ways. Very well. Time being of the essence, I propose we split up and scour separate areas. One of us will be escort the good deacon to Gorgain Mills. Lord Utwell and I will tend to Hemlock. Gorgain Mills! Chat, we're going to Gorgain Mills. It's the place. It's the place where we ran into a cell. It's the spot where Minefist's crush on a cell turned into love. It's the place. Gorgon Malls. Come shopping down at Gorgon Malls. We promise only the most frozen, harshest wastelands surrounding your local shops. Love the music here. Heavenswood. Theme of Heavenswood. Or whatever this variant of the theme is. It's that moment where you remember that, oh yeah, Heavenswood doesn't just have one song attached to it with Dragon Song. It also has the Heavenswood song. Back when this was the leitmotif they always used whenever Heavenswood stuff came up. And then they used Dragon Song. And now Dragon Song is always the motif that shows up when they do that. Oh my god, they didn't turn. Holy shit. They should choose to abide in such harsh conditions. Oh, neck. You! Ah, I see you found them. Even the obvious landmarkers and a sightseeing log. Go to the central and sever there's such good area things, it's crazy. Yes, I'm on the worst of a way, I think the theory. My friends, because of a given cause for alarm, we come out of concern for your well-being. We understand why you quit the city. We fear you may place yourselves at greater risk by coming here. His Grace Bishop Vartano, too, worries for your health and prayers for your swift return. So please, will you not allow us to escort you to the Holy See? I assure you, you're much safer there than in this wretched place. Had his dumb comes to the religious territory. Who's this guy? I don't recognize him. Servants of the Fury will never be safe in the city, don't you see? This is your fault! Bad Inquisitor. You and your accursed revolution! The people sustain us! Mock us behind our backs and spit in our faces! Sounds like a you problem? And our swords conspire and transform us into monstrosities? Enemies of the church, I wager, emboldened by your deeds. So no, I will not go back to Ishgard. I'd sooner freeze to death than suffer your pity. And there he goes. What? All I've ever done was in service to her. I am a good man. I do not. She cannot forsake me. Alone I preserve! Didn't immediately attack us. Manifest, we cannot allow him to harm any others. Give chase and do what you must. We'll remain here and keep the others calm. Has word not been spread about how this spreads? Or is it just these people started turning before we knew? Because surely Aimric knows by this point. I guess because it was the first transformation, it may have been before word had actually spread. Deacon Clem, please do what you can to reassure them. Yes, of course. Don't worry about us, stay to the beast. Cannot have gotten far. We're telling them by leaders because otherwise it'll cause panic. I guess, yeah, if you tell everyone to not panic, that is true. Can't tell Gridania inside, imagine some of the high level people know, but yeah. If you tell, yeah, because if every random citizen knows if you panic, you'll turn into it. If you don't panic, you won't. There's going to be a lot of people who hearing that will panic and then turn into it. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, people are like that. Grand impact. The wicked shall be punished. Realizing, I think I did aerial. I think I did a. I've not played Red Mage in a while. I think I did an AOE variant of one of my spells there. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Why is it taking so long to die? I think I did Jolt and an AOE, so useful. Is it done, Manifest? My thanks. What happened is most regrettable, but we must be grateful that no one else came to harm. While you were gone, the Deacon was able to convince the others to return to the city. Let's escort them back at once, and then reconvene the congregation to consider our next course of action. For our purposes, we have the use of the strategy room. Announce yourself to the guard without, and he'll show you in. Oh, wait, fine. Misclicked did an AOE on single target SMH. No, it's more so I don't remember what I don't remember how I did my hotbar. How many spells specifically Red Mage has is really annoying. I can't line it up in any way that like makes it simple for me to remember. So like these two are AOE, but so is this. Like all of that's AOE, and they have to be separate because there's 3 AOE spells here, but then there's 5 single targets. For basic rotation, there's 5 single targets and 3 AoEs. So no matter what, a single target's gonna be next to an AoE. So, like, really, really annoying. It's really annoying. So I have to remember, if I'm doing single target, I do this, then one of these two. Or one of these, and then one of these. And for AoE, I gotta do one of these two, and then this one. One day this here will no longer be on hard times. One day thermal burnt may not be as firm. Lord Emmergnards will await you in the treasure room. Will you be joining them? Yes, I certainly will. Here we shall discuss our plans to deal with the blasphemy. Once if you wish to enter, you need but say so to the guard. Lest you wonder, we have taken the clergyman to St. Reminald's to rest and recover. Truth be told, the thought that they may still succumb to despair and turn remains at the forefront of my mind. Yet those would be great to Silver to keep them at arm's length and deny them the comfort of the church. Indeed. From the words you spoke, that Inquisitor yearned for the days of old. He and others like him can scarcely be blamed. Since the Strength of Nations founding and the Archbishop's machinations were made public knowledge, the church has been in turmoil. Though we've made great strides in separating religion and state, there have been far less progress in the reformation of the church. For our faith has been everything to us, our purpose and our comfort. It is not an easy thing to reconcile one's beliefs with the betrayal of our spiritual leaders. Thus torn between their hearts and minds, many Ishgardians feel lost. And none so more than members of the clergy, whose faith was once unshakable. It's a wonder then the most dedicated and devout are like to turn. So it seems that further investigation is needed ere we draw a definite conclusion. With the wars end, Ishgard is set out on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine our course for the future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. Once the returned clergyman has sufficiently calmed down, I shall have them deacons speak with them, who might gain insight into their individual plights. Good. Meanwhile, I shall take over duty to brief my men on recent developments. Pray take a moment's rest, my friend. You have earned it. When you're ready to continue our work, you may seek us out here. Don't mind me, just constant yawning. No forgiveness, no deliverance. Our twirl is eagerly awaiting Deacon Clem's report. Manifest, your timing could not be better. Deacon Clem has finished speaking with the rescued clergyman and will be here shortly to share his findings. Lord Aymeric too is on his way. Let us wait for them. Clam. Deacon and Clam, we thank you for making the inquiries on our behalf. 'Twas no imposition in the least. As I said, I am glad to do all I can. So it is our understanding that those we escorted back were all close acquaintances of the Inquisitor who turned. Like him, they too have been subject to harassment by certain quarters of the populace. Is this correct? It is, I am afraid. And they are far from alone. Men of the cloth were once afforded respect and deference as servants of Helene, but now they are openly reviled by many. We were complicit in perpetuating terrible lies, this is true, but we too were misled. We too are victims. Yet we are regarded by some as criminals. Well, I do understand the people's anger, but it saddens me to think that they would thus out at their fellow man. Especially when we need solidarity most of all. Though I can imagine your plight, I don't presume to fully grasp your pain. We tell us of the challenges you and yours have been faced since the war's end. Like all sons and daughters of Ishgard, we dreamed of peace in our lifetime. But now that it's come, we find we have little cause to rejoice. Our faith has long been the foundation of our lives, and overnight that foundation has been crippled by fractures, beyond repair for some. To learn that we had been deceived, that we had unwillingly deceived others in turn was devastating. We who had once been shepherds to men found ourselves lost lambs, bereft of certainty and want for guidance. We have languished in the darkness, all of us. Yet I have faith that the church will redeem itself, that it will find a new path and again become a beacon of hope for the people. I see. Thank you for sharing this with us. Your testimony has confirmed our suspicions. According to our allies, that which causes people to turn is none other than their despair and anguish. If it wasn't before, it is now abundantly clear why members of the clergy are among the transformed. That you did not, I believe, is due to your unwavering faith in the church. In light of this, we would ask for your continued cooperation. Of course, anything to help my brethren. Now that we've established the cause, that leaves us with the mystery of profane Fafnir's identity. The progenitor of these troubles. Could he too have been a man of the cloth? From what I can recall of his garb, I doubt it. He was dressed in the common fashion, and inadequately against the cold besides. To say that something of the individual may remain in the blasphemy, influencing its behavior. If we can determine what instincts drove profane Fafnir, we may learn who it once was. And this knowledge, I believe, will prove vital in our efforts to stop it. And the cloth, no, he was wearing very little. That's why how cold it was. Deacon and Clem, we also you reach out to your fellow clergymen. Please do what you can to ease their anxieties. Understood. As I've ever done, I shall provide what comfort I can to those in need. Meanwhile, we must make it a priority to identify the blasphemy. To that end, I would seek out more eyewitnesses. The Hopalon is a busy place at any given time, so more citizens are bound to have been present as that tragic event unfolded. Pros will make inquiries in the pillars. If you attend the Hopalon, Lord Ataro will look in the surrounding areas. What's a deacon? Is it like above a priest? I think deacon's leader of a chapter? Or of like possibly the that specific church? No, not like the church as a whole, but like a specific church, like a specific building church. Dick on. Go on, get my dick on. Gonna get my dick on in the deep, if you know what I'm saying. Because the Dark Souls 3 boss called Deacons in the Deep. Deacons like more than the government of the church in a way, or something lower than priest pastor. Oh. Our favorite knock god. I love knock gods. Hi, Wimage. It was a little I know of my church. No, I didn't see that dragon. Nor would I have wished to, frightful as it sounds. Say it wasn't a divine attack, but if not, then what was it? Don't immediately start murdering dragons over it, for fuck's sake. Oh, we just stop this. No, don't see it. Don't immediately start murdering the baby. Oh, God, you're gonna piss off Nidhogg. You're gonna make Nidhogg come back. No, don't do it. Come on, people. Come on. Dragon that appeared the Hoplon. I saw it with my own eyes. One moment now is the next terrible beast. It was a heretic, I take it? Yeah. Everyone's just gonna shoot it. Where's my spray bottle? Oh my god. Ah! Oh, up here. I guess up higher. Oh, I guess it could be up the stairs. Chat, tired spell has hit me again. I was present for the incident at the Hoplon, but a young man poorly dressed for the colds. That I did see. I recall him well because an aide from St. Vaindras was searching for him. His patient in the infirmary, by coincidence, had the same name. What was that name? I don't know what became of the young man, but I hope the aide found him. He plainly wasn't in a state to be wandering about alone. What was the aide that found him? Was the aide turned into a dragon? I hate how tired I literally always am now. It's so frustrating. My name? George Washington. Were you able to learn anything? There you are, Manifest. Did your search yield any fruits? No, just information. Patient of the infirmary, you say? Among those with whom I spoke, one claims to have witnessed an individual fitting that description. Man walking in a stupor who did not seem to feel the cold. If one straight at the infirmary would explain his state of battle. Does that say we have found out blasphemy? But I think that his name should be Vaindra. It is the same as that of the former Heaven's Horde commander, Sir Vaindra de Rougemont, for whom the infirmary is named. Sir Vaindra, however, retired from his station at the ripe old age some years ago. It is not like to have been him. In any case, we have a lead. I shall head to the infirmary at once. Pray wait for me in the broom. This is just I don't think you guys can even grow fruit. Oh my god. I don't know why sometimes I just get incredibly tired now. It's so fucking irritating. Just like how much it smacks me all at once. I'm just, fuck. Oh, you did say the broom, I guess. I could have probably predicted you meant like on the way to firmament. So didn't check the customer delivery Dragonet. I fear she may be in danger. No, not L2. She's doing so good. Don't worry about it. Look, I've got her somewhere in here. Look. Look. See, look there. There. No, baby dragon. See, no. See, it's a baby dragon. See. Totally the same one. It's totally the same one. Fire. She's like, no. Look. That's her. That's her. There she is. Don't you recognize her by her like wonderful blue scales? Look, she's looking at you. See, look, she's so happy to see you again. She's doing just fine. Oh, I told you don't want me long. Let us wait here. She's so happy to be back. This is Loverick, the aide who's in charge of Vaindra. Have you found him? Oh, please say you have. We have not time, afraid. But we seek to and hope that you can tell us more about him. We ask how he came to be at the infirmary. He was found by a patrol in the Central Highlands. I've been treated for his herds. He was brought to us for convalescence. Being in the prime of his years, he'd been doing well, but then... Prime of his years. By all accounts, he is no old man. Seems safe to assume this isn't just a Vaindra. No, he's definitely a different person, as I told Lord Arturo. And though he gave his name as Vaindra, he seems rather confused, and we had no means to confirm his identity. And he said he shouldn't be wandering about on his own. Please, you must find him. The man has recently turned into a beast at the Hoplon. We regret to say it may have been Vaindra. What? No, how can this be? Is there aught you can tell us? Things you may have said or done while in your care. While he was still unconscious, he would often ramble. Though most of it was incoherence, he mentioned the Archbishop many times. Oh, he spoke of a bishop too. Bishop Vartano. I assume he was a pious man, given this. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll continue our investigation and she will confirm what became of Vandral and inform you forthwith. Let's return to the congregation for now. We might have a villain on our hands. Though, do these quests need villains? The way that, like, role quests need villains? Like, most role quests, not role quests, job quests. Most job quests, like, have a villain. Stop the bad guy who wants to steal your job stuff. So the good guy can get it. The good guy can save the day while the bad guy, like, eats dicks. You know, shit like that. But these are, like... I guess we still had... Like... I mean, like, most of the tanks and everything's happening in the tank one. Quite safe. Like, there's a lot of job quests earlier on very much had villains. In ARR, it was like almost always a villain who like used the same job as you. But they're bad instead. These have already got like the major villains. So we need someone around to make it worse. So I was gonna say that like we kinda had a villain arc already in the tank one. But then I'm just like, we were considering the elementals villains, the game wasn't. Who does Vaindra be? Sorry, it's this tiredness. It's like smack this dick across my face intensely again. Ugh. When Jacob said Vaindra de Rochon was mentioned long ago in the Heavens with short stories. Neat. The mystery remains we one step closer to identifying the man who became profane Fathin. So I was half expecting it to be like, oh, Vaindra was one of like the old Heavenswood guards who was mentioned in like the Hildebrand shit. When we ran into two of the old Heavenswood ones. Heavensward guys. Indeed. Though he did not at first appear to be a member of the clergy, his words betray a fervent faith. How curious that he should speak not only the Archbishop, but Bishop Vartano as well, specifically. Perhaps he was personally acquainted with his Christ. Well, that's a possibility, but we should speak with him directly. Agreed. I request an audience with his grace has many demands upon his time. Maybe a while before we are seen. You all rest too. Should you have any other business, be free to attend to them in the meantime. You two have a rest as well. Have a rest. If I'm told to have a rest, you gotta have a rest as well. Naughty, naughty. They're not gonna have a rest. Only justice, only vengeance. Interesting names all over these ones. Title character of the 1972 pop hit, You're So Vaindra. You're So Vaindra, I bet you think this song is about... I'm trying to think of the word you into that song that like make it a pun about 14. I can't think of one. Have a rest with me, I mean what? The look of relief upon Arturo's face bespeaks your timely arrival. Manifest, excellent timing as ever. Deacon Clem has just sent word that Bishop Vartanen will see us now. But which, I mean, right this instant. It's extremely short notice, I know, but it will not do to miss the opportunity to learn about he and Vaindra may be connected. Not wishing to keep his grace waiting, Lord Emmerich on his way to St. Reminald's Cathedral. Come, let us hurry there ourselves. Probably hear this song from a church pew? You know what, I'll take it. I'll save myself that. No, you stay here, that was good. That was a good one. That was a good one, I like it. Chad, I hate being tired. Chad, I hate being tired so much. It just feels awful. So I'm pretty sure me being so tired right now, like people will say, oh, it's because you don't sleep enough. No, it's because I slept too much. I slept too much. Seems his grace is yet to arrive. So I knew this would happen. I was gonna stream yesterday. I like finished work at 2:30. I was gonna stream yesterday. After that, and then I was just like, it's gonna be a little late one, but you know, I'll try making it not too late and everything like that. And then I ended up not streaming yesterday because I ended up closing at work, so I ended up working until 5:30. And then I was just like, I'm gonna like, and I already slept like shit the day before, so I'm just like, I'm gonna sleep like shit. Because I already called off the stream before I was told I had to close. Because I'm just like, I'm too tired. I need to go home after work and sleep. Because I slept like shit the night before. And then I was just like, I'm calling off stream so I can rest longer. And then I was told, hey, can you finish work today? And I'm like, okay. So I knew I'd come into today tired. I knew this would happen because of how, like, I was very tired yesterday and I didn't get the chance to rest that much when I got home. But I still think I probably slept too much. Because I got home, I went to sleep, and I woke up, and then I went back to sleep. So overall, I probably had like 9 hours sleep between my 2 sleeps. That's probably too much. Is Grace such an odd title? Grace is no one. She's an independent woman or whatever Destiny's Child said. Ah, Manifest. We're glad that you can join us. Seems his Grace is yet to arrive. My lord, I'm so sorry. Home disgrace that you're making your way hither. Shortly before you arrived, you recalled the urgent business and had to leave the cathedral at once. Cannot have yet gone farther, so if you wish to search for him in the hopes you can still steal a moment of his time. To grant us an audience only to depart with such haste, what business could be so pressing? Do we have a villain in our midst? His Grace is yet to return, I'm afraid. Oh, Grace. Wherefore art thou, my Grace? I found my Grace. It's actually shockingly easy. I found his Grace manifest. Well now, even as if Ishgard should be here. Your Grace, perhaps this is simply my misunderstanding, but we are under the impression you grant us an audience. We're all here! Not surprisingly, I'm not suspecting the very obviously planted villain. But we don't need villains in this! We have blasphemies! We have Fire 14 kicks me out. Where you going? Outside the Adder's Nest for too long. Lord Speaker, rest assured I was just about to return to the cathedral. There is no need, Your Grace. This will not take long. As you may have heard, we're investigating a young man named Vaindra. Is he known to you? No, I cannot say he is, with the exception of the former, Archimandrite. I am sure I know no one by that name. But mine, the Archbishops are known to many, yes? Perhaps his youth took inspiration from public services over which we presided. Goodly soul that he is. Full glad that I am that his faith was to comfort him in his sickness. I pray to Helena that he'll soon be found in good health. Now, there was nothing else. I shall return to my duties. Oh, shit! Oh, no, bad guy. I'm sorry, but I'm having an echo right now. I'm gonna have an echo of you being a dick. Well, this is certainly something. Either a chemical next to fucking the sword. What was the sword's name? Arsalan? One day again, Echo just be guiding a sandwich. Fear not, your eminence. I shall carry on your legacy. Remember when we faked an Echo during Scholastica? Would it be funny if we did it again? We completed the preparations as per your instructions. But are you certain this will work? Yeah, Ascalon, yeah. It will, it must. Lord Amric spoke the truth when you revealed the Archbishop sought primal powers to strengthen the people's faith. I cannot bring myself to believe it, not at first. But in the course of cataloguing His Eminence's personal articles, I came upon his journal. Sure, let's use this very empty blade. There's definitely not an Asian soul still stuck in there. There indeed written that, through abundant aether and fervent prayer, it is possible to make gods of men. All the power it requires lies in this place, this Aziz La. By channeling the essential elements into the soulless flesh and sword we found. We shall summon forth King Thor on his knights 12, and by his blessing Ishgard shall be restored to its former glory! I'm being serious, there's no way there's enough aether in there to do jack shit. But what if it has an entire resplendent soul of an unsundered Asian who was sucked into the soul? Put 13 guys in one guy and that'll solve our problems or something. Behold, Ultima! Okay, maybe the next soul. What's this? It's just an ordinary man, scarcely changed from before. His Eminence, I must protect. Cloned Ellison? What? Okay, I didn't realize when they said they got a body. I didn't realize it was just one of the cloned fucking bodies they found in here. No, this isn't right. Confound it! Perhaps I overlooked something. Let's turn to the Holy See and review the journal. Your Grace, what shall we do with this thing? Leave it. Tis a fair without use of value. Then us into this place. We'll deal with it soon enough. You know, things might have been different in the Church of Eleni, but like, I have to assume necromancy is not like a holy thing. Wild guess. Probably not. Hey, arrest that man. He's super evil. Manifest, are you well? Or you perchance granted a vision of the past? Oh yeah, Vartano wanted to resummon King Thoron Primal. Attended summoning a King Thoron and his knights 12? I worry he's gonna turn into a beast right in front of us more than anything. Your Grace, you should know full well that summoning is strictly forbidden. You're coming us to the congregation, explain yourself. I've dedicated my life to the church, conducted my affairs in accordance with the scriptures, and taught others to do likewise. But you took it all from us, tore down everything that defined us. You don't know how it feels to have your very existence rejected, to be forsaken by your community, to be denied by your society. Well, I deny you and this justice. I deny in Ishgard where the church has no place. I refuse to accept it, do you hear me? I refuse to... Well, damn, America's strength back in him. Your Grace, no! That I should come to violence yet again. Although your hand had not been forced, my lord. Deacon and Clem should not be alone at this time. I shall remain with him while tending to the aftermath. When things have settled, I return to the congregation. Pray go on ahead and get some rest. Aww. Dragon sitting on my shoulder. Aww. Aw, adorable. Thank you, L2. Thank you, this dragon that is definitely L2 for sitting on my shoulder. That's very nice of you, dragon that's definitely L2. It's super adorable of you, dragon that's definitely L2. I like it. So I hate to bring up a labored point, but I'm gonna bring up a labored point. Notice how this questline is dealing with the fears and despairs that the people of Ishgard would have based on the problems that Ishgard has. Even though we've gone through a lot of like, Heavensward storyline stuff about fixing Ishgard and improving it, even though it's already gotten so much about, like, how Ishgard has been improving since the end of the Dragon Song War. Notice how this questline is still tackling a part of that in terms of, like, the problems with, like, trying to reform the church that has had its entire existence pulled out from under it. Notice how this questline is still able to, like, get to the heart of, like, hey, these societal problems are, like, part of, like, why these problems are going to manifest in terms of, like, fears and dreads and everything like that, because that's what the Final Days preys on. And if your society has issues, then that's going to be where it takes roots. Even in this place that we've dedicated so much time to showing how much better it was than in the past. As I said, with every quest, Gridania's will get exponentially worse. Yeah. Yeah. Gridania had a very obvious thing it could have done, and then it didn't. And now we're going to Ishgard, and Ishgard's was less obvious, but still found a way to just be like, hey, you know revolution? Hey, you know reformation? Hey, you know how that's not a smooth process? You know how a lot of people, when their entire world is turned out under them, end up lost and struggling to find meaning? Hey, guess what, like, fear and despair are gonna prey on in that moment? How fares the deacon? Well enough, given the circumstances. Though understandably shaken, he is more determined than ever to help his fellows. Surely he is possessed of a stout heart. But I think that even a member of the Synod could succumb to despair in turn. The crisis grip in the church is far graver than I had imagined. In pushing for such an abrupt separation of religion and states, we may have exacerbated the growing divide between the clergy and the general populace. I mean, that was the correct thing to do. But there is an element of how is it handled and stuff like that. How do you handle such a drastic transition? It's a transition that needed to occur, but, like, obviously. But, like, how do you handle that? And everything like that. Manifest, will you recount in full that which you witnessed in your vision? I feel like the cloned body they found might be our blasphemy. that he should seek to use one of Allah's unholy abominations to create a primal. Yet that which manifested was not like the being you fought, but rather retained the form of a man. One driven by the desire to protect the Archbishop. I safely assumed the Bishop did not have sufficient aether. Bereft in dog's eye, the sword of Ascalon no longer has such power. Nor does that of the Warring Triad remain to be harnessed thanks to your valorous intervention. Hey! Hey! A reference to the fact that we also did Warring Triad. The whole point of Thought on wanting to go to Arzaslar specifically was to get a hold of the Warring Triad to use for King Thought on Primal ends. And now that we've done that, it also gets mentioned. Just to appreciate church and state for such a pious nation would be huge, but then you add in the truth of the war and Thought on stuff and it's not making it easier. Yeah, exactly. But there is still an element of, like, even though they're trying to improve things in Ishgard, and they are, there's still going to be, like, problems along the way that need to be addressed. But if the summoning failed, had the clone come to possess life? And what purpose drives it? Lack of aether notwithstanding, the necessary components were present for a summoning. It's just the single weakest primal that has ever existed. Perhaps the ritual itself was a success, and the vessel, though imperfect, arose as a champion of the Archbishop. Yet how did he become to be in the Central Highlands? Believe that this clone and the man who became the blasphemy are one and the same? Nay, I merely speculate. Yet considering what we know of the clone and Vaindra, it would seem a likely possibility. Wherever the truth may be or not will lead us forever. But first, I must lay some groundwork for the next phase of our investigation. Of course, permitting, we'll have news to share ere long, so pray look in on us when you can. So does this technically mean that a primal is what succumbed to the final days? I mean, I don't see any reason why a primal couldn't. Though we also know very little about how the final days actually affects things, other than Akasha, I guess, which Akasha affects emotions, and primals are beings like divined of pure belief, which would have emotions behind it. So it would make sense that it could have, like, the emotional aspect there that the Akasha could grab a hold of and then twist and turn and everything like that. At this point, we very specifically know very little outside of, like, people turn into it. It seems to be Akasha. The Akasha, the fucking flower, just died when it was around that much of the final days happening around it. Wills unending, faith unbending. Hey, it's like the song. It's like the song. Artuarel has the identity of the blasphemy on his mind. It's the Heavensward theme. I'm now realizing that's what they all are. All of the things here are just the Heavensward theme song. Only just us, all the vengeance, you know. You know, it's that. It's all lyrics to Heavensward. Manifest your ever sight for sore eyes. Ill tidings, my friends. I dispatched several knights to find the clergyman who aided Bishop Vartan on summoning the Tut. Regrettably, when confronted, all turned and had to be put down. Without their accounts, then how to ascertain that the clone and Vaindra are the same individual? Maintain the assumption that they are. Perhaps we should instead consider how Vaindra may have found his way to Kurthus. Got a manifest vision. He was abandoned in Arzaslar. What did he do afterwards? Fall. I guess. Clearly, he grabbed one of the mana cutters that we left up there. There's but one way to ascertain the truth. We follow his trail. We should go and search for the clone in Arzaslar. If he is still there, we are dealing with a different individual. A splendid idea. We leave the floating continent in your capable hands. Thank God I don't have to use the aether and fly around there myself. Meanwhile, Manifest and I shall retrace Vaindra's steps where he first appeared. Bombing man the Central Highlands, he's in the camp Dragonhead. Let's begin by making inquiries there. We left some mana cutters. Well, people from Ishgard have been up there since, so they may have left some mana cutters. My assumption is that, like, mana cutters, they've been using mana cutters from Ishgard to go to, like, Sea of Clouds and Azaz Law. My assumption is that at some point when they took, like, a big ship and they just possibly left some behind. kind of where my assumption is. Kind of where I have assumptions for. Oh, hey, Camp Dragonhead, a place where the Warrior of Light is definitely at no risk of succumbing to despair or anything. Love it. Lovely. Lovely. Hello there, Nini. Well, no, but isn't the late Lord Orchfant's dear friends? Yeah, we're very safe here. Is there something you require? Ah, yes, the mystery man. I was among those who tended him. He was not yet tired for the snow, much less the snowstorm in which he had been caught, and was suffering from frostbite. When people are extremely cold, they mistakenly feel that they are warm and disparate. That might explain his state of undress. Raindrow states when he was found. Hey, dragon. Sorry, I saw the dragon, like, fly off my shoulder, and it was adorable. Damn. There we go. Yo, Theo ballin', let's go. Investigating the stranger we found, are you? Wasn't involved myself, so I can't tell you much about the fellow. But in the case of interest, earlier the same day I caught sights of an airship flying dangerously low. So it appeared into a brewing snowstorm, looking none too steady. Told ya, Manako. I mean, yeah, but also if you're cold to the point you're taking your clothes off, you're basically already dead. Yeah. Yeah, if your brain is that fucked that that's happening, you are basically at a point where it's just like damage has already started. Whether it can be fixed is a different question. Oh, hey, look who's here. But my spill of absence forced me time to return to my writing. Must admit that rifles are a dull without him, but not necessarily for the worse. But who, my good lady? Was only the most remarkable of adventures in Garlemald, which I've been explaining a great deal to Ottawa ever since my return. And I wish you could have been there with us. What'd you call me? Sound like everyone in an alliance raid when I use my ho there macro. Does everyone want to receive you? What brings you to our humble camp this day? Ninja man who was found in the wilds? Yes, I know the one. Was with the patrol that chanced into him north of here, at Providence Point. He was unconscious and in a bad way, and we hurriedly bore him back to the camp. Doing what we could for him, we sent him out onto the city, where Vaindra was found. I don't think he flew down on a chocobo, Emmerich. But I appreciate you checking at least. There you are. Were you able to learn aught of interest? Oh, fuck it. No! There we go. Got. There we go. Mysterious man found collapsed after an airship was seen flying low. Yes, the accounts I heard are consistent with yours. However, I'm curious about the fate of this unknown airship. And I've arranged a pair of black chocobos for us. Oh, that's we're flying on them. So we'll visually scout the area. Shall I continue our search Providence Point, where Vaindra is said to have been found? If you're ready, let us be off. Ah, it's one of these. I was about to say, this is an ARR area. They can guarantee we can fly if that's what it's about. We're doing one of those just mounted sequences. I see a dragon. I see a witch troll. A place that maybe we should stop calling it by that name. We're going to stop executing heretics. Well, no, they still want to execute heretics. They still don't like people who don't worship alone. I think so far. Let's continue northeast. It's this cave. Isn't this the cave that has the fucking chimera for for a relic reborn? That's what we're gonna find in here. Wow. Really big airship, not a manicotta. And Dragon is also just chilling. It took one of the big ones. And it's just kind of hanging out. By the Fury, it's the blasphemy. Oh shit, I'm having another echo. Did not know how to fly that very well, it would seem. His Eminence must protect His Eminence. Ah, you're finally awake. Oh, then to be praised. Oh, the frick. I need a fuck. How are you feeling? Strong enough to speak? Can you tell me your name? My name is Zephyrin? Jarbert? Or Zavelguin? Holocrane? So many names swirling in my mind, and voices that reject them. Is there none they'll accept? Are you alright? Vaindral. My name is Vaindral. Oh no, that's the same name as our infirmary. I dare say fate has guided you to us. So Vaindral, if you're willing to have a little conversation, can you tell me about yourself? Anything else you remember? Anything at all? A proud son of House Samael, nay, a devout servant of Helone, who lives for the rush of battle, the pleasure of inflicting pain, the attention of maidens, to fight beside my brother in arms. A lowborn runt, whose every effort went unrewarded, whose very name disqualified him from ever leading temple knights. But His Eminence raised me up, granted me a place at his side. From that day forth, I pledged my sword to his service, pledged my very being, my life to be offered up in defense of his. I am a knight of the Heaven's Ward, sworn to protect and serve the Archbishop. Poor fucker's like 12 brains all scrambled together. It's literally the entire Heaven's Ward. And Thordon. Well, the Thordon part seems to not have taken, because he's worshipping Thordon. But the rest of the Heaven's Ward, yeah, he's got ideas for all of them in there. Oh, using the short story? Oh, in the background there? Oh, you're a knight. Forgive me if that sounded a bit rude, but I had no idea. And while I realize your memories may be a bit muddled, I'm afraid I must inform you the Heaven's Ward have not been seen in quite some time and are presumed dead, and the Archbishop, well, he is most certainly no longer of this world. But the important thing is you're safe now, and we'll help you get back to your feet. Speaking of which, let me bring you some food and water. You must be absolutely famished. Archbishop dead? No. This cannot be. How can I still be alive when he is not? You just became alive with a singular purpose like 5 hours ago and you failed that singular purpose. Have fun! Definitely no despair at all here. I must find him. Again, the dude is technically a primal. And it still succumbed to the final days. Manifest. Oh, Jesus, hi! At least this thing doesn't kill you with poison immediately, so like... For the glory of King Thordan. I love how many blasphemies get a whiff of us and just be like, yeah, not worth it. Another vision, I take it. Let's make for Ishgard. I expect that Lord Arthur will return soon. If he's not already, we should both be glad to hear your tale. To be fair, you did kill him 13 times. That is true. That is true. That is true. Ooh. God. Yeah, there's a real interesting twist on the idea of the final days. That the primal itself did that. But do primals have souls? Because I don't know if what primals have constitutes a soul. But if what primals have doesn't constitute as a soul, then it means that a soul's not even required. It's just, as long as there's emotions that can be twisted into despair, the Akasha can grab a hold. Technically, we did just kill though, and the rest of the Heavens Ward just died. Well, I imagine the rest of the Heavens Ward were on the verge of death after we survived the Limit Break attack that makes Thordan barely able to control himself, and he's just like haphazardly swinging the sword. I imagine surviving that attack pushed all the others to the thing of death. Soul is Aether. Akasha doesn't need Aether, yeah. As long as there's emotions. As long as there's emotions, Akasha can take hold of whatever the fuck it feels like. But it's also decaying Aether. That is also like, or at least like the specific, like well, okay, to be fair, it's not Akasha in of itself. It's whatever the final day specific Akasha is. Like, it can grab a hold of any emotion and twist it, but also that this Akasha of the final days itself also just in general decays Aether, because that's like, that happens to the people who transform, but it's also like what's happening to like the star itself. We honestly spend more of the Thordan firefighting Heavens Ward than we do fighting Thordan himself. Well, he was an old man. He was an old man. Ah, Manifest! I pray your search is more productive than mine own. And it's at the end of that fight that you first like get the really big moment of an NPC asking you, "What are you?" And then he gets a 5.3. And then Elidibus is there and he's like, "An invocation of elves, they're not of Highlands making. What are you?" And then I fangirled over my character. Everyone is here. Excellent. So we're going to find our clone in Azazla. And not but discarded Ascalon remained. I've heard you with your own efforts in the Central Highlands. Of course, we're retracing Grindra's steps, we came upon the wreck of the Saliat. I suspect he found the vessel abandoned as Azazla and tried to use it to return to Ishgard. But he crashed on route and was subsequently rescued by a patrol from the Gum Dragon. So it would seem. And the Archbishop's Echo was not the only thing we found. Profane Fafnir was there too. Creature chose to flee, but not before Manifest had a vision of Angel's past. Go, my friend. Share with us what you had witnessed. Yes, if Angel, like, learns that Thordon was dead and didn't seem happy about it. Pretty upset, I'm not gonna lie. All the pieces fit, and as you surmised, my lord. Vaendra and the clone are one and the same, and in his despair, he turned into the blasphemy. He had confusion he exhibited when asked his name, for as if he wasn't sure of his own identity. According to the Scions, Primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations. That is true. That is true. People doing fireworks now. It is so... It is an entire ass day ahead of July, like past July 4th. What the fuck? I'll be honest, I forgot about this detail. Well, okay, do primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations as an inherent result of being a primal? Or is it a case of the people who summoned the primal likely remember what happened with the previous primal, and so those memories from the summoner get implanted into the primal? That I don't remember specifically. Because I'm also just thinking about Garbu's Titan, and Garbu's Titan cared nothing about mother and father. From this, it may be assumed that the clone harbors the memories of all those who became King Thordon and his Knights 12. Probably the latter. My assumption would be the latter. Though he struggled to reconcile these conflicting memories, he managed to settle on the name of Angel. Voices of them are clearly in agreement when facing Manifest. The mere sight of whom drove the blasphemy to flee. Above all, however, they shared the desire to protect the Archbishop. The desire was seared into Vaendran's very being when he learned that he no longer had a purpose. The Heavens Ward took up arms against us in Ishgard. By their hands were we robbed of one of our finest knights, and a dear friend. Even so, I would not wish such a terrible fate upon them. The self-same fates inflicted upon full many clergymen, and a fate I fear ordinary citizens will succumb to if we fail to act. People will soon forget the betrayal of our church's leadership, nor should they. But absent the comfort and stability once afforded to them by the institution, they may have become lost, and are all too vulnerable to despair. People have to forget what they need to move forward, just because Sylvia's just comfort, but things need to change. Well, yeah, this is basically exactly what Amber just said. We're just agreeing this was a different wording. People don't have to forget, but they need to move forward. I thought as much myself, my friend, but to hear you say it as well. Indeed. When the ground upon which we stand crumbles, we must find the strength to move forward, even should it cause us pain to do so. Lord Artwirl, at the next house session, I shall go for an ecumenical council to be held. My lord, such a gathering was for. Oh, you intend for the church to go to find new doctrine. Since separation of religion and states, we've refrained from interfering in church affairs. But if the church is to remain a part of Ishgardian society and continue serving the people, we must reconsider its role and formally address recent revelations. I'd call forth this council not as the Lord Speaker, but as humble adherents of the faith. Okay, so we're basically at a point. We're now basically at a point where it's just like, we're trying to reform Ishgard. Letting the church try and reform itself is not working out. If we're gonna bring about a revolution to all of Ishgard, then we need to help all of Ishgard find its way forward. Letting the church try and do it on itself has made it that we've left it floundering. Maybe a primal summoner is also create some kind of quasi-soul that serves as a base concept for subsequent summonings. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that primal summoning is based entirely on, primal summoning seems to be directly derived from, the unsunded form of, creation magic. And we don't have enough examples of, unsunded creation magic to really come to a conclusion. Because the main forms that we have of unsunded creation magic to create anything like primals were primals, and that was Heidelin and Zodiac, which were, one, made directly from souls of the people who sacrificed themselves, and two, both had hearts of people themselves who became the heart, who they themselves would have had souls. It's not really an equal comparison that, like, really tells us about what happens with a new one. Because, like, we obviously have similar primal summonings happen now that summon into people. You know, Tsukiyomi, Phoenix, Shiva, etc. But, like, what if something... I mean, actually, to be fair, Thordan was that as well. Thordan was that as well. Because Thordan, like... And Thordan and the Heaven's Ward were also summoned into people. The council to see this bitch. Let's have a concrete! Maybe the idea of primal gets recorded into Aether or whatever, so primals can have consistent appearance, power, and personality. Again, one of those questions of, like, which one precedes which. Like, once it's summoned and has an appearance, is that what... I mean, actually, part of what you're saying there, Yunsa, in terms of, like, the idea of a primal gets recorded into the Aether, we have explicit confirmation of that in the game. That's Summoner. That's literally Summoner. The way Summoner works is you can summon what you've been in the presence of a primal who has died of. Because the death of a primal and its dispersion of Aether, it's that Aether of that primal that you use to draw upon to do Summoner. That's literally what that is. So there is that. You don't summon the exact same thing with Summoner, but you're also not using creation magic to summon Summoner. You're using effectively advanced Arcanema. Long had I considered whether such measures were necessary, but lacked the courage to set them in motion. I now have it fixed. So I have to go home, watch the conclave, let's have a Kiki fan cam. So then let's start preparations at once. Among other things, we must reach out to those of the clergy who are unable to reform. So patience in the meantime. Chat, this is unrelated to anything, but I am, like, viciously, violently hungry. I was mentioning earlier how about I have an entire ass pizza waiting for me after stream. Because these streams are long and take a lot of energy out of me. So just having my normal meals is not enough. I need something big because I also don't have lunch. I'm so fucking hungry. Almighty Fury, guide us to victory. Me when I'm hungry. The sense of Artwell's jaw betrays a hint of anxiety. Not having pizza in the middle of the stream though. One, it takes like half an hour to cook. Well, half an hour between oven warming up and it cooking. And two, we do this and then we do like Fisher or Botanist and we're done. That did not come out on the stream elements anywhere near as well as you spamming the hungry flag did in chat. Just looks like you're laughing at a funny fun. Chat, Cross is laughing at me in an accent. Manifest. Owing to Lord Aemric's swift action, I am pleased to say that the Ecumenical Council, I got that wrong before, council will soon be held. Maybe when I'm a silly anime lady. Probably a bit more snooty. In case you are unaware, the council is the highest assembly in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. purpose to deliberate and decide upon doctrine. Previous one was held no less than 80 years ago, and 4 archbishops have since come and gone. The Scottish guardians know little of a say that which they have read the historical records. Usually the archbishop and members of the synod would meet behind closed doors. Like to Bishop Bartholomew's fate, however, this time the doors will be thrown open to the public. We're throwing wide the gates! In case you're an ignorant plebeian. Indeed, for the first time in history, all men and women of the faith may have a hand in shaping the mission and the teachings of the church. Hey, it's like what we're doing for all of Ishgard, where like the different houses came together to represent all the different people. But now we're doing it for the church as well. So why have they also joined us in this endeavor? Deacon and Clement, let me express our gratitude for your efforts in facilitating the council. We appreciate the difficulty of your position. I merely heed my conscience and my faith, my lord. Acting in Bishop Barton instead, I shall all within my power to see that the church may serve the people once more. Where is the Lord Speaker, if I may ask? He took aside for a moment, saying that he wished to gather his thoughts ahead of the council. The hour draws nigh, however. Manifest, I shall proceed to the vault with the good deacon. In the meantime, may I ask you to find Lord Aymeric? It should be the last vigil, I believe. This shit is so embarrassing for Gridania. Sorry, but it must be brought up again. Ishgard has had so much time spent on all of the ways that we're like helping Ishgard move forward and become a better society than when we first found it. Constant job quests, side quests, like an entire fucking restoration section to it, which also had like multiple custom deliveries and everything like that. We've gotten like even the fucking Moogle Crafter quests like fall in line with that. Like there's been so much dedicated to Ishgard about it improving. And yet for this role quest, they were still able to find something. Gridania has never had its core issue acknowledged, basically ever, and they completely ignore it, if not double down on it for it. It's so bad. Holy shit. Like, wow. Wow. Oh, it is you, my friend. Is it time already? I see. My apologies for making you come and fetch me. I've been thinking, Manifest, on the path I have chosen to walk, and on those who have been left behind as a consequence of my actions. Aymeric, upon the souls of those who have paved the way for peace, we shall never abandon our course of whatever it is you said to Midgard someone way back then. Whatever it is you said, I can't remember the exact wording. Those who died fighting, those burdened with boundless grief, those deprived of position and purpose. Like any nation, Ishgard is made up of disparate souls of disparate beliefs. Without an enemy to unite us, we recall the differences we once set aside out of necessity, and find amongst our old friends new ideological foes. The future I had envisioned. 'Tis far more difficult to secure than I ever imagined. What must I do for our people to live in harmony? For our nation to move forward as one? Such questions I have been pondering. We should begin making our way to the council. Shall we continue our conversation while we walk? Ready? Then let us be off. Scribble, I'd like to look on Vorton Manor. Hey, it's Endwalker. You haven't done one of these yet in this job, in this quest line. It's like every single... Have we gone a single stream? I see someone who's dressed up ready to see Oshman. Have we gone a single stream at Endwalker where we don't do this at least once? Like, they're clearly so proud of this mechanic. In Endwalker, it's so funny. Feels like another age that you and yours are no more than foreign wards of household. And in actual fact, it may be considered so. Your coming sets in motion a chain of events that brought an end to the Dragonstone War, ushering in a new age of harmony. You paved the way for meaningful change in our nation, and for that you shall ever have my gratitude. Now then, shall we continue on to the architects? Fenrir. Still really is like, you do a lot to help the realm and everything in A Realm Reborn. Like stopping Gaius in the Ultimate Weapon. It's no small feat or anything. It's no small feat or anything in A Realm Reborn what you accomplish. What you accomplish is still huge in A Realm Reborn. Heavensward really is the first expansion where, like, the legacy of the Warrior of Light really extends to, like, permanent mythological status. Like, being a single person who was able to stop this invasion that one time is a type of stuff that people remember in, like, modern history and things like that. But your specific name may not be, like, recorded down or known as much in terms of just, like, the guy, like, it might be a thing of just in the future. It's like, Garlemald tried to invade Eorzea. Didn't work. And everything like that. But this, once you get to Heavensward, it's just like, yeah, you brought an end to a 1,000-year war. And then you get to, I mean, even Stormblood, like, Stormblood's achievements, even Stormblood's achievements don't seem as grandiose as Heavensward's. Like, it's still a huge deal, obviously. You liberate 2 countries from their imperialist oppressors. But, like, those places were, like, under oppression for, like, 25 years. Which is still a long-ass time. But it's nothing compared to a millennia-long war that you bring it into. And then, obviously, Shadowbringers. How much people even know about it in Shadowbringers is a different question entirely. But you prevented Umbral Calamity in Shadowbringers. Which has been one of those accepted that they're huge and going to happen and no one can do anything about it. The fact that Louisoix was able to not stop one, but was able to minimize the impact of one means that he is a hero that is known forever with the Southern Umbral Calamity. Just googled something, realized curiosity is a disease, and I should never learn anything ever. King Thoron is Knights 12. The murderers of Rekatoskir. Since truth of that ancient crime came to light, many have been demanded that these images be torn down. Yet through what our founding fathers said was wrong, neither is it right to simply expunge them and their deeds from history. To do so would be to deny our people's parts in what followed for 1,000 years. We have the chance to forge a new future, but we as a nation must decide how we will confront our past. Forgive me, I was lost in thoughts yet again. I'll join Deacon and climb in the vaults. I mean, I can definitely understand this. One of my gunner is called the Clap. No! But now that you've told me that you don't want to learn this information, I'd rather not learn it. Aimerick's right here in terms of you can't just turn around and deny that that history happened. It does a disservice to, like, the reality and also allows for, like, not remembering how bad it truly was, to just forget about the past here. But, like, we don't need their statues to remember it. We don't need the statues up. We can get rid of the statues. That one we can do. We can remember how bad it was without the statues. Some real... No, it's still worth it to have, like, Confederacy statues up because they're part of our history. We should still honor them. Or when I get it on the other hand, like, we have precedent for why these statues coming down isn't that good. Yeah, as the thing is, like, yeah, it's the statues that come down. I get what he means in terms of, like, expunging it. Yeah. Something called a Confederate statue joke. Exactly, yeah. Like, it's a difference between do we forget that past and like say that no, that wasn't really us, we would just manipulate or anything like that. No, doing that is a lie. Doing that is like disregarding the honest raw history and like denying the role that like people up to today have played, which is not honest, not useful, not a way to pay the way forward. We can get rid of the statues though. Statues are for honoring, not remembering, and we don't want to honor them. There you are, my friends. The council is about to convene. Let us take our place in the audience hall. I think the church should let us fuck dragons! Raucous applause from everyone. And the only solitary foundation of the new church is that people should be allowed to fuck dragons. And thus was Ishgard the best city that was ever created. I'm still expecting some of these cutscenes to end up voiced. Esteemed members of the clergy and honored adherents of the faith, I thank you all for your attendance. How's that lady Eureka in elemental gear? I guess she went to Eureka. In recent days, our nation has been racked by a series of tragedies. Those among us who do Halone's work have been transformed into abominations. This dreadful phenomenon has been brought about by the final days, and it is upon our despair and anguish that it feeds. Thus, if we are to prevent further tragedy, we must strive to ensure that all Ishgardians, clergymen and citizens alike, abide with peace and love for one another in their hearts. Give the floor to this nun who killed Ozma. Is that this place for all the faithful in Ishgard? Well, 2 benches should be enough, right? When was the last time we saw the inside of this fucking building? Because the only time I can, like, remember seeing it is, like, beginning of Heavensward when we first made thought on. To that end, I have called this ecumenical council, the first in generations, so we might together determine a path forward for the church and our society as a whole. Since antiquity, the Ishgardian Orthodox Church served the people in 2 respects. As the Fury's spear to strike at the heart of dragonkind, and as the Fury's shield to safeguard the souls of men. But now that we are at peace with the Dravanians, the church need no longer serve as the spear. And so now we must reconsider how we might better serve as a shield for our brethren. The hierarchy must be reformed, and for that we need accountability. The upper echelon must be stripped of rank at a minimum, and investigations conducted, trials held if the evidence is sufficiently damning, and then we may turn our attention to their doctrine of lies. As our predecessors did before us, we, the Synod, had ever sought to interpret the scriptures to the best of our ability, and thence conveyed Halone's will to the people. Such fervent pursuit of retribution at the expense of doctrine would come also at the expense of our faith. I mean, people need to be held accountable if they were, like, actively a part of it. But there's also a difference between actively being a part of it and being manipulated and then going along with it, which still isn't a good thing, but, you know. Have we won the war to lose our souls? Or Halone, are we outside your grace? Now we're gonna have people in the church start transforming and everything's gonna go bad. Oh no. This bodes ill. At this rate, someone might turn. Since the war's end, the church and the faithful have stood at a crossroads, unable to take the next step forward. His Grace Bishop Vartona, may he walk in Lene's halls, was one such soul, and in his longing for simpler times, he resorted to using forbidden magics. He succumbed to despair. In our minds, we renounce the lies upon which our nation was built. But in our hearts, we yearn for the righteousness, misguided though it was, that gave us comfort and purpose for so long. So let us not forget who we were. Let us confront the mistakes of the past and learn from them, that we do not repeat the mistakes of our forefathers. As fervently as we believed in our sacred duty, we struggled to accept the Church's deception and embrace change. The legacy of Thoron weighs heavy, and there is a temptation to simply cast it aside, like a mantle that suits us no longer. Yet that would dishonor the sacrifice of those who went before. Countless souls who served the people with purest intent. And so heavy though it may be, let us together bear this burden as we set forth anew. Our friend Minifus was left in limb to reveal the truth to us. The truth that our legends and our scripture were tainted by betrayal, but not wholly corrupted. Though the great walls and towering spires our city may have been built with murder and deception, they rest upon a foundation immutable and true. Our devotion to Halone, whom we have worshipped since before our forefathers settled these lands. The Church is a font of practical wisdom, and its teaching guide us in our daily lives. Such things define our faith no less than the lies. We can acknowledge our sins without renouncing our religion. I do appreciate this. I do appreciate this take. Saying this as someone who is absolutely not religious in any capacity whatsoever. A lot of people who do not believe in religion very much have the tendency to say that, like, the problems lie at the heart of faith. That anything that's done in the name of a religion, that's, like, a horrible thing to do. The faith is the core problem with it. It is the concept of the faith in of itself that is the issue, which is, like, just factually not really how things work. Faith is just one of the many tools that the powerful use to contort people to their wills. The faith of Ishgard was not the thing that made them want to fight was not the thing that made them fight dragons. The faith of Ishgard was not what drove the original Thordon to kill Ratatoskir. It was the lust for power that Thordon and, like, the original Thordon and the others had that drove them to do that. And the faith was their instruments for getting other people in line with that desire, which has also followed on since. That's what the current Thordon that turned into the Primal was doing as well. The faith in of itself was not the cause. The faith was something that was twisted into it. And again, it's just like, it's so easy to see, like, how true it is that the faith is not the cause when you can have a look at, like, how many similar things have happened across human history where the religion was not the thing that was, like nationality, race, like, so many other things have been the instruments to, like, get people behind the horrible things that those with power want. Religion is not this unique entity that, like, turns people into doing these horrible things. It is just one of the many tools that the powerful use to twist. Religion just has, like, the bearing of religion has existed for so much of human history that it has invariably been used as the tool by which the powerful, like, convince the people to do horrible things, because religion has existed for such a long period of time. Because I don't know whether you get as much of it now, but, like, I'm thinking of, like mid-2000s to mid-2010s especially, of like, and I'm definitely like not innocent of it. Like back then, it was definitely more of an like something that I would lean a bit more towards in terms of the idea of just like get rid of religion and you get rid of the problems, and it's just like no, no, because then people who want to do horrible things will just find another reason for it. It was kind of funny and weird when people are like, oh, this is the world without religion. Like, people wouldn't find some other bullshit reason to declare war and divide people. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah. Very amazing atheist vibes, yeah. I mean, it's just like, it's also like, I'm not a believer in faith. Like, I don't have a faith of, a religion. I'm not a spiritual person. I don't, like... I would say most of my views in terms of, like, my beliefs, my dedications and everything like that are founded in the realm of science. At least to the best of my understanding they are. But I'm also just, like, eugenics isn't right there to take up the mantle of religion right after. Exactly, yeah. If a king turns around and says, kill the people over there, they believe in a false god... Get rid of religion, and what's going to be the next thing? Kill the people over there. Their bodies are impure compared to ours. Like, it's just a tool. Like, it's a tool that's used. Tools in of themselves are not inherently good or bad. They're just used for good or bad things, and religion has just been a tool for a lot of human history. And the thing is, like, and any of the people that turn around and say, but if, like, any of the people who are atheists who are just like, but religion doesn't follow science. You can't let religion define, like, how society is run because its foundation isn't a scientific founding and everything like that. And it's just like, yes, that's why we have division of church and state. like, that is also a very key important part of it. That it's just like, yes, we do not allow, religion to define how society at large should be run or to define how other people should live their lives. Yes, that is also why division of church and state is very important. A thing that they're very explicitly highlighting here as well. They're doing this, all of this, it's like, faith is okay, faith is fine, faith is good and helpful when you use it in good and helpful ways. It also needs to be explicitly separated from the state, though. Those two things cannot combine. That's not healthy for society to combine those things, which is also very true. Mankind's really good at dividing themselves in ways to make themselves the better and higher caste. Yes. Yes. But yeah, it's just, like, growing up around almost exclusively non-religious people, basically, like, most people that I've known in my personal life, fall under the category of non-religious in some capacity. I realistically, like, know very few religious people. And honestly, most religious people that I know are people who are born in Australia. Most people I know who are religious are people who have, like, immigrated to Australia, and they had faith where they came from, and then they've carried that over here. Not to say that it's like, oh, because Australians are smarter. No, it's because Australians are more apathetic and don't give a shit. so, like, I think it's also, a lot of us, like, it's like Australians are not like less religious. The people who are born here are not less religious because they're smarter. They're less religious because they're lazier. The idea of having a faith and following a religious set of ideals is too much work for most people here, more than anything. more than anything, that's the reason why. So having grown up around primarily non-religious people, very overwhelmingly, very much one of those things of just, like, knowing a lot of people, and again, back in my teenage years, I definitely was not immune to it. Not as extreme as some people that I've known, definitely. Of just being like, oh, just get rid of religion, and then all the world's problems go away and everything like that. But I don't think I ever believed to that extent of you get rid of religion and all of the problems go away and everything like that. I don't think I ever believed it's that extreme, of an extent and everything like that. But I can definitely, I can definitely admit to, like, in my teenage years, being of the understanding of religion is a particular, like, religion is something that is, like, particularly good at going, like, down a negative path. And it's just like, it's not necessarily that religion's more likely to do it than anything else. It's just that religion has existed for a very, very long time in human history. So therefore, it just invariably means that it's responsible for more, like, not responsible, but been used to be responsible for more of those things because it's just existed for longer. And without rejecting who we are. A comprehensive review of scripture as well as historical literature will be necessary. Revisions, as appropriate, must be made to ensure that the truth of our past is preserved for future generations. With your peerless knowledge of church doctrine, I dare say none is better suited to leading that effort than you. I suspect that many eyes will be required to pore over all the tomes, and there are many idle men and women of faith who would jump at the chance to do Helone's work once more. That day so very long ago, I had no answer to my father's words, but it seems the people had it within them all along. That's because Thoran called him out, right? Thoran basically called him out and said, if the truth was revealed, what would the people do? The people couldn't handle it. Our society would collapse if the truth was revealed. And Aymeric didn't have a response to that. Now we do. With this, the church and the people have taken their first step towards a brighter future. 'Tis well Lord Aymeric interjected when he did. Mind if it's a bit overdressed for a church meeting, to be honest. I know the Church of Helene doesn't have cardinals, right? Again, if I had Dawnshroud job gear, I'd look so much cuntier. Part of my tits would be exposed. A little bit of them. Not much. A tasteful amount. The council went better than I dared hope. Truly. While the details remain to be decided, it's also a resounding success. Your words helped everyone to find common ground. I know not how to thank you. Much credit must go to Manifest. In the face of great hardship, never did she hesitate to press on, and the people have not forgotten this. The savior of Ishgard. Indeed. Well, do I remember the day you flew into Ishgard upon a dragon's back, and making possible the impossible, you inspired us all. You knew we glimpsed the fury, a vision of courage in the face of uncertainty. Looking to your example, we shall endeavor to bring about change to the church, for the future of all Ishgardians. There will, of course, still be those souls who struggle to rise above the mire of despair, where my fellows and I shall be there to take their hands in faith and love. For what is faith, if not salvation? Well, I'd best return to the cathedral. We have much and more to do. Ah, but ere I forget, I tracked down that which you had requested. Some repairs will be necessary, but it will be seen to with all haste. Alright, we still have a dragon to fight, don't we? Right, we still have a dragon blasphemy to fight. This is not the end of this questline. Why is Laha Bray possessed Thancred better taller than usual Thancred? Because Laha Bray couldn't handle being a short king. I mean, you saw how we've seen how tall the fucking Unsundered are down in Armorra. We've seen how tall they are. No way Laha Bray is going to be happy with short king Thancred height. I tasked the Digam in finding a certain item, you see. A secret weapon, one might say. Given what we know of profane Fathri, I suspect it will be of great use in our hunt. Once the repairs are complete, I shall be ready to strike. The church having reached an accord with the people, the risk of more clergymen turning is greatly diminished. We now focus entirely on the blasphemy. This time we freed Faintra from his torment. Rest where you can, Manifest, for I dare say the coming battle will demand the best of us. We have Dragon Kill. Man, every time someone gets in charge of writing anything for Ishgard, really does show how much, like, they always put their entire pussy into any writing, into like nearly every bit of writing that Ishgard gets. Ever march heavensward. Okay, we're just straight up calling out. I mean, I know that's the song lyrics, but we're just like, hey, by the way, expansion name. Artwarel has his sights set on profane something. It's kind of funny how much these quests have absolutely nothing to do with the role that you're doing. like the role that you had made it like was connected at least in some capacity in Shadowbringers. The roles here mean nothing. Like, it almost feels like they're actively out of place. The fact that you can't be of a similar role to the people that you're around, you have to be something juxtaposed. You almost feel out of place. Surrounded by dragons and paladins, I'm a red mage. In Gridania, I'm a fucking paladin. Like, I know the idea is that you're fulfilling the niches of combat that those areas can't do. So when you get into combat together, like, you know, you're closer to a normal composition. If you go into the Carnage Center's fight as a healer, then you're just another healer. I get it. I get it, but it is funny. Glad tidings manifest. Seems the Ecumenical Council, not a single soul is turned. Safe in that knowledge, we don't think of how to hunt down the blasphemy. Ah, manifest. You are here too. Excellent. I'm pleased to say that the secret weapon is ready. We may now look to dealing with profane faculty. As you will recall, when we last encountered it, it was lying in wait by the Saliel. And it seems to remind its inherited memories, I believe. Seems to protect that which is most strongly associated with the Archbishop. Like the ship that it flew, like, the ship? The things associated with the Archbishop, like the ship that that he went on to go, Azisla awaits. More likely it was the self-same motive that compelled it to come to the Holy See. From the skies above, it keeps watch over the Holy Vault. When next it descends, we shall exploit this instinct by using the secret weapon to lure it to the Chancellor. What exactly is this secret weapon? It is none other than the Fury's Grace, the holy crozier of the Archbishop. Certain that the Bishop Bartano had retreated from Azisla, I had taken Clem search his private quarters. My suspicions proved correct. With the crozier in hand, I shall make an irresistible bait for profane Fafnir. My lord, that is an unconscionable risk. So telling how the blasphemy will react. Indeed, but we can be confident that I will command his undivided attention, thus ensuring that no more of our citizens are placed in harm's way. If the heavens ward are the Archbishop's shields, the Temple Knights are the people's. As leader of the Order, the risk is mine to bear. All the Knights of the Heavens Ward fell in Azisla. As a vessel for their memories, Vangel may be considered the last of their number. Let us go there and relieve him of his name. There, GT. Let us see to our preparations and proceed to the vault. We finish this once and for all. So when we get up there and we fight him, is he gonna start talking about filthy ruts and how sickness must be purged? Is he gonna start talking about that shit as well? Are we gonna get that as well? Because I'm not gonna lie, that'd be funny. I don't know if make everything's polarity is valid. That's the important thing that I've learned today. So it's so funny when a daily game jump scared you with a submission custom made for you. A what? Like the first shot on this day's game deal is Fran's shoes. Oh, okay, 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 you're talking about like Wordles and stuff. Okay. I was confused when you said daily game, because I'm just like, you mean like daily missions in a gacha? And then I realized who said that. I'm just like, there's no way you're fucking talking about a gacha that you're playing. When the battle begins, Lord Aymeric and I will draw the blasphemous attacks. See the opportunity to bring your magics to bear against it. If you are ready, then let us set forth. Need but say the word. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Really good, but it has like 6 different game modes. I'd probably fail. I don't know a ton of games. Because they're not on my list. I haven't ran to them yet. Sickness must be purged! Just repeating that line on constant as it's flying around. The beast is come! Now's our chance! Begone with you! You disgust me. This will be a mercy. There it is. That's the one. That's the one. Make ready. I don't know why the vault out of all dungeons is one of the ones I remember the most voice lines from. Probably because it was the first one that did it. It was the first one that had a shitload of voice lines during the boss fight. See, last time someone did that, 7 lights shot up into the sky while Shadowbringers was playing. Rawr! Blasphemy, profane Fafnir. For the glory of King Thordon. You were not he. A trick! It is a trick! Little lines and actual inflections are memorable. Plenty of them out there, especially if it's something that you're paying like a lot, like a raid or trial. Yeah. Forgive me, Sir Vaindra. But for the sake of all Ishgardians, we must strike you down. He's mad. He's mad. Alright. Now, time for me to demonstrate how much I know how to play this job at level 80. Sorry, 90! That's the wrong button. That one. There we go, and then I do this, and then I do this, and then, yeah! Cunty attack, let's go. It's not that different, yeah, but I don't remember how to play Red Mage in general. That's the issue. My divine flame shall consume you! That fucking... I thought I had dual cast. By the fury of Charber's magic, it is the same! Sickness must be purged! I knew it!
You underestimate me.
I knew sickness must be purged! I knew we were filthy rats! I knew it. In the name of Ishgard, we will free you from your torments. There we go. Stabby stab, stabby stab. Magic barrier! I actually have that now, let's go! I'll be honest, I think out of all of the stuff that Red Mage has, your reckoning is come. I think out of all the stuff that Red Mage has, the thing that I dislike the most about it is Flash. I think Flash is the part of Red Mage that fucks me up the most. A 25-second cooldown when I'm like doing so many shit where it's really hard to weave anything in between really gets to me a lot. Like, I find it really hard to do. Oh. Okay, apparently we're back in Stone Vigil. Apparently, is Ishgard, apparently, not Profane Battle. Find it really hard to, like, actually do all the shit properly. With Flash. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot that our
We must stand our ground.
I forgot that magnification was on a 110 timer, not on a 120. So I didn't get my embolden buff with it. Whoopsies! In the name of any skill ever. Understandable. Resolution! Or resolution, whatever it's called. Oh, I didn't realize that one appeared first. I thought that one appeared last. What order are they appearing in? Okay, I'll be honest, I don't know. Were they exploding in reverse order or can I not see? I swear I went to the one that spawns last. I can't see. I really thought they spawned last. Because I thought it was like in rows. So I ran to the row that spawned in last.
It ends here.
Yeah, I thought it was spawning in rows. Explode! Yeah, so they're spawning in corners here. As I thought the next one was spawning in... Yeah.
You underestimate
Yes,
me.
now I want to go over here. Probably a little further. Action. That in there, we do this. Hammerstorm! Oh yeah, some of these. Magic barrier! Because I can. Stab! Oh. As acceleration, I was just like expecting acceleration to immediately lead to the follow-up of acceleration. I'll find out how it works. You're making a scum!
Do not underestimate me.
I totally remember how to play Red Mage. Yeah, Red Mage is basically the same at every level from 50 onwards. It's just I forget how to play it at all. Like, how to use it. Don't mind me. Damn it. So I don't want to use this immediately. Because I don't have Emboldened yet. I don't want to use Magnification right now. Because I don't have Emboldened. Now I have Emboldened. And now I use this. Oh god. Get back here!
We must stand our ground.
And now I can get a second one in. Oh god. Everyone get away from me. It worked. I survived. I lived. Let's go. Who's playing mage right now? Oh Jesus. Okay. Never mind. We're gonna do some of this then. Actually. Oh, I don't have enough for. Oh god, it sucks. I was gonna try and do a big aerial combo, and then my mana did not work out for that. That sucked. Speaking of lucid dreaming, just in case I don't run out of actual input. Oh, we've got plenty of time to fuck this. I don't have a burst right now to use on this, but this will be fun. And now there's not enough points to use an actual burst. Because everything is close enough to dead. Time has come to call upon the true power of the Heavensward! Heavensward attack!
I will not falter.
Oh my god! Okay, okay, so does everything at once. We got a tank L. Oh Jesus, yeah. We got a tank LB. Yep, they're knocked down. Yeah, every single one of these blasphemies is having a moment where, yeah, you know our main characters we've been going through the story with? Like, the people who are usually the strongest characters during the story that aren't like us. Yeah, all of them are having problems actually fighting off the big bad. Every single one of them is getting, like, actually almost rocked by the Blasphemous. It's not going well for anyone involved. I say now we're misdragging. Misdragging. By the way, you wasted my emboldened window. How dare you? You made me waste my emboldened window. When do you do engagement? I don't know when you do engagement. I know like the timing for it that doesn't like clip JCDs. Lightning storm. I was looking at the dots, just being like, where's my dot? Where's my lightning one? Have I not been using that? And then I realized I'm not black mage. Getting confused. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Also, I don't cool down with the second stack of it. Whee. Is this modification, you mean? These eminence will return. Do you get 2 stacks of modification at level 100? Or are you talking about a different skill? Jesus, okay. The shit's hurting. So you said engagement? Oh, engagement, yeah. Engagement. On cooldown. No, I find it always clips JCDs. Hey, I did it. We did it, let's go. I find every time I use engagement, I find it always clips JCDs. But I think it's because I keep trying to use it during my melee combo, which has like shorter GCDs on it. It's a skill I constantly forget to use. I constantly forget. I have a hard enough time keeping flash like uptime on that with its 25 seconds. So engagement and yeah, this is gonna go right out the window. Finally, it is over. Oh, the big combo finish, not with the melee itself, yeah. Yeah, because I got a longer GCD. I think that's the issue, is that I end up being in a situation where I'm trying to weave stuff into the melee combo, including like flash and Conto Sixt. Thus ends the tale of the Heavens Ward. It's not to be forgotten. 'Twas wrong of them to conceal the truth of our nation's founder, to abet the Archbishop in his machinations. It's in peering into their hearts one thing became clear. They too had succumbed to primal manipulation. They too were victims. Flawed men, aye, not without sin, but Ishgardians brave and true, as we all aspire to be. Having triumphed in the battle of ideals, I have responsibility to all our people. Their hopes and dreams, their sorrow and suffering are mine to bear. And bear them I shall. For I did not vanquish King Thordan, or had I erred in but one of my choices. I may as well have been the first to come to so despair, to be reborn for blasphemy. I'm more likely to become a beast. You wouldn't have turned, not you. Thank you, my friend, for having such confidence in me. My apologies. It was not mine intent to act sentimental. Our work here is done. Let us return to the congregation. The explode kind of looks like dirty pond water. I think that's intentional, because the way that Y'shtola describes it was that their souls dry away like mud, like they break away like dried mud. So these absolutely dog shit bed and absolutely dog shit location. This will be the worst place I'll ever sleep in my life, but I'll still spend a night here. I must sleep in the worst place possible. It is how I'll get a good night's sleep. I gotta say, I was partially worried. Part of me was worried about breaking up MSQ with all of these role quest streams. I was worried about it in terms of, is it gonna break up the flow of the MSQ? Is it going to, like, shatter what we were doing? And invariably a little bit it's gonna do that. But the fact that every role quest is seemingly going to feel like basically mini Fathernair, I think is helping a lot. None of them are as severe as what Fathernair was, but in terms of like, oh, we need to allay the people's fears, there's a giant beast, the beast is threatening as hell, and like the combat and like the duty shows that by like everyone getting their shit rocked. I don't know if any of them will do it to the extent that fucking the tank one did with the poison, but yeah. Like, get a good night's sleep. For reference, I am talking about an area in 14. You know, I assumed it was just, like, terrible bits in 14, yeah. There's a few words I would say, but I can wait till Lord Artwell and Deacon Clemus recognize. Heard here as soon as I learned of your victory. Now I want to speak to Artwell. Mind if it's been me to offer my gratitude for helping us overcome not only the blasphemy, but the despair which spawned it. This is only the beginning. On the face of it, we may have made tremendous strides in breaking down ancient barriers within our society, but there remains great rifts to be bridged. It is no easy thing to rise above a lifetime of preconceptions and prejudice. I myself have struggled to do so, as you must know. But I shan't give up. On the honor of my house, I'll do everything in my power to build a new Ishgard. One in which all people can see eye to eye, regardless of birth and station. Now then, I believe the Deacon has some words for you too. Pretty intimidating. Gotta head off now and try to sleep now. Good night, Crafts. Again, I'm sorry. I feel bad. Especially because, like, the stream's going so much later. And it probably should have. My Lady Manifest, may I say how glad I am that you are safe and well. Just before you arrived, Lord Aemir explained to me the true nature of the man who became the blasphemer. The poor, confused creature was born the church's mistakes, and on behalf of the clergy, I give my heartfelt thanks for laying it to rest. As we work to reform our institutions and rebuild our relationship with the people, we will remember and pray for all those who have fallen in service of the faith. We shall pray for you as well. Wheresoever your path may lead, may the Fury ever watch over and keep you. I shall leave it at that then. Lord Emmerich too wishes to speak, and it would not do to keep him waiting. Speak to all of us. There's dragons someplace. Manifest, Lord Artwarel. I thank you for the vital roles you played in ridding us of profane Fathernair. As ever, the sight of you in combat was nothing short of inspiring. Yeah, punch fist. With no further reported instances, people turning it and the blasphemy itself no more, I shall like to believe we are free of the scourge of despair. My brother and I shall be able to see that it ever remains so by fighting to dispel the darkness in men's hearts. And I shall fight with you, not only as Speaker of the House of Lords or the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, but as a man of faith in our God and in our people. Together let us strive to fill our nation with hope. Manifest. By now you will be sick unto death of being thanked, but I must nonetheless express an additional word of gratitude. Full oft have you saved our nation, our people, as we not only of our lives, but our hearts and minds as well. You have given us a great gift, that of opportunity and choice. And if we are to repay you for it, we as a nation must take full advantage of our freedom to dictate a new course forward, into a brighter future. What forward means, we may not always agree upon. But as fellow Ishgardians, we shall find a way to rise above our differences and stand united. That is the nation that I would strive to build. This I swear to you. Come on to us, and then went on to the Stormblood soundtrack. Manifest. Given all that you've done for us, I am left to impose further. May I trouble you to bear word of our success to our officer on Rads at Han? You of course be sending a report, but there's no substitute for a first undercurrent. There's a benefit from the additional details you can provide as well. Thanks again, my friends, and may the fury speed your way. Bye, friends. There is one nice thing. For, like, Minifus specifically. About having all of these moments for the role quest here. Because as you've known, Minifus going through the MSQ for a very large part of it, not in the best mental headspace for a lot of it. Not in like a great position mentally. So all of these role quests, pardon me, to revisit prior areas is kind of like an opportunity for Minifest with a much healthier outlook on herself and her role in the world and everything compared to going through the story to reflect more honestly on how much she's actually done for all the different people across everywhere. An opportunity to like go to Ishgard and like truly recognize the good she has done for the place without being like overwhelmed by what she perceives as her personal failings of like losing Oshwana and stuff like that. And an opportunity to honestly realize how much she has actually done for the entire zone in a now much better mental headspace than before. My Lady Manifest, by your return, dare I hope that the hunt for the Blasphemy was a success? That you would vanquish the beats comes as little surprise, but that this occasion would serve as an impetus for the church to embark upon a path of reform is incredible. I'll share these joyous tidings to their allies without delay. Let me speak candidly. I was confessed to being a great admirer of yours. When you have a moment, I should like to hear about some of your adventures, if you would do me the honor. For the present, however, in my official capacity as the Ishgardian delegate, I offer you my humblest thanks for your immeasurable service to our nation. Hey. Damn, we can now die jump gear for that. More than fear. Hey, I feel like I possibly... Well, I guess I now see it because it didn't take me to those reason. Look! It's gonna be the names that define all of these quests. We're gonna have ones on guilt, loss, and loneliness after this. We had death and fear, and now we're gonna have guilt, loss, and loneliness. And how we're more than those things. Lego! Lego! So, we still have a, what's it called? We still have role quests to do today. For gatherers. We're gonna do gatherer today. So the question is, are we doing botanist miner or are we doing fisher? Which one of those are we doing? What is the plan? Which direction do we go? We've got fishing and we've got whacking stuff with sticks. Catching stuff with stick or whacking stuff with sticks? We also have tokusatsu superheroes who like painting. We also have that. We also have that. And also, whichever thing, we're gonna also choose one of those and actually unlock this. So I can actually get access to the Endwalker's script shops for this. So I can actually have something to spend script on. Also, look, I found another tall gray-haired woman. I found another tall, beautiful gray-haired woman. Let's fucking go. And this one's in the BDSM femro top for some reason. I mean, I'm not complaining about that, but she is in it. Let's vote as the only person here is /botanist. Pretty even overall, but we're spend time extra stream, so I don't want to have to bother with fish RNG. That is completely fair. That is completely fair. By the way, glam. I have glam. I have new gatherer glam. Gatherer, I find gatherer glam. I have a different glam for fishing. The fishing glam is good. I find it really hard to have like a gathering glam in this game that like feels appropriate. Like crafting glams, there's a lot of different things you can go for that. But for like a miner slash botanist glam, especially when you can't like use the job gear for it because they don't work with each other. So unless you have like either them on glam plates, which you only have so many of, or unless you have them on like separate actual pieces of gear, which requires a lot extra work. So I find it hard to make a miner slash botanist glam. So I kind of just went with like something that feels like well protected from the sun for botany. Something that feels well protected from like cave possibilities with miner. And then just something that has like kind of an outdoorsy vibe to it. So like big ass boots, big ass gloves, a hat that protects from the shade, and then just like a body top that this would you'd run in the risk of overheating. But you're protected from the sun and you're protected from like dangers around rocks with it. Which to be fair, like I'd say most glam that's made for gatherers of the lands or like disciples of the lands in this usually lean towards those aesthetics anyway. The only thing is like the boots are eventually going to change. I've seen a pair of boots on someone and they were called like Isle Farmhand or something. So I'm assuming they're Island Sanctuary boots. I probably will put those boots onto this glam instead. But beyond that, yeah, it's not a role that's easy to glam for, in terms of like something that like is practical and makes sense, but also feels like it's Mindfist and stuff like that. And also for some reason this top really makes her tits look bigger than usual. Some tops that I can wear kind of flatten out the chest a little bit, but for some reason this top also really highlights the boob size. I think it also has jiggle physics. Like a small amount, but it also has jiggle physics. There is also that. I went more frontiersman with mine back when I was using glam. It was viable, I'd use the script key, but there's too many issues with that. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's kind of why I've gone for the hat. Because I feel like the hat kind of gives the vibes of like out working in the hot sun kind of idea. Kind of going for the hat for that. But yeah, it's like overall just like a very practical glam. Because I feel like for miner and botanist, you really need to do that. Well, you must be manifest. It's just Rain is something all about you. Says you're quite the renowned miner. And botanist. And fisher. And carpenter. And blacksmith and armorer. And goldsmith and leatherworker. Weaver and alchemist. And a culinarian. The name's of Polona, by the way. Mr. charged me with managing her Rats at Harm Ranch. Looking forward to doing business with you. You didn't say you got anything special to ask of you. Long as your business is just welcome here as it is in any other House of Splendors. Because I only prefer you do more of your business here than anywhere else. Same clients like yourself will attract even more customers, you see. Keep drawing in business at the good clip. Before long, we'll have the rebranders of Polona's House of Splendors. That all which won't know what hit her. Don't remember about that last part. Just bruise our wares and buy something that strikes your fancy. Yeah, someone got in trouble for this. Back in Bosnia. Ripped jeans, that I can understand. Ripped jeans don't really suit Minifest, but I totally get it. I did have the ripped jeans on my old Fisher glam. Look, I can finally get level 90 stuff probably. Yeah! I can finally get level 90 stuff from the shop, which means I can like... Never mind, I can't get regional folklore yet. Maybe these won't unlock until we actually beat Endwalker. It is possible that the regional folklore stuff won't actually appear until I beat Endwalker. Wait, no, sorry, I didn't actually choose anything, did I? I didn't choose the category. I chose this, and I'm just like, why is nothing appearing? I forgot to choose a subcategory. There we go! Now I can get regional folklore. There it is. Now I can get regional folklore trader tokens. And trade that for everything. And all this stuff here. There we go. There we go. Now I can get that stuff. And now I can get a level 90 gear. Yeah. Perfectionist stuff. Let's go. What's a perfectionist hat? Or what's perfectionist glam? It's what I'm fucking wearing. Let's go. Let's go. It's a different color of what I'm already wearing. Let's go! Yeah! See, I told you I chose well. I told you I chose well for my glam. Literally just read different stuff here. Afflatus, isn't that the fucking skill of the fucking... Isn't that Lily spells? Afflatus stuff? Okay, and now and I'm now realizing this jacket was my old gathering glam. Wow, my old gathering glam and my new gathering glam really were just Endwalker script gear. Real cool thing DT does, just ditch the weird token thing, you just straight up buy the gatherer books. Fucking finally, Jesus. Fucking finally. I don't know why it's taken so long for that to happen. Oh, also, you know what this means? You know what this also means? I mean, level 90 materials, which I won't use for anything right now. But, you know what this also means? I can have a look at all this gear that I can't fucking wear. What was Perfectionist stuff here? What's Perfectionist crafting? This just looks like, this is just Aspect gear. This is just best in slot Shadowbringer's gear, re-dyed. That's just what that is, never mind. You're seeing that every time I did anything crafter in fucking Shadowbringers. It's the same fucking thing. And then there's the Afflatus gathering, crafting stuff, which is... Okay, no, I've also seen this. This is like also like level 90 crafted gear. Sure, I'll buy the books right from Marina Vendors. I always just had them on my time I beat an expansion. Yeah. Yeah. But no, what I can do now is have a look at all of this. I can have a look at all of the level 90 specific gear that crafters get in this game and how good so much of it is and how I'll never use it because you can only use it on one particular crafter, which means that it's completely and utterly fucking impossible to use anywhere. Because what, like, at least give me, like, enough glam plates that I can have all of my combat and crafters, like, on separate glam plates, so I at least have somewhere to use all of this. Because, like, it's all unique. All script gears, this recalls all crafter gear, the newest one's the recalls of Indicator. Oh, okay. Indicator's what I'm using for my crafter glam. But then, I'm so mad about this hat. Sorry, I've been mad about this hat on stream before, but I'm so fucking mad about this fucking hat. This hat pisses me off. I love this hat so much. I want to put it on my Viper. I've bitched about this before when we did the Viper job quests. I love this hat so much. It's so fucking good. Why can only Goldsmith use it? You want to see the DT script thing people are pissed off at? Is it a bit of glam that is, like, really sexy that, once again, only one job, like, one fucking crafter can use because this game's ridiculous? Even this is just, like, hey, give, like, a bit of frilling onto the end of, like, any other jacket that you like. But no, it's so, fuck you. Well, some of these I could possibly use as a crafter glam for all jobs if I could, if I was allowed to. Some of this shit's, like, really good. Like the fucking, oh my god. I would love to make a glam with this. The Boltsoft stuff. I've seen this before. This is so fucking Minefist it hurts. But again, it's only on fucking Weaver of all goddamn things. It's so annoying. It's so fucking irritating. Like, there's so much stuff here that is so good that just no one can use. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Fucking, oh my god. Like, I know people want, hey, can you turn around and, like, make all glam usable for, like, all jobs and everything like that? And I don't know if they'll ever do that. But at the bare minimum, the unique crafted stuff does. Because it's the stuff that no one will use. Like, if something's limited to only casters, at least people will use it on the casters because, you know, job plates exist for it and everything like that. But for everything else, fuck no. But for everything else, they won't. Anyway, if you've got a thing to show me, do that. I need to go to the bathroom again. I'll come back. I promise I won't be an hour this time. I promise I'll be back in not an hour. But I need to go to the bathroom again. So I'll be back shortly. I have returned without dying this time. So, we have a bit of glam that apparently is making Dawn Trail gamers mad. That this is locked to a specific crafting job and that other jobs can wear it. Why is this locked to a craft? What crafter would even wear this? People want to show off their body and their boobage. Why is this locked to a crafter? To what craft? It says forge. Blacksmith. You're going to burn yourself. Any sparks that come off are burning you. They have a lot of weird ass tops. I understand that a number of blacksmith claims are based around blacksmiths can't overheat because they're next to hot ass metals all day. I understand that. I feel like a number of them also forget that when you're blacksmithing, small shards of incredibly hot metal fly off. What the? This doesn't even make sense as a blacksmith top. And also, not letting people wear this unless they're a blacksmith is absolutely ridiculous. Do you know how many people would love this? Shows off your character's body a lot. And again, and their titties. It highlights them like it's shaped to their boobs. Anyways. We haven't actually unlocked the quests here, by the way. We haven't actually done the quest where we even unlock the role quest here, so we still have to do that first. We still have to speak to Aliapo to actually unlock these quests, so we do have that here. The faculty. Kia Aliapo is in need of a helping hand. Now, given that we could unlock this before the final day started, we might have a slightly less serious tone with these compared to what the other ones were. It's you! You're the one the Scarlet was telling us about. Manifest, yes? Brilliant, just the woman I was hoping to see. I'm sure you're aware the studio is the most prestigious educational institution in all of the Sharlayan. As such, we make a point of only working with the best educators and students. The goodness we employ also held to the same high standards, of course, which has perhaps always been difficult to find the assistance we need of late. Surely you understand the trouble of finding competent and capable help. Shouldn't be helping out with that whole red sky thing? It's not around Sharlayan, it's fine. They're stowing right now. But you are coming to suggest you're willing to lend a hand, no? I'm certain you would have much to gain from working with us, if so. Do let me know if you give me to lending your services to the studio. Should warn you, however, there is much I must explain ere you begin. So please be certain you have sufficient time to spare. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Now, let me explain our work here. Professors and students around many faculties gather in searchers' meets in order to do business with and recruit reputable individuals such as yourself. Allow me to briefly introduce those here at present. Here we have Borg from the Faculty of Archaeology. So the faculties are basically the facets. He works as an assistant to one Professor Ravusha and is currently seeking a skilled metal worker to help restore an ancient relic. Then this Judah belongs to the Faculty of Astronomy. He seems to be looking for an artisan able to work with leather, cloth, or wood. Couldn't tell me much more than that. He's awfully shy, you see. Next we have DeBroy, a student studying in the Faculty of Medicine. I'm fairly sure she's carrying out research under the supervision of Professor Gavroche. In any case, she is after someone who knows a thing or two about medicine and nutrition. Hello there, my name's Gavroche. Sorry, leaving his brain wrong. And here's Hinagashi of the Faculty of Anthropology. She told me she's searching for bonders and miners at present. By sounds of it, she and Professor Tankin are dealing with a formidable task. Cool, our task is formidable today. Last but not least, this is Professor Talakatia, an associate professor in the Faculty of Aetherology, who is in need of a fish to help him conduct research for his thesis. Fortunately, things don't seem to be progressing for him well at the moment. Okay. Faculty of Archaeology need people restoring stuff. I can understand that. He's in a Gashi. She gets really mad if you say she's a city in Kakane. Aetherology person wants someone who works in metal to help restore some things. I can understand that. Faculty of Astronomy wants someone to work with some stuff. Maybe they're like making a sky chart or something. I don't know. Faculty of Medicine and they want a culinarian or a chef makes the most sense out of anything. Why does Aetherology need a fisher? Out of all of the faculties that could require fishing, why aetherology? How are they gonna tie together? I am morbidly curious by it. Because he's a cat. Okay. We'll find that one out later. That's a surprise for later. I say those 5 are the ones most in need of supplementary aid. Over to your discretion, so you choose help. Although be forewarned, academics can be something of an odd bunch. Just be trying to leave anyone in the lurch after you've agreed to help them. So don't start a quest and then avoid them forever. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm about to do a gatherer today, and I bet the gatherer wants me to go to the second or the final zone of Endwalker before I can finish their stuff. I bet I'm not finishing it today. I'm going to take the deliveries at the Studium, speak to those belonging to institutions and various faculties to learn what ails them. Everything going well, I take it? Yeah, there are still people in need of your help. Hinagashi. Cultured pursuits. Ooh, crab cake. Not that I'd like that, but you know, ooh, crab cake. Hinagashi is worried for her professor. Excuse me, Kamino. Pardon my forthrightness, but might I beg you a moment of your time? I work under Professor Tankin and in search of a capable miner to assist with his research. Or a botanist, I don't judge. That is your profession, is it not? In which case, I wish to discuss the potential employment of the faculty of anthropology. Sure that is you have an interest in our work? Once again, we're going to get to this situation where it's like, oh, unique items that we can only get when we do this quest. And then the realization that we'll never get all of them because we need to go through the quest, get the unique item, quit, and then go back into it as the other gatherer, which I don't do. Don't judge me if you're a fisher, get the fuck out. What does fishing have to do with anthropology, motherfucker? Sorry. Such as me, where we currently find ourselves, a place where gleaners can help the faculty and students of the studium. Allows us to acquire the necessary materials for our studies, and also provides us with a place to store supplies and specimens. And with your help, I believe I may be able to procure what is needed for the professor's research. Of course, such work is predicated on the assumption Professor Tankin has started on a focus for his next project, which sadly is not. Would you say he's the indecisive sort? Oh, that is certainly one way of putting it. If he doesn't hurry and submit a research proposal to the studium soon, he'll be able to secure funding for his work. Why, his very tenure could be cut short. Be a great loss for the studium, as he is a remarkable scholar. Very definition of calm and collected, until he discovers something that piques his interest. Then his eyes widen and his cheeks take on a rosy hue. Honestly, it's like he regresses to being a young boy. Turning to the topic at hand, your first task will be to procure Professor Tankin himself. Won't you find him somewhere in the Numenor, if you'd be so kind? Wonderful. And when you find him, pray over this slice of Archon life. Like as long as forgotten to eat as usual. Glad that you told me that, because if you didn't tell me anything else, I'd go find him and I'd start hitting him with the pickaxe to try and get Professor Tankin parts out of him. The sheer size library can prove daunting at times, but I've spent enough time with the professor to know he is in there somewhere. Well, there's also the fact that I'm only allowed on the first floor. I'm not even allowed to go down one floor. So, hopefully he's close by and not like in any of the archives that are secret that you're not allowed to get into unless you have levitating spells. If he's there, then I'm probably fucked. Do we have a thing for Numenor? What's the closest thing to where I am? It is right there. It is literally right there. He didn't get to gather his brood, and now there's 2 of him. There we go. There we go. Oi! I'm searching for Tankin. Yeah, that's Tankin Fat Loads. There he is. Well, I think it's been Tankin Fat Tankins based on the way he seems drunk and passed out in a corner. Yeah, I don't have to start work early tomorrow. Come on! Come on, get up, Tankin. Yeah, I believe in you. And if you don't believe me, believe in the pickaxe that believes in you. What? What? Damn it, I succumbed to the sweet song of slumber yet again. She always strikes when I least expect it. I suppose you would happen to have a morsel of food to spare on your person. Seems I built up quite the appetite whilst dead to the world. I have Archon loaf. So no, unfortunately, I don't have any food for you. And I guess she sent you over, right? Of course you'd insist that I eat Archon loaf. Anyways, you have my thanks. Please don't think me rude for indulging right away. Indulge? That's also not the correct word, but alright. That'll silence my stomach for a while. Truly I'm indebted to you, madame. Dozing in the midst of research is all too common, and routinely ignored occurrence around here. As I'm telling how long I would have slept had you not come when you did. What if you snore in the library? Wouldn't surely people would get annoyed about it then? In fact, it goes to mind the tale of a researcher seeking a means to traverse the ethereal sea. We should do so while still amongst the living, you see, but they found him dead in the midst of a pile of books. He read himself to death. While trying to work out how to traverse the place of the dead. That's neither here nor there. I tell you, I come seeking employment. Timing is quite fortuitous. As I've recently decided upon a topic for my thesis. Bring coming into the searches meets once more, and I shall explain all to you there. Maybe we should get a spare one of him just in case he decides to read himself to death as well. Just in case. Just in case. It's not exactly a cat jamble thing, but I'm trying my best here. As I said, trying. I ain't say succeeding. I was right, wasn't I? This is far from the first time he's been found face down in a book, and I certainly won't be the last. Face down, book up. That's the way we like to research. There you are, my savior from slumber. Professor, please. We must rude to waste any more time with her. Might we discuss the focus of your next research paper and what it is you require of her? Yes, of course. Time is of the essence. Honestly, I guess you. I do not know what I'd do without you. Well, that is most flattering, Professor. Thank you. I mean, Hinagashi, I'd be lost. Completely and utterly lost. Professor Tank, can I carry on your student-teacher kink once I tell me what you need to gather? Yes, I'm quite famished besides. So absorbed was I in my research that I've overgone my need for rest and sustenance. One of your kind gift would have surely expired by now. Oh, I thought you meant... I mean, yes, of course! Always happy to help. Provided our research is deemed of value to the studio, we are supplied with clothing, food, and shelter. Only the bare essentials, mind you. You may look around to know the veracity of my words. We do as we are instructed, researching and gathering resources. But what value do these things truly have in the grand scheme of things? The study of 1,000 civilizations, nothing here has changed. The culture of Sharlayan remains as stagnant as the threadbare attire we wear day in and day out. Must confess, you do have a point about our garments. Should my shirt and trousers be soiled, I'd have little recourse but to wear them inside out. To be perfectly honest, I've never commented the way we live here in Sharlayan. That's all well and good, Hinagashi. Would you be content to let your children live in such austere conditions? Your children's children? Children? Professor, why ever would you bring up such a thing? It is a subject I have thought to broach for some time. After all, you shall be my sole company for the foreseeable future, and I yours, correct? Yes, I suppose you're right. I'm perfectly content as we are. Of course, you'd prefer other company. I can't tell which one of these two wants to fuck the other more, but... yeah. You two have fun. I'll be back. And that I has the pleasure of your company, I am not joining in. I have long wished for the help of a third party, and since you stayed to aid us without, I am not joining in. I might have a thing for nerds. But the nerds that I'm into can actually tell people what they want. So it's a little different. I have to go without wearing underwear, right, Professor? A third party, splendid. I'm resolved to change our current way of life. However, in order to do so successfully, I must first determine what cultures are best suited to blend with ours. As such, my research will involve recreating the lifestyles of other cultures within this very building. So how is the cause of your furrowed brow of late? What is a marvelous idea, Professor? I mean, I'm pretty sure if the forum gets wind of it, they're going to be like, no doubt, dare you, fuck you. But, you know, good luck. which is where your experience as a miner comes into play. But have you got the materials necessary for said recreations? Well, we do have a great deal of resources on hand at present. They are yet inadequate for my plans. Now, if you excuse me, I require time to consider which culture I shall attempt to emulate first. Have you ever seen such an inspiring sight? Look, I'm gonna need one of you two to just outright say you want to fuck the other, otherwise I'm gonna get very frustrated. His Excellency Professor Tankin at last chosen a subject for his research proposal. Myself been long been interested in this world's myriad peoples and their customs. That was precisely why I was so keen to work with gleaners well versed than they are in the lore of distant lands. My parents do have a love for learning of other cultures. It was their fondness for the Far East and its beautiful flowers that gave them inspiration for my name. Oh, that's why you don't look Asian. Despite knowing the origins of my name, I never gave it much thought. Less than one day when Professor commented on one of his enthralling lectures. Why do you sound Asian? You look white. However, you do not stop there. Professor Tankin continued by musing how even a single flower can go by many names. Different regions will know it differently after all. He went on to talk of how this difference in location, language, and lifestyle can have a profound impact on how we think. We all have roots in our Far East, only in the Sharlayan way of life, he said. I've long wondered what change might occur within my own mind should I someday visit my ancestral home. This is the very question which drives my research. Yet even now I remember his words so clearly. That lecture inspired me to take up my current post. Yet though I've done the utmost to assist him, my failure to present any findings left me with naught to show of my own achievements. I'll on to conduct research with him in the Far East. Just the two of us. Why don't you tell him about all of this? Confess already? What are you implying with that tone? I'm telling you to tell him that you want to be like, one of you to be knuckle deep inside the other. I don't know which way you lean, but I want you to tell him that at least one of you should be in, like, for the other. No, perhaps it is time I was honest for once. See, I'm rather fond of Professor Tankin. Minefus has been around them for a couple of seconds, just being like, God damn it, one of you needs to confess, and we're already pushing that way. She's a very convincing person. To be honest, it's more a little disconcerting that he's not noticed my feelings when even you have. However, given that his current research is squarely focused on creating a better life for us, I feel there's an opportunity I cannot pass up. He mentioned, like, having kids with you, like, in that conversation before. But at the same time, you need to be there to undo the knot. Not sexual. But I've no experience of matters of the heart. Like a fool, my youth was spent with my nose buried in books. Would you perchance be more experienced in matters of romance? Be ever grateful for your help in winning the professor's affections. So, end a millennia-year war. Liberate multiple nations. Save an entire world from disappearing. Be one of the hottest people on the star. And then your success rate should be like at least 40%. Canonically, our character says yes to that. Canonically, our character says yes to that. Julie, you'll help me? I thank you so much. We just seem to be getting along. Oh, Professor, have you come to a decision? As you're doubtless aware, Sharlayan is probably cold all year round. However, this has led to rapid progress in our ability to control our environments. Nothing proves that more than Labyrinthos. So pleasantly warm down there, you'd be forgiven for thinking you were somewhere altogether more tropical. Inspired me to look into the lifestyles of those who actually reside in balmy climes. We may yet happen upon a discovery or two that would never be made simply shivering in the cold. In line with this culture, we seek to emulate its first none other than rods at Hans. Splendid! We need to go and go with a few things that can only be tamed in rods at Hans proper. I'm gonna guess you a brief you in more detail. Faculty of Anthropology student, Bilbies and Lots. I guess you'd count Father Nair as balmy. I guess you count it as balmy. Bonus points that I died at the end of the expansion. Hey! Hey! They can do that, as long as they come back. You may undertake deliveries for the galaxy of the anthropology at the studium. Speaks to Hinegashi to learn more. Because as long as they don't use flow any more than like twice, it should be fine. Cooking up a culture. Hinegashi is ready to research. There's a few harness staples that require to emulate life and rods at Han. Well, there's certainly quite a few things that you'd struggle to procure here in Sharlayan. There's one in particular which used to make both vibrant dyes and special spices. And you're best at gathering this and farther. Harness staples you require can be gathered near the Hamsa hatchery. Hamsa hatchery. Oh right, yeah, these aren't quests, aren't they? I totally forgot these aren't like... Oh, I was going to text and I'm confused what I was reading. Yeah, these aren't just like, oh, get a quest and you hand it in. They're like the delivery system. I forgot about this, yeah. Delivering items. You can help them get a little closer. Higher collectivity will result in greater rewards. I forgot this existed. Like, I remember them being like quests, but I'm just like, oh yeah, there's a whole delivery thing about. I forgot. Never heard about at least few goods and regions we've seen simulate. Trust you have no trouble procuring what we need. There are excess request items. Do it with different levels. Also, we also get the script from this. Still some actual quests. Yeah, there was quests before. It was like halfway through a couple other things. Yeah. Harnish staple must have for anyone looking to recreate Harnish culture. Oh, do they no longer have unique items depending? Oh, is this just gonna be Harnish staple regardless of like which one of them? Oh, so these aren't the unique ones. It's the quest ones. The ones that are for the quest ones are the unique items. These are just generic Harnish staple, which it's not letting me press any buttons on it to search for like gathering methods. I'll have to look in my menu itself, if I can remember where it is. Not that! Not that. Side quests? No. Harness staple, there it is. So Jammering is the generic ones you turn in normal gathering, look at quest ones have special unique item, yeah. Hamsa hatchery, there we go. I can mark that there, we can teleport to the great work. Jesus fucking Christ. We can teleport to the great work. Let me give you 1 second, where's my things? And now I can teleport to the great work. Now I can teleport to the great work at a slightly cheaper cost. Oh my god. I am the yawner. Oh, right! Also, the world is ending here. Sorry, I must gather things here so I know how the people here live. Also, Father Nair is dying. Right, the final days is also a thing here. Definitely a very appropriate time to do this quest and not like, you know, when we could have. It's fine. Harnish staple. Yeah, how much do I get for that? But I can do, yeah. I learned the culture, but the culture of like a month ago. not their current culture. If I can personally help it. Damn it, it used it. Damn it, it used it. Alright, time to collect. It's only gonna be above 600, so yeah. 3 spots will do it. At a bare maximum. Bare maximum? Bare minimum. No maximum. No maximum. No maximum. Forgetting how words work. Just usually you don't say bare maximum. Yay! Now we can get it all here. 2 spots! I did it. I did it in 2. I guess you can guarantee it in 2 if you do fucking, the 300 skill here and just get an extra integrity. What's that? Was that 6? That's 6. Yay, let's go. Dude, wrong thing. Sharlayan. Wah. Ba-ba-ba. Tiredness is hitting me like a dick. Just a giant, thick dick, and the dick's going. Whoa. And I'm like, no, not the dick, and then it goes, and then it goes. But it's specifically the dick of tiredness. I'm tired, is what I'm trying to say. So I may not have come across. Very well, it's being good to the regions like Samulate. I trust you have no trouble procuring what we need. Ready? Bump, 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 bump. Yeah. There we go. And I'll get a decent amount of script for that. 900 script. Hell yeah. Well, fine specimens he found. So vibrant. Yes, Louis is most helpful indeed. Thank you. He's also used to create vibrant dyes. Harnish clothing is also known for. They say for each color has its own special meaning in their culture. We're going draws, let's go. And we deliver more stuff. With the dialogue in between, I'm just like, I did it. Yay. First thing, and Hinagoshi said that the items he brought with him and set work emulating Harnish culture. I did not realize I gathered clothes in those bags. Oh, and you've got the naan, and you've got curry. Oh, and you're doing the dance as well. You can do it. You can do your alchemy. Most colorful, would you not agree? Less. One will surely freeze to death wearing these clothes in Sharlayan for very long. That's why you have the curry. One of the cuisine is quite delectable. I must say it's rather spicy for my own palate. Fucking white people. Perhaps they'll have spices developed out of necessity. Minor brothers indeed, Nagashi. Food is prone to expire too quickly in climes such as rats and hunts. Could be used to spice not only to help increase one's appetite, but also makes any unpleasant odors that may come from food on the brink of spoiling. And with spoiling food comes the risk of harmful bacteria. I like the reason for the region struggles with sickness over the years. Thinking no better casters spur innovation in medicine through mastery of alchemy. There's an example of tonic to raise the body's core temperature to protect from the cold. There's also, as always, thank you, Professor. Returning to their punch for colourful cues, I believe I understand what their reasoning for that as well. Simply put, primary colours stand out even under the rotating rays of the sun. Hence everything from their buildings to their bracelets to be made in bold primary colours. And each colour represents a different concept. Red, for example, represents fire. Of course, relative. Orange represents the spiritual fire that rages within one's soul. Very source of life itself. Spirit of the language, This is why they believe orange would be an auspicious colour for would-be mothers and the like. Would be. My God. You don't say, that is good to know, Professor. What else can you tell us of Radset Han? Oh, plenty! But I find experience to be the better teacher. So come, let us live as the Harnish do, and as I'm sure will happen upon countless discoveries. Okay, well, currently, if you want to do that, so you want to walk over there and start going, ah! And then you want to transform into hideous monstrosity beasts. And then you'll be living like the Harnish currently do. This is going all rather swimmingly. Hope this research might bring us close together and every trans would end up living together. Of course, would I be possible without your help, and for that you have my thanks. I forgot this has its unique music even though it counts as a quest. Fledgling matchmaker! How many of these quests are going to be about trying to get, like, students to bone? Because they're all too awkward to confess their feelings to each other. I'm worried about this. The culture of ceruleum. Migeshi is on a hot streak. Come at a good time. I do believe Frost has another assignment for you. Good to see you, my friends. We're in the midst of summarizing what we've learned, living an approximation of the harness lifestyle. Well, you can make our thoughts apart. Remember to ask you to acquire a few things we need for our next sampling of culture. And where did you have in mind exactly? Garlemald. Not the fascist parts, just the cold parts. The Empire. Well, certainly wasn't expecting that. Essentially believe there is a lot we can learn from them to improve our way of living. Honestly, no depredation, Hirogashi. Well, this is filled with countless invasions and much suffering. There may yet come a day where we live in peace alongside the people of Garlemald, though I realize how unlikely that may seem at present. But the winds of change blow fiercely now, and there may soon come a day when they seek shelter here in Sharlayan. Knowing they cannot manipulate Aether as we do, I wish better understand their culture should we need to play the hospitable host. Now I feel like I'm thinking you're only pursuing this project to improve the lives of those who presently call Sharlayan home. Such genius. So now I'd ask you to procure a most essential staple of Garlean living. Speaking of all unique to the region and certain fruits that has adopted to grow even in the coldest of climes. Oh, do not fret, you don't need to bring back both. One or the other will suffice. A monitoring station G. Well, I do know roughly where that is. But I'm still gonna open up the map and look. Monitoring station G, there we go. Oh, it's actually much closer. So I'm glad I checked. Because I was gonna go all the way over to the giant actual oil fracking thing. It's much closer. Garlemald and how fucking old it is. Did just get 30 for free at least. Yeah, but I don't want to waste them. I don't want to waste my cordials. There we are. Trying to see how far I can get with just sleep, micro-dosing sleep in between zones. This is now the second one of these in a row that I've been doing this, where I'm just constantly falling asleep. This is the second one of these where that is happening. I'm aware, don't worry. I'm aware. I'm tired. Oh, boo, I won't even finish it. So I have to use this one. But I could do this. And that'll give me another integrity. And now if I get 3 off the next one, then we're golden. Chat, I'm gonna go to sleep. Wake me up when we get to the Rocky Aqua. Oh, sure. Oh, of course it's the yield 5. Of course this one's for the yield of 85. Oh, low battery yourself, home phones. Low battery yourself. Yo, let's go. Oh, gathering yield. So I saw gathering yield and I thought, oh, I get an extra spot here. No, that's, yeah. Never mind, that extra bonus was actually required. Then I got 6, let's go! I saw gathering yield and I'm just like, great, I didn't even need to worry about getting an extra one from the earlier slot. I'm gonna get enough to fill it out from this anyways. No, because gathering yield gives you an extra per, finish. Which I think counts towards you. Very tired. Here's me trying to sing along to the Sharlayan theme, and I've already forgotten how it actually goes. That shows you how tired I am, considering we've heard this theme in like several other areas throughout this expansion as well. We've been relying on the terms of the Numenon existing in these in order to accurately emulate foreign cultures. I've realized that there are a great many things you'd never discover without experiencing them firsthand. Staples. I'm not off for that one. It's alright, basically, yeah, literally all of them are exactly 600. I wasn't expecting you to bring back specimens of such quality. This will make our work much easier. Use this sort of create alloys like adamantite, you know. My tech couldn't exist without it. Professor Tang and Hinagoshi take the items you brought to them and work on emulating Gallian culture. Now, why do they both have the mustache that looks like that? Why do they keep raising? Why do they each keep raising one arm in the air? Sorry, I thought they were replicating Gallian culture. Well, I'm warming up in these cozy clothes to match the heaters. All this will definitely improve life in Sharlayan. Oh, so I've only been given permission to use the heaters for the duration of our research. I'll have to return to the studium after we're done. Said, I think I'll just beat a sweat trickle down my neck. Perhaps I won't miss them as much as I thought. Cycling, Gallian culture have taken over the other workplaces and classrooms in the studium. No! No! Don't take if no need this piping hot Gallian cuisine cooked with Magitech kitchen utensils. Our professor, I would gladly sample any food prepared with skillful hands such as yours. I'd love to see what else that skillful hands can do. If everyone has given them necessary instruction, even a child could operate these Magitech devices. The heart of all Magitech lies is ceruleum, the most efficient and convenient energy source in different rooms in nature like wind and hydraulic power. It's most fractionalized the Empire to bring Magitech to the people at large, with further refinements to their manufacturing process, affording them surplus time and manpower, which they applied to even greater innovations. So the importance of alternative ceruleum cannot be ignored. It is, after all, a finite resource. Should we squander the world's resources, we'll invariably suffer for our lack of foresight. Professor, this looks exquisite. That was much when we were studying harness culture, but you really are a fantastic cook. You flatter me, Hinagoshi. Be nothing without the recipes that guide me. But it does warm my heart to see you enjoy my cooking, sir. There are many dishes I simply wish to try my hand at, and I'd be delighted if you were willing to sample them as well. It'd be my pleasure. By my change, Professor became more affectionate towards me of late. It makes me wonder what will become of our relationship when his research reaches its conclusion. Oh, but I must stop daydreaming. There is yet work to be done. Girl is down by Ed. I'm a novice matchmaker. Hey, you two should kiss. The culture of carrots. Am I going to the moon? Hinageshi is mulling over our recent findings. I'm positively desperate to know what culture we shall experience next. I want to live like the people on the moon. How do you know about this? Welcome back, my friends. We continue experiencing Gallian so while longer. I'd like to say about procuring materials for the next step in our research. Hope you know, I've still yet to decide on what that step might be. Well, that's why we lose people in the freezing cold and the ferocious heat. So I'd say it's time we set outside some altogether different sort of inclement environment. You're right, one without an atmosphere. Let's go to the moon. Spawn is always Hinageshi. People at Gallimon may have overcome major sphere with their still use technology, but they are far too reliant on ceruleum. Instead of this, how they could be there was something unable to obtain their precious fuel. Or one should never be less without a contingency plan in case they are thrust into much less hospitable environments. It's certainly true. But what kind of culture could take root in an area that is effectively uninhabitable? So I've been mulling over of late, I guess. We should look into how exactly a culture could come to exist in such places. The issue as well, such regions tend to be uninhabited, and as a result of their harsh conditions. Sure, there is nowhere that meets my criteria to begin with. Inhabiting the uninhabitable. It does seem to be something of a paradox, but there could be merit in investigating the idea. Potato carrots. You guys like, yeah, potatoes? you have carrots. Just use all your different veggies. They can grow anywhere. You'll be fine. Yo, well-traveled adventurer. Yes, can you think of any places that may suit our curious criteria? The moon. Have you considered the moon? Have you considered the moon? They got carrots. You got potatoes from gala molds. Delicious stews. Drugged up carrots. Settlement on the moon by the name of Mylam and Torum. Well, it certainly would fulfill my requirements, but even if it truly exists, not as if you can travel to the moon on a whim. I can. I'm attuned to Aetherites there. Right, the moon's like the 4th zone in this game, in Endwalker. So we're at the jumping the shark moment of, by the way, I can go to the fucking moon really early. You're being entirely serious, aren't you? Good gracious, you never fail to surprise. Indeed, however, I feel obliged to mention that we have absolutely nothing of life on the moon, assuming it's even possible. It's alright. I'll bring you a lot of carrots. You'll understand. Pray head to Harry, Lemon, Torum. Get all items you believe are necessary to recreate life there. Carrots! Carrots. You need a lot of carrots. Suppose you wouldn't know how to bestow items on the moon? Wish actually avoid running into any precious samples you acquire on our behalf. What do you say about my moon journeys? Was there anything you cannot do? So I think we gotta study your way of life next. This is... Wasn't this level 85? This is the level 85 quest. Again, we have hit the point of jumping the shark. By the way, here's the absurd shit I can do halfway through this quest line. With, by the way, I can go to the moon. Oh! Does that? No, it doesn't. I was about to say, does that? No. I was about to say, because it says Lunar Staples there, can I select that to, like, immediately highlight it in my thing here? No. It seems is the answer to that. Boo. Boo ones. Not seeing anything there. What about if we go back to here? Town crafts and stuff at least. That is true. Lunar Staple, there it is. It's carrot. It's carrot. It's carrot. I told you. It's fucking carrot. It's carrot. Whee! You ever think about how one of the zones in Endwalker is the fucking moon? And how you go here at level 80 fucking 3 of the fucking MSQ? You ever think about that? I sure as shit do. It's still kind of fucked to think about it. Finish off DT sightseeing, nice. Sorry, every now and again this happens and it breaks me again. What's that weather like? Moon, I was about to say moon dust. Yeah, it's like a bit like dustier than usual. Yeah, every now and then this happens. I'm on the moon. I just look down at the star. And it overwhelms me. I've been trying to do shared fates here. But the fates on the moon suck, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Most of the moon fates kind of suck. Most of them are pretty annoying. Most of the moon fates are either like hordes of enemies that are too powerful to kill with DPS. And so I have to tank it, which means it just takes forever. Or they're a boss, and I also still can't DPS it, so I just have to tank it, and it takes forever. It's pretty much the same. Like, going through Shadowbringers for Shed Fates, it's kind of thing I noticed. It seems like the mid-expansion zones are the most annoying to do Shed Fates for. Because the levels aren't low enough that everything's easy, and the levels aren't high enough that you can use, like, all of the skills from the end of the expansion to make it like really powerful and just smash through everything. Like, because that's what I found going through, that was my experience going through Shared Fates in Shadowbringers at the very least. Is that, like, doing the Fates in the second half of Kalusha, doing Fates in the Tempest, it was very easy to solo those as a DPS. Because the enemies just, like, weren't strong enough for, like, a high-level DPS for the Shadowbringers to worry about. But the middle zones, like Raktika and Ilmeg, if I tried to take a DPS into those zones, I'd kind of get my shit rocked. The enemies would just outpower me, and I'm noticing the same thing in Endwalker. If I try to do Fates here as a DPS, I just start fucking dying. It's really annoying. Like, it almost feels like all, Fate creatures across an entire expansion are the same, like, level of strength, but you scale up to higher levels later in the expansion, so it becomes easier. It's a fucking bizarre feeling. Because, like, there'll be moon fates where they spawn, like, 3 or 4 enemies at a time, and that's it. So I'm like, okay, 3 or 4 enemies at a time. That is at a point where for DPS, you do more damage by doing AoE combos than single target combos. So let me go to the moon and start doing some AoE combos as DPS on these, like, fates. And then I start dying. And then I die. And it's like, okay, so there's too many enemies here to solo as a DPS, if I pull all of them. Let me pull them individually. Oh, I'm pulling them individually. This is now incredibly slow. Okay, well, let me pull them all as a tank. Well, I'm pulling them all as a tank and I'm surviving, but it's tank damage output, so it's still going slow. And it's like, god damn it. Whereas I felt like, again, second half Kalusha or Tempest, I'd go in with a DPS, and either I could pull everything and kill them quickly enough that I'd survive, or it would be possible to solo them and kill them in like 2 or 3 GCDs, so it wasn't even that bad. I don't know. It's a weird fate balancing thing, where it's just like, really feels like the middle of an expansion, you just can't use DPS for fates. And I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, but it's been 2 expansions in a row where that's the exact feeling that I've had. It's very annoying. I suppose you would know how to best sell items on the moon. Here. I'll let you work it out. I'm not gonna overcap. No. I was about to say, I'm not gonna overcap on gathering script, am I? No. By the 12, you're really capable of travel to the moon. I know nothing of life on its surface. At even glance, I can recognize the outstanding quality of these samples. These are carrots, aren't they? No one expected to be found buried in the crust of the moon, but thank you. Thank you very much. It does give you a warning around cat, that is true. Because I now get that warning every single time I turn in literally any custom delivery because I'm going to overcap on orange script, and it's very annoying. Professor Tengen and Hinageshi take the items you brought and set to work emulating lunar culture. Well, they seem obsessed with... They seem obsessed with carrots and being bunny rabbits. And they've got all the different colors of the drugged up carrots. Where did you get that? I gave you carrots. How did you work out they grow carrots in that? How did you work out they grow carrots in one of those? All I gave you was carrots. How did you work this out? Professor, are you certain this is representative of life on the moon? Of course it is, Hinageshi. My information comes from the Loperites, a race that calls Mare Lamentorum home. Excuse me, you know the Loperites? My guy knows that the Loperites! I mean, I know Sharlayan is talking to the Loperites because preparing for final days. I figured that was just the forum, not the average person in Sharlayan. It was all well and good, but it's necessary for us to don these ridiculous outfits. I thought it might help us to experience life as the Loperites do. As for these carrots, make no mistake, Professor, it's wonderful to know that agriculture is even possible on the moon, but if your diet composed entirely of one type of fruit vegetable will not hold up to scrutiny. And maybe so, but civilizations have had to move and adapt countless times throughout history, not always able to eat exactly what they longed for. There may come a day when we too are forced to move to the moon. Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen. Professor doesn't seem to be enjoying himself much. Perhaps he's not especially fond of carrots. It was not the most opportune time to focus on my romantic pursuits, but soon my time will come! I can feel it! Carrot nibbles! Ribbons are thinly sliced carrots of happiness, dressed with vinegar to make for a healthy and blissfully refreshing dish. I like how we did this one, and it was just a complete and utter bust. Like, they learned a bit from the Gallian one, they learned a bit from the Parthian one, and then this one's just like... Okay, this one sucks. We're an experienced matchmaker! Ooh, a quest considering the story of it is available. Yo. Hinageshi in Hingashi. The game made the joke for me. For us. The game already made the joke. Hinageshi is having a splendid time. I do wonder what culture we shall be examining next. Knowing even the moon's inhabitable possibilities seem endless. I wonder, what about Japan next? The clear, obvious next move from the moon. I beg good tidings! Permission has been granted for our voyage! So it's about time we went and experienced other cultures firsthand rather than recreate them here in our workshop. Fabulous idea indeed. Where are we going, Professor? Hingashi. Kagane, to be specific. Oh, how wonderful! Though our journey's been approved, we cannot afford to tarry. We've been granted but a short amount of time to stay there, you see. We're allowed to be there for 12 minutes. You're perchance knowledgeable of the Far East. No, I've been there a couple of times. In that case, could we ask you to act as our guide? So this is the pub. This is where the sex workers are. This is where you take the sex workers. This is the alleyway if you want to kick fish. And these are all of the buildings of various different nations. Ignore the Gallian one. I don't know if they've heard about what's happening back home yet. We should arrive at B number 2 when we reach Kagane. Pray meet us there when you're ready. Oh, yeah, go down to here if you want to go to Eureka. I scarcely believe it. Our first our first research trip together. We could travel via Aetherites, and we'd have more time for research. I mean, there's that one girl who's working on how to do that. She could only take you to Radzadan, but you know, you can, well, not even Radzadan, farther now. You have to go to Yedlamon. Tingashi, they're all the alleyway you kick fish. True. Has it come across that I'm tired? Have I given away the game that I'm tired? I don't think people have worked it out yet. I'm still not accepted. I'm doing leave quests to get achievements. I'm still yet to unlock leave quests in Stormblood. Don't worry about it. One day I will get to that. And that day will be very, very long way away because large leaves are hell. Even though it's not what I'm currently doing, I know I still have large leaves to do in Heavenswood. Part of me honestly wonders if I should do all the other leaf quests first and leave large leaves for last. More like last leaves. Am I right, chat? Heyo. Sometime later, roughly 2 months or however long it takes to go between this boat ride. This boat ride that takes a long ass time, and we keep skipping how long it actually takes to ride there. We braved the experimental Aetherites and came via Radzat Han. Oh, okay, so you got here, okay. So it's okay, that explains that you got here a lot faster, yes. Much to our delight and surprise both, they were renting local attire, and I was not about to pass up the opportunity to dress in authentic Kingan garb. Did you get your lassie? That Aetherite sickness sucks. So I don't quite believe I'm here in this foreign land with the professor. Now, where is Kagane Castle? I heard people could jump up to the top of it. To continue the quest, please make your way to the top of Kagane Castle. Whatever it is, I was saying. Oh no, sorry, Kagane Castle's the thing at the end. Sorry, this is like Kagane Town. The Shiakaze House Room. Whatever it is, all seem to be visible from here. Would you happen to know a better place to take in its splendor? The top of the tower! The roof of the Shiakaze hostelry should do nicely. Just make your way all the way up there. Wait, just a moment. A mere tourist such as ourselves that's on the roof of said establishment. I enjoy fine views as much as anyone, but would rather avoid becoming a criminal. No, it's like, no, that's like standard practice. Like when you first arrive in Kugane, everyone in Kugane challenges you to get up there. It's like a local custom. You're actually offending their culture if you don't try to get up to the top of it. Perhaps Tasagari Bridge would be a better option. I'm saying it should be close by. Shall we have a look from there? Cowards. Cowards! I did it the first time I came to Kugane. I cleared it the first day I got to Kugane too. It's not that hard. Fucking Moonfire Fair is way harder, which I did first. If this cutscene has emotional music to it, I can no longer hear it. My headphone did that classic thing of dying when the screen goes black. One of his rules is not actually normal to go jump off any morally high objects whenever they visit a new location. Is that not the first thing that you do? How do you get a lay of the land if you don't climb the nearest tower? Oh god, Minefist is a fucking Ubisoft game protagonist. Oh dear god, my worst nightmares have come true. A fortress most formidable. This may be an island like Sharlayan, but it's quite clear our cultures are night and day. Whoever must keep in mind that Kugane is unlikely to be a true representation of life in Hingashi. It is a port town. Yeah, it's a port town, but a tiny part of a larger region. Sadly, the only section of it open to the wider worlds. And we will never go there, because otherwise we'll have to acknowledge that the culture here is fucked. Which means that the devs of this Japanese game will have to acknowledge that the culture in Japan is kind of fucked. But like, to really get an accurate picture, we must speak with the locals. In which this was surprisingly peaceful considering recent events. Ruling class doubtless controls what information is allowed into the area, which begs the question: how much is known by those here regarding affairs in the rest of the world? Perhaps they are convinced they are strong enough to weather any storm alone. At any rate, our work here is certain to prove a most enlightening experience. Already am I glad for this trip. You say regarding recent events. It's so funny how that could like apply to either like the towers appearing, or them disappearing, but like the final day starting, or even just like that Golem mold was invaded recently. Invaded. Professor, if possible, I'd very much like to visit the Umineka tea house and sample their danko. I've heard very good things. Inageshi, do not forget why we are here. We are researchers, not tourists. You would do well to remember that. My apologies, Professor. Forgive me, I did not mean to upset you. The long journey has left me on the edge. Kugane doesn't need to thrive on tourism. You're not wrong to deem that aspect of their culture worthy of investigation. You're too kind, Professor. I just want to eat their danko. Now let us pay a visit to Pier number 1, taking their storehouses. Then make our way to Kokujiya. That's where you go to Eureka. Avoid the one that says Pagos. The others are fine, but avoid that one. Oh, hello. Right, the cat from the So I see a Catgirl reporter. And I'm just like, oh my god, the Catgirl reporter from the quest line. And then I realized that there's a lot of quest lines for Catgirl reporters, and that's specifically the evilest one. Kugane is fine, even after the incident. What happened with the incident? Locals don't talk about the incident, so best not to bring it up. It's amazing how often when I'm walking around like this that I realize that I'm forgetting that Ethernet shards exist and I can use them to travel around faster if I want to. Oh my god! The Japanese have Japanese metal techniques compared to our Western ones. We can learn from each other here. Ah, such heat. Greater, perhaps, than even the Galleon heaters. Not to be witnessing the forging of Kugane's world-famous katana blades. I also forget why we are come here. I suppose now the Hinagashi's turn to rebuke me. Nageshi? Where could she have gone? So entranced by the sights and sounds of the sea, I cannot rightly say when I last saw her. I was a bit up in search for her. Good check in the Ishin district. I'll search on Kugane-dori. I'm gonna find her captured by the Seki Saigami, and they're going to kill her because that's what the Seki Saigami do when they find a single person who is not perfect. They try to kill them. This is my very normal understanding of the situation. Katana means Japanese sword. Trent, did you know that katana means plan? Yo there, patrolling Sekisagami. Did you see a woman? No, I don't have further descriptions of her. A woman lost on the streets, you say? Seriously, don't cause to come this way. Better serve searching into the gates of Kagane Castle. Much the city can be seen from there. Now, if you'll excuse me. Itchy head. Itchy scalp. Itchy everything. You are now itchy. Person who was watching this, your body now scratches and itches. And you need to just be like, oh, I really need to scratch that. You know that part of you that gets itchy really easy? Yeah, it's really itchy now and you really need to scratch it. Ugh. Most useful Sekisagami, because he didn't try to kill me. Sorry, I pulled out my pickaxe, so it's going to get me arrested by the Sekisagami. Your body is so itchy right now, you're gonna scratch it all day. I found her. She's here to trade for illegal drugs. She's in the illegal drug district of Kagane. It's the place where everyone goes to trade their illegal drugs. We found Hinagashi, we found you at last! Professor, thank goodness! But if I wait here long enough, you would come eventually. Yes, we did plan on visiting the castle, didn't we? Sure expected you would memorize our itinerary. What happened? I could have sworn you were right behind me. Well, I was approached by a merchant on Kagane Dori while we were miking for P1. So to say I was not interested, and when I turned around, you were nowhere to be seen. Should have been so careless. You didn't want me not to behave as a tourist, after all. Even separate from the legal drugs district. No, I should have been more attentive. When engrossed in my work, my surroundings all but fade away. Thoughts of you lost, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Kagane. My heart was fit to burst. But as you here, safe and sound, was failed to express my relief. Can only imagine the distress I've caused you. Oh, Professor, Aww. What can I do to comfort her? Confess your love. That's it. Reduce yourself to a hug. Come on. Get down. Hug her. So I was started to ask these people, which if I should have a hairpin from Hinagashi to live my spirits? Why not trouble you to procure the necessary material? Ruby said to be a treasure trove of resources. Perhaps you can find something there along the shore or beneath the waves. Can you go to the closest water and find something pretty for me to shove in this girl's head so she'll shut up? Thank you. Before to leave her alone. So wait here with her until you return. Hell's Lid. Well, at least it's simple. Also means I don't want to teleport there. It means I want to use an eighth in it. So anyway. Terribly sorry for all this. So it was meant to be a short one, yet I've wasted so much of your time. God, it's been like an hour. It's an hour of the holiday. It's like fine. It's fine. It's like totally fine. So this is the one I want to gather. I want to gather more. Again, if you wanted every unique item and be really strict about it, you would also get this item, quit the quest, go back as botanist. But that is more effort than I am willing to invest. Will this show on hairpin material? I was about to say, will it show on the thing? Oh. And then it disappeared. There we go. Okay, I was about to say, can I get another one? Very least, this one isn't the same. In one albinos is in a different location. Oh, okay. So it's only the Shadowbringers ones that are like mean enough where it's like you'll have to quit the quest and come back. Alright. Split. I'm always paranoid about it just like accidentally taking all of them out of my inventory, so I want to put one in my chocobo bag just in case. I know it won't do that, but just in case. But just in case. Ruby was out yesterday. It shows the arrows to be like, this is the last place you teleported from. And I still don't use that. I still keep forgetting to use that as like an actual thing. Inagashi! Center receives reference to national resources. I found a hairpin material. Still missed that like one unique turtle. Back in, I think that was the unique turtle that I missed. I think that was the Katari questline. It's like a unique turtle fit. Then I missed that one. Absolutely stunning! Should I waste time in taking this to a craftsman? Pray keep Hinageshi company while I'm gone. What is with the male Xyla run animation? It looks like their movement of their body implies they should be moving faster than what they do. Same item Shadowbringers 2, it's a quest that are unique. Those are the worst because there's 3 options for each quest. Yeah, that's the one, yeah. It's the society quest that we're doing it. They're the bad ones. They're the evil ones. Where do you suppose the professors run off to? I suppose it doesn't matter. I'll improve a hindrance where I accompany him further. No, it's not. No, stop. I promise you it's for a good reason. My apologies for disappearing like that. We're on a little errand to have this made for you, Hinageshi. Wait. The flower on the hairpin is... Nothing gets past you, indeed. Is the flower the locals known as a Hinageshi? It would be a shame were it to return home from our travels empty-handed. I hope it is to your liking. Ah, it's a hairpin named after her. It's perfect. Thank you, Professor. I shall treasure it for all my days. Yeah. Aww. Strange. These excursions to other lands are always a rather stressful ordeal. With Hinageshi here, though, things are different. Fuck your student. Fuck your student. There's no time for self-reflection. We must need to survey the rest of the town. Post haste! Let us make for the Rakusa district, followed by the Bakaro Inn. I'll wait for all that. We must pay a visit to Mineko Tea House and sample their finest dango and tea. Because everyone has the same physical traits and movement speed and jump height, so like males, they'll have weird slow animations. But it's like, I don't feel like Femros look awful, look weirdly slow. Like, Lala's look ridiculously fast. That I do. But I also, it's just like, that just also just suits Lala's, I feel. I think it's more so because, like when a Femro runs, their body is mostly, like, static. Like, they don't move their body a lot. They just, like, run like that. But I feel like for male Xyla, they, like, lean forward and their arms go up really high like this. And their legs, like, lift really high into the air. So despite moving at the same speed as everyone else, their animation looks like they'd be going a lot faster because they do such big motions. Whereas I feel like Femros don't have that big motions with what they do. Male Xyla run like they're fucking Sora in Kingdom Hearts 1, I swear. In terms of like big exaggerated motions. We're going to the tea house? Am I going to the tea house? I'm going to Bakaro Inn. They're over there. I wasn't sure how many of those spots they mentioned I'd actually be following them with. Or if I let them be alone for a little bit. So the most wonderful time chatting with the patrons of the hot springs. Springs were exquisite. Though it was the view that took my breath away. You're talking about the naked women there. I struggle to believe that on the other side of this ocean lies Doma, and the Azim Steppe, my ancestral home. Wait a minute, I'm now realizing you're not Xyla, you're Ryan. Wait a minute, you're Ryan, not Zyla. Sorry, I've been saying Zyla. I keep forgetting that Ryan exists, so I've been saying Zyla. I'd love to travel there just once to see how the nomads live firsthand. You're a professor. Someday, and I shall be there by your side when we do. They said that before, right? Fuck you, Ryan. They said that before, right? That the Ryan originally do also come from the steppe, but they left, and that's why they're now at the bottom of the Ruby Sea, right? That was mentioned, right? That Zyla and Ryan, both of them ancestrally come from the steppe, but now it's just the Zyla who live in the steppe, and the Ryan all moved to the sea. I should like that very much. The last time it's come for us to return to Sharlayan. Pray stop by searches me once you've returned. I see you compensated for your work. Ran with nomads, but they went underwater, yeah. Alright, back to so much money spending on teleport fees. Lightning has started outside. All arrows sent from steppe nomads, yeah. Yeah, so they all originally come from there. It's just now like only one from there, comparatively. Now we run over this way. Cross was telling me this earlier. Bro, that one made my windows vibrate. Did that pick up on the microphone? Good time as any to stop that, I guess. Good to be home. Traveling is lovely, of course, but best enjoyed in moderation like all good things. Should I be have someplace to call home as well? I own a house in the mist. What was it? Thunder. The very loud thunder. We had, like, torrential rainstorms earlier this week. It stopped for a couple of days, though. And it's been, like, no rain for at least 2 days. So the fact that a thunder's coming now, like lightning and thunder is coming now, I'm very shocked by. Then I'll be return there and take a well-deserved rest. We'll be in touch with you again once we are ready to resume our work. There we go. Quest for the middle section. In order to take subsequent quests, you must first complete the main scenario quest. Hunger in the garden. Hey! That is as far as we can go. That is as far as we can go. So we can get halfway done. We can get halfway done on one of the gatherers. I would not be surprised if Fisher is similar. I figured that'd stop you, but I wasn't sure. So yeah. So there we go. That's as far as we can do that. So basically at this point, we're not going to come back to Hinageshi until post 6.0. Like until after we finish our main story MSQ. The idea is that finishing this and whatever other of the faculties here that we can't do now, that'll be part of post 6.0. Like when we do like, because that'll be alongside the same time that we do like the 2 post-game dungeons, the first raid tier, I believe the first treasure map dungeons usually before patch was before 6.1. Also like sightseeing, triple triad, all of those things. All the stuff that are like before the patches, which I guess would technically end with the raid series and possibly the dungeon, because I think they're like 6.01 or whatever. But the point is, that'd be then. Some of these we might finish now, but any of the ones that we don't finish, we're not gonna like... Again, I'm going to assume if it's anything like Shadowbringers, we literally won't be able to finish this one until we go to the final zone. Or like the second final zone. Like Fisher was final. Fisher was Tempest, and then this was second half of Kalusha. But I'm not going to interrupt the story then to go back to this. We're having enough interruptions by just doing all 3 of these together. Anyways! That is it for today. That is it for today. Yeah, something that I was worried about because we were doing like all of our quests together was, will it cause an awkward break in the story? To just like do all of this at once? It honestly feels fine. Like, I obviously don't know what's in store for the rest of the MSQ. But the nature of at least like the Studium ones are gonna be whatever. The Studium ones are gonna be whatever, but that's why we're also doing those at the end of the streams. But doing the combat ones, like the ones that start and runs at Han, as I mentioned before, they feel like mini Fathnairs, basically. Like, Fathnair got completely and utterly fucked by the final days. But, like, running into, like, the fact that the stakes and the threats are still just as severe and so intricately tied to the MSQ, it doesn't feel like, oh, we're taking an awkward break from the MSQ to go and do this. It just feels like, here's the MSQ's effects on the rest of the world that we're dealing with. Like, the fact that we still have that, like, that I have that same pit in my stomach when I see someone starting to get depressed and starting to get overwhelmed, and I start to get that worrying feeling in my stomach of just, oh god, they're about to turn, and things like that. The fact that so far the two combat duties that we've had against the blasphemy at the end of it, like, they're not necessarily difficult duties, but they use mechanics in those duties to just be like, these are rocking your shit. These are not, like, easy things to deal with. These are, like, the same level of blasphemies that we were dealing with in the MSQ in Fathnir, where this shit is rough. These things are powerful. And stuff like that. Like, oh, this poison. Almost all three of you fucking died to it with the Gridania one. And then that the Profane Fafnir one didn't have that as much of a, like, dramaticness to it, but there was that point where it's just like, yeah, Aimbrick and Arturo got knocked on their ass, and they just could not get up for a bit. So with that, there'll be 2 more role quest streams. I don't know what order we want to do them in. Deku, do we want to do next time the 1 combat and 3 crafters? Or shall next time be the 2 combat and Fisher? Which one are we doing next? So we can leave the people with a message. And also, if I ask you now, I'll hopefully write it down and not have to ask you immediately before stream starts next week. Also that. Because I believe if I go to searching, I searched on here to find out which ones we were doing today. Because Deku's recommendation is that one of the streams will be physical range plus healer, and that'll come with Fisher, and then the other one is melee DPS with 3 crafters. But which one of those will be next, and which one of those we save for last? Melee and crafter one, I guess. That's what I was thinking, just to, like, before we go back to the MSQ, have 2 combat ones. That was kind of my thought process as well. But yeah, I think that should work out. So next time, we do one of the role quests for melee DPS. I think that's the Limsa one? I think that's the one in Limsa. And then we do 3 crafters. We'll just do all the crafters together. And then after that, and then in the stream after that, we'll do Fizz Ranged and Healer, and then Fisher. And that'll all be together. Limsa is melee. There we go. So that shall be our plan for next time. Thank you all so much for watching. Apologies for making chat worry by disappearing for a long-ass period of time when I went to take a break. I do apologize. I feel terrible about that. Thank you all so much for watching. Next time, more role quests that are going to make us depressed. So until then, this is version 2, signing